Good morning and a warm welcome to everyone gathered here. Yallarigu namaskara mattu Atmiya Swagata. Esteemed guests of today's program, respected Director, CSIR CFTRI, paper technologists, engineers, scientists, eminent associates and members of paper, pulp and food industry, media personnel, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to the inaugural function of this zonal seminar, which is being jointly organized by Indian Pulp and Paper Technical Association, Ippta, and CSIR Central Food Technological Research Institute, Mysuru. A warm welcome to one and all gathered here. To begin with the event, let us welcome the dignitaries onto the dais with a big round of applause. May I request Mr. Pawan Agrawal, President, Indian Paper Manufacturer Association, IPMA, to kindly accompany the keynote speaker, Mr. P.N. Sridhar, Deputy General Manager, Sustainable Products and Packaging, ITC Limited, Secunderabad. Please, sir. May I now request Mr. Ganesh Bhatti, President, Ippta, to kindly accompany the patron, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Director, CSIR CFTRI. May I also request Mr. M.K. Goyal, Honorary Secretary, Ippta, to kindly accompany Shri R.S. Mache, Chief Scientist, CSIR CFTRI, and Chairman, Organizing Committee, to the dais. Thank you. The esteemed chief guest of today's function is His Highness Shri Yaduvira Krishnadatta Chamaraja Odayer, 27th Head and Custodian of erstwhile Kingdom of Mysuru, will be unable to join us today due to an unforeseen emergency, but despite his unavoidable circumstances, we are deeply grateful to him for his gracious visit he made to the organizers yesterday, where he has conveyed his best wishes and courteous regards. Also, in a truly magnanimous gesture, His Highness has kindly consented to address the gathering during the valedictory function tomorrow. We sincerely appreciate his understanding and eagerly look forward for his esteemed presence tomorrow. The theme of the seminar is replacing single-use plastic by paper with emphasis on food packaging. It's a pressing need that requires immediate attention. Plastic waste, especially the single-use plastics, have become a global concern due to its adverse effects not only to the environment, wildlife, and human health. The food industry, being a significant consumer of a single-use plastic, has a crucial role to play in transitioning to eco-friendly alternatives, and one such solution that holds a promise is paper. This thought-provoking and a brainstorming seminar by eminent speakers in the field, hosted by Ippta, a distinguished organization in India dedicated to advancing the pulp and paper industry through research, knowledge sharing, and collaboration, is said to be a truly promising event. Notably, it is co-organized in association with CSIR CFTRI, an institution known for its cutting-edge contributions to the food technology, further amplify the significance and potential impact of this extraordinary gathering. To start, indeed, the task that lies is colossal. With a profound humility, let us unite as one to seek the divine blessings of Goddess Saraswati, the epitome of knowledge, wisdom, and creativity, to pave the way to stride confidently to achieve the set goals. May I now invite Miss Ippta, Miss Anjana, Miss Meghana, and Miss Vidya, the research students of CSIRT FTRI, to render the invocation. Thank you, dear students, for this melodious rendition. Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya. Lead us from darkness to light. Let us light the lamp that signifies the dispelling of darkness and invocation of wisdom, knowledge, and positivity. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly step forward and formally inaugurate the event by lighting the lamp. Thank you, dignitaries. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. The timeless saying beautifully signifies the ray of hope that planting a tree brings. With this intention, we extend a warm and a formal welcome to all our esteemed guests on the dais by presenting each of them with a tree planting plaque. The plaque comes with the planting of the thickest of 5 trees at Trees for Wellness, Jharkhand, Trees of Tigers, Sundarbans National Park, West Bengal, Trees for Ecosystem, Zaluk, Sikkim, and Trees for Sacred Grove, Tamil Nadu. It's all part of the Grow Trees initiative. This is an environmental organization and a social enterprise that participate in tree planting initiatives by contributing towards planting trees in various regions across the globe. May I now request Dr. M.K. Gupta, Director, CPPRI, to present the certificate and formally welcome Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, Director, CSIR CFTRI. May I request Mr. Prakash Rathi, MD, Kaigon Paper Mills, to present the certificate to Mr. P.N. Sridhar, DGM, Sustainable Products and Packaging, ITC Limited, Secunderabad. Thank you. With further ado, let me introduce Sri R.S. Mache, Chief Scientist, CSIR CFTRI, and the Chairman, Program Committee, who will be delivering the welcome address. Next slide. Sir, come. It isn't working. Okay. Here. This one.
Thank you, Dr. Purnima. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ನಮ್ಮ CFTRI, CSIR CFTRI, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ, ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತ. Very good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed participants, fellow scientists, heads of divisions, committee members, and very importantly, print and electronic media person. Welcome to the inaugural session of our highly anticipated 2 days conference on replacing single-use plastic by paper, with emphasis on especially food packaging, organized by Ippta in collaboration with CSIR CFTRI. Today, it is absolute honor to have the presence of eminent personalities, which adds even more brilliance to this event. We are extremely happy and have a gratitude to His Highness Sri Yaduvir Krishnadatta Chamaraj Wadia, the 27th head and custodian of Elsewhere, Kingdom of Mysore. As informed by Dr. Purnima, due to unavoidable circumstances, he is doing something great for Mysore, so he has a very important meeting in Bangalore, so he has to go. In spite of having that, and tomorrow morning also he has a very important meeting, but after that meeting, just to honor and to be with all of us, he has agreed that he will come in the afternoon tomorrow, and we have that sort of a gratitude towards him, and this brings a touch of royalty and grandeur to our gathering this morning. We are equally privileged to have Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, our esteemed Director, CSIR CFTRI, who has guided us and enriched this conference with invaluable insights. We are also joined by my good friend, Mr. P.N. Sridhar, DGM ITC. He has come all the way from Secunderabad, and his expertise and dedication I have seen in the sustainable solutions inspires us greatly, and we are very honored that he is here with us. Also, we have presence of Mr. Ganeshji, President of Ippta, and Pawan Agrawalji, who is the President of IPMA and past President of Ippta, and who has extensively extended all their support for the cause of sustainable development in packaging areas. So we are truly honored to have each one of you here today at CSIR CFTRI in this heritage city of Mysore, and I welcome you all. Few days back, when we were discussing about the issues with Dr. Gupta, there are some issues where, when we were talking of global ban on single-use plastic, what that does is it puts a lot of challenges on environment. Because of that, the regulation, the government of India and globally, this particular single-use plastic is banned. That brings the negative right on the plastic not to be used for single use. That doesn't bring the positive right for the paper to be used. It just keeps the area open that paper also can be used for food packaging applications. And here, that is where what is very important today. If you look at the issues with the paper in terms of how it can compete with the single-use plastic, because single-use plastic per se is very versatile material, a good barrier to moisture and oxygen. Because of that, and the cost factor is very, very important. Now, with this area kept open, whether from the research point of view or bringing the industry and research together, whether we can get this advantage in terms of getting the required barrier properties, number one, and number two, reducing the cost. But most important thing in this area, which I felt, and that is what we thought that this conference can be in the premium institute like CFTRI, where we do a lot of research and development in food areas. When you are talking of paper per se, and when it comes in contact with food, there are a lot of safety issues. And the interesting part, if you look at globally, you take USA or European Union, paper per se as used for direct packaging material is not very well regulated in terms of the safety parameters. Yes, there is a regulations, but in India, it is not at all regulated. So hence, what is very important? Today, the area may be very open to be used for packaging, paper as a packaging material. But the regulation, the government of India is very keen to bring on the comprehensive regulations across all the type of packaging material. Let it be paper, or let it be metal, or let it be plastic. To some extent, plastic is regulated. Now, if that comes, and if some of the, I'm sure, like if you look at the areas where newspaper, if you're using directly for the use of any packaging, particularly roadside, and you see what sort of health hazards it can have, it is banned by the FSSAI. Now, this is where very glaring case, but in some other cases also, I'm just telling there are possibilities that some of these chemicals which are migrating from the packaging material to the food may have adverse effect on the human health. So, before the regulation comes, which may not have a sort of a hand-holding with you, it becomes an issue. So, my appeal to you is come together, the R&D institutes, academic institutes, and regulatory bodies, if you can come together and work together. What are the chemicals used? Which are chemicals can be harmful? It can be in terms of global migration, it can be in terms of specific migration, and can we have alternate chemicals or sort of materials which can use, which can be very important from the regulatory point of view. And see, there is an opportunity. As I said, globally also, this area is not well regulated. And if we are able to bring out some research, do some research, and then see that this particular type of chemicals, this sort of a packaging can be used in direct contact with the food, that can be really, we can be a global leader in that, in areas. Now, when we are talking of recognizing the pivotal role of the industry in driving the sustainable practices, we encourage the active involvement from the industry leaders. Together, we can foster the innovation, promote the development of eco system in terms of the packaging solutions that prioritizes food safety and environmental issues. Our commitment from CFTRI side to the R&D development is paramount important. Rigorous R&D with validated safety and efficacy of paper in food contact applications pave the way for sustainable future with data-driven decision-making systems. We encourage our esteemed guests to visit CFTRI and engage with the different scientists, as their expertise is a very vital and important shaping our journey towards the sustainable development. We have also had arranged a special talk by Dr. Satyendra Rao, who is heading technology transfer and business development, and also a chief scientist, to just give an overall view what CFTRI can offer to the industries. It can be in terms of different services, can be testing, can be contractual research, that sort of things will be there. Also, with a special request, we have organized a special visit of the delegates who are registered. If you are not registered, you can register on the second day to visit different departments which are pertinent to this group. It can be food quality lab or central instrumentation facilities. We have excellent instrumentation facilities and pilot plant. Along with that, we have a food packaging technology department where you can visit the department. We have quite good facilities there. And also in food packaging technology department, we have very active scientists, Dr. Arun, Dr. Jeevan, and Dr. Keshav. They are very keen to discuss with you on different aspects in terms of development of new packaging materials, or how you improve the existing packaging material with different scientific methods, and also from the regulatory point of view. They are quite expert in terms of the food safety and regulations, and then you can spend some time and engage with them on that. Now, today, as we are blessed to be surrounded by brilliant minds from diverse fields, I have seen that from paper to chemical industries to different industries, and this exchange of knowledge and ideas during these 2 days will undoubtedly serve as a catalyst for transforming solutions, sustainable solutions for the India. Together, let us seize this opportunity to foster meaningful collaboration and coordinated framework that will lead to sustainable future. Our collective dedication and the contribution to shape the courses on environmental cause for the nation is very, very important. To achieve this goal, we call upon the collaborative strength of the regulators, the academia. I can see a lot of people from IITs and other institutes, an R&D institute like ours, and more importantly, the industry, paper industry, to come forward to collaborate for formulating an innovative plan. I also extend sincere appreciation to our distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and speakers for gracing us on this gathering. Your expertise and commitment inspires all of us to strive greater heights. A special note of gratitude goes to organizing committee for their meticulous planning effort making this conference reality. And I want to put on record the coverage by the print and electronic media. In today's newspaper also it is extensively covered, and we appreciate that. As we embark on this historic journey, let us remember that our action today will shape the future of our environment and our nation. Let us work together with a sense of unity and purpose to create greener, safer, and more sustainable India. I wish you all a productive and engaging conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the tone for this seminar with your welcome address. Mr. M.K. Goyal, Honorary Secretary. Ippta may not need any introduction to this gathering. However, he's been actively associated with Ippta for the last 40 years and has presented several papers. He is an alumni from the School of Paper Technology, Saharapur, in the year 1969. He has worked with Reliance Industries Limited, Mumbai, for 10 years and developed polyester fiber for the first time in India for a special application in paper and construction industry. He has served as the machine clothing industry for 33 years. May I now request you, sir, to brief the gathering about the program.
Oh, thanks. Before I start, can I make one request? Here, some 10-12 seats are vacant. That side is packed. All the guests are coming from this side. So people on the right side, last 2-3 rows, if you can occupy these seats, it will make it convenient for the incoming guests to take the seat. People in the last 2-3 rows, please occupy. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for giving this trouble, but it makes the job easier for the people coming in to take the seats. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to let you know few facts about the seminar. Dr. M.K. Gupta, Director, CPPRI, he happened to get engaged with CFTRI about 8 months or a year back and signed some agreement. I keep going to CIPRI frequently, and he told me that, look, here is an opportunity, a niche area to collaborate with CFTRI and join the hands and organize a conference like this. So thank you, Dr. Gupta, for giving that lead and seeing this day come true. We announced the seminar a couple of months back. And when we announced the seminar, a lot of friends called up. And they said, why are you arranging seminar at Mysore? On a lighter note, couple of my friends, childhood friends, and said, have you gone mad? I said, what is the reason? He said, historically, we arrange the seminar in a paper mill site, where a lot of people, they come. Naturally, if you have a local crowd of 100, getting 200, 300 is not a big deal. But Ippta had done a survey of the delegates coming, and what we have found in last couple of conferences, 90% delegates are from city other than where the seminar is being held. So we took a call, and you can see the response today. We had to stop the registration couple of weeks back. So the very question, why Mysore, gets changed to why not Mysore? And for this, a round of applause to CFTRI team, to all of you, great that you have come here. I would like to let you know that Mysore is the third most popular and third largest city of Karnataka. It is one of the cleanest city. When we go around, the greenery that we see, the upkeep of the city, the heritage value. If you have not been, please do take us 8 to 10 kilometer rounds, go towards the Chamundi Hill and feel the greenery. We all come from the concrete jungle, most of us. And it's really heart-filling to see how this city has maintained its cleanliness. Mysore, it was Kingdom of Mysore for 6 centuries, from 1399 to 1947. It is known for its heritage structures, palaces, famous Mysore Palace, and noted for culture. Mysore is known as the cultural capital of Karnataka. In north, we have Ma Vaishno Devi. In east, we are blessed with Ma Kali. In west, we are blessed with Maha Lakshmi. And in south, we are blessed with Chamundi Devi. The Chamundi temple is about 13 kilometers away atop the hill. The name is derived because Ma killed 2 demons, Chanda and Munda, and the name is derived as Chamundi. Since you are here, please do visit the hill and take her blessings. Most of the development of this city, you would meet Maharaja, his ancestor, is contributed towards their efforts. They are known as Vadiyar dynasty and were patrons of art and culture. The city is known for its culture popularly. Now remember, in your city, you will ask for Mysore dosa, Mysore painting, Mysore sandal soap, Mysore pak, and Mysore paints and silk sarees. Now, go back in your memory and see what Mysore has played the role in our life. As far as the paper industry is concerned, the first paper mill, Mysore paper mill, again by the Maharaja's ancestral, it was installed in 1936 and it was converted to a public sector undertaking in 1977. Unfortunately, the company has closed down and I would be making a formal request to Maharaja to put the effort to bring back that mill to glory once again. Likewise, Mandya National, about 40 kilometers from here, which was on a strength of bagasse. They are non-operational, but I am sure something will happen and these mills will come back to life. The other unit is large is West Coast Paper Mill, which is one of the again oldest paper mill, which was established in 1955. After the inaugural session, we have a panel discussion where 9 learned people from the industry, manufacturing, uses, technology provider, they'll be joining and discussing what is the progress we have made to replace single-use plastic by paper and the headwinds we are facing. We had received 23 papers and we had to only carry forward 15 papers. The job of the reviewer was very tough, but the authors very much, what I should say, cooperated. Up and down, various changes were suggested, and I'm sure the papers that have finally come will add value to the seminar. Tomorrow, we have an excellent speaker by name Tanuja Aburi. She works for Amazon and she will be talking about out-of-box thinking to encourage innovation at workplace. Imagine today we all get bogged down in our routine so much that we miss a simple innovative way to solve the problem, and I'm sure please join it. There is a small change in the program. If you see the program sheet, after the Tanuja's speech, we were to continue forward, but as Maharaja is expected around 2 o'clock, after Tanuja's presentation, we will break for lunch and then come back, reassemble here at around 1:35, 1:45, start our concluding session and wait for Maharaja to come and give the best paper award and also the felicitation from our side. Last but not the least, to say to you, we have been holding seminar in a 5-star hotel, but not a resort like CFTRI, right? So this place is meant to host seminar. They hold a lot of seminar, but a different kind. Think of it that you are in a land of knowledge, you are in a land of wisdom. Mr. Ganesh Bhatti tells me yesterday that CSIR, CFTRI is the largest single public sector organization in the world which has 4,000 scientists. So I will say you are sitting in a Pavan Dharti of knowledge and wisdom. Please go around, do see the facility. You never know where industry and CFTRI would find collaborative meeting point. If even 5 industry out of this seminar go ahead with CFTRI, I think it would be a very, very healthy beginning, and it will embark a new future for paper industry. We have tried to build up some stopgap arrangement for food, all thanks to the team of CFTRI. It may not match to what you have been getting. So I am requesting you, think you have come to a university, a place of wisdom to gain knowledge and give a secondary sort of attention to the food and other facilities. Thank you very much and welcome you to this.
Thank you, Mr. Goel, for your kind words. Namma Mysuru, which means our Mysuru, is indeed a cultural capital of Karnataka. And the place that you are right now is a palace that was graciously handed over by the Maharaja of Mysore, the Odayars, to develop the Food Technological Research Institute, CSIR, CFTRI. That is the legacy that you are witnessing right now. Moving on, it's time to listen to the keynote speaker, Mr. P.N. Sridhar, DGM, Sustainable Products and Packaging, ITC Limited, Secunderabad. Mr. P.N. Sridhar has been a DGM at ITC Limited. His vision to develop and deploy paper-based solutions that can replace single-use plastics. He has been at the forefront in promoting the usage of credibly certified papers and paper boards and in creating awareness about the eco-friendliness of the paper. He is an alumnus of Indian Institute of Packaging and has been in the field of marketing packaging materials for nearly 3 decades. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, and thanks to His Excellency and of course the organizing committee of Ippta and of course to CFTRI. And I'm very happy to meet all the technical fraternity from the paper industry. When they asked me to deliver the keynote address, I was a bit surprised. I said, I don't think I qualify to be the keynote speaker in such a gathering. But the organizers had more faith in me than I myself had. So that is why I'm standing here in front of you today. I really haven't prepared, so I don't have a piece of paper from which I'm going to read out or anything. I'm just going to share with you some thoughts. And I hope both of us would be able to learn from that today, right? So let me begin by first complimenting the team which sang the Invocation song. It was very nice. Thank you very much. And it struck me that in my school I was taught only the first paragraph. The second paragraph was not taught to me actually. So that's the first learning at CFTRA for me. And as I kept thinking, first I thought, okay, I'm here in the heartland of Karnataka. So would Kannada be the right medium of speaking? But Kannada artha agutte, matadake baradilla, right? So I said, no, let me not take an effort, let me not take a chance on that. So while listening to the Invocation song itself, I thought some solutions for us have already been built into the song, right? So one of the lines says, Ya Shweta Padmasana, one who sits on a white lotus, right? So the lotus takes its nourishment from water, grows in water, but its leaf and its petals can repel water, right? Most of you would say, okay, I can do that in paper, all I need to do is increase some sizing agents and I'll get water repellency. But then, nature also says that if you take it out and throw it into nature, it will naturally biodegrade and go away. So, most of the solutions that we have now been attempting of imparting barrier to paper, in our attempt to replace single-use plastics, the focus has been what happens on end-of-life disposal. Most of the packaging guys today, if you see, initially they were looking at product package compatibility. That came for some time. Then came this thing of trying to reduce cost, right? So in that nature, they kept on working towards that end. But before I go into that, let me try to paint a slightly larger picture, right? I wanted to take all of us today to a much bigger canvas, right? So I'm going to talk to you today about tourism, right? You might be surprised, what has tourism got to do with a Pulp and Paper Technical Association and CFTRI? Let me try and see if I can link where the government is heading today on this. So if you look at the World Economic Forum Tourism Index, I think in 2021 we were at number 56 or 54. I think our rank has slightly improved now. And there are many parameters which kind of decides where we are on the global scale. All of you would agree that India is a beautiful country. We've got mountains, we've got rivers, we've got the seashore, we've got everything that nature has got to offer. But we have never marketed them the way, the Europeans or the Westerners market their places, right? Sometime back I was in Mauritius and they said 5-color earth. I went and saw that I could find it in any village in India, but it was nicely packaged and sold with some kind of a aspect to it. So when you look around ourselves, they said, okay, why are we not growing much? Why aren't we a big tourism destination? Because the more tourist inflow, the better it is for all the industries, including our own industry. One of the aspects is the litter that you find wherever you go. Sir said that Mysore is a beautiful city. Yes, it is excellent. And Mysore does have a special place in our hearts, also one of our most respected and long-standing customers for our businesses from Mysore. So when you look around, we see that there is a lot of litter, right? And therefore you would have found that in order to finally reach this end goal of making India the global tourism destination, the first effort was Swachh Bharat, in creating awareness about cleanliness. Taking off from Swachh Bharat has now come the extended producer responsibility for plastic packaging. Why plastic packaging? As I told you, as packaging managers slowly started trying to reduce cost, all that they did was they made the plastic thinner and thinner and thinner. To the extent that even a secondary packaging material was somewhere in the range of 25 to 30 micron, right? Excellent properties, very good moisture resistance, very good oxygen resistance, very good water repellency, good printing. All the lines were designed to run plastic, but none of us thought about what happens after we throw this out of our homes, right? So therein became the biggest problem, that plastic had the huge potential to litter. So littering potential was the first thing the government started looking at. Now what happened is that you will find that as opposed to plastic, the paper industry has always had an excellent stream of waste paper collection and recycling. We have always found value in repeatedly recycling paper, right? Whereas the plastic industry, for especially multi-layer laminates, failed to do that, right? So that's where the first failure occurred. And as the thickness kept going down and down, for the Swachh Sanchalak or the rag picker, it was unremunerative to collect plastic. If he spends 5 hours of collecting plastic wrappers in chips packets, he might get 1 kilo. In just 1 hour, he can collect as much as 20 to 30 kilos of waste paper, right? Thereby contributing to his own livelihood also. So they stopped picking up plastic. Metal gets recycled very well. Glass, all of us know, gets recycled very well. Paper also gets recycled very well because there is a well-established both formal and informal recycling mechanism existent in the country. But plastic was not like that. Therein came the single-use plastic ban, and then the EPR was introduced, and both of them have now been fused together. So if you read the introductory paragraphs of the plastic ban or even EPR, it talks about littering potential. If anything has got the potential to become litter, then the government wants to remove it at its source itself, which is why the ban came about. Now today, we have been speaking for the last 5 to 6 years, all of us have been working on paper-based barrier-coated solutions, especially for food packaging, and trying to see where we can take this forward. I would like to make a small differentiation here. I would like to split food packaging into 2 parts. The first, I would like to talk to you about food and beverage dispensing or takeaway or delivery, which is a much larger market than just food packaging alone, right? Now, why am I differentiating this? Because in food packaging, as I mentioned to you, the barrier properties required for different types of food is very, very different, right? And paper does not solve all of that so far. A lot of research has been going on adding these barrier chemicals. But one positive viewpoint in all that research is that people have been ensuring that it is recyclable, right? It continues to be recyclable. Now that is one biggest myth which I would say that, all of us are probably responsible for propagating on society. By declaring our product as recyclable, it means nothing, right? So having realized this, if you read the Ellen MacArthur Foundation's definition for recyclability, to which most of the major companies and brands are signatories, you will find that it says for a given population, at least so much percentage of packaging material must be collected and it should be recycled, and there must be a mechanism for collection and recycling. It's a very broad definition. They do give you the percentages. If the packaging material qualifies within this, only then it is truly recyclable. Otherwise, they have simply just left it at recyclability. We have not implemented what happens post-disposal, right? So I split this into 2 parts. First, I said food delivery and takeaway and food dispensing. There, from plastic, from let us say styrofoam, the first option that people would definitely look at is paper, right? So you've got paper cups, you've got paper bowls, and although traditionally paper cups have been coated with LDPE, now of course there are so many other solutions available. You are going to listen to speakers for today and probably the rest half of tomorrow on what are these solutions which are available, right? All of them would be designed with some recyclability factor built into it. But then, after we drink from a paper cup, what happens to it? is the question that we will face, not now or probably within the next 1 or 2 years. Who is responsible for collecting it and recycling it, right? Now you can always put up your collars and say, hey, you know what, paper industry has always collected waste paper and recycled. But we are talking about food waste remnant in the paper cup and bowl, which means tea bags, remnant tea, milk, juice, coffee, remnant particles of rice sticking to it, chicken leg pieces, so on and so forth, right? None of us would touch that with a barge pole in any of our recycling mills. So therein lies the weakest link in the chain of how are we going to ensure that although paper is a very, very viable solution, both economically now it is becoming viable. I will touch that slightly later in my speech. How are we going to ensure that good quality material is available for recycling? Now, all of us know that the minute it is direct food contact, Professor Mache also mentioned it, that FSSAI bans recycled material for direct food contact. So, all the mills today would know that if you are going to use it for food contact, all of us would be using good quality virgin fiber, which can easily be recycled another 3 to 4 times. But if it is contaminated with food, it's not going to happen, right? So I think what has happened is the government has given this entire piece of EPR in its infancy. It has handed it over to the paper industry. It is now we who are the parents of this infant who have to ensure that this grows in the right manner and becomes a useful societal member. That is why I focus so much on how are we enabling recycling and how are we going to enable ensuring that this process is continuously done. I said I will touch upon the thickness. If you see that they started off with 50 microns for plastic, right? Minimum 50 microns. Slowly the law also changed to 75 microns. Now at 75 microns, previously if it was 50 or 24 or 30, paper had a very big yield disadvantage. But at 75 microns, the yield disadvantage vanishes. So now we are only at material comparisons and probably property comparisons. So it's becoming viable. Slowly, for industries, it will become viable. And many industries have taken pledges to reduce plastic consumption. And the first thing they will look at it is, what can we do with packaging, right? Now the EPR, although the implementation started a bit late, it's very, very serious. I don't know how many of you are involved in mapping it and reporting it to CPPB on their Central Pollution Control Board, on their digital portal. It's a pretty serious one. Come 2024, right, they are going to mandate how much is going to be the quantum of recycling, that it has to get recycled, and the categories of plastic slowly, the stringency of the EPR is slowly increasing, right? That being said, if you look at Europe, Europe is also looking at something like a modulated EPR. What is modulated EPR? Today, if you take Europe, EPR simply says if you're putting out plastic packaging which cannot be recycled, you pay as a fine. So many euros per ton. If you are putting out some other material, pay as a fine of so much, right? Of course, plastic rates for the highest fines, paper is really low as far as the fine is concerned. So somewhere we feel that by the year 2024 or 2025, modulated EPR will also enter the Indian fraternity. And we think there, slowly the government is going to start asking all of us who make both packaging material and material for dispensing to be accountable and responsible for collecting back whatever we put out into the environment. So bringing me back to my main point in the speech of enabling a source segregation, cleaning, and then waste paper collection mechanism. That is where I think this entire Ippta fraternity is known for various innovations. If you look at the last 10 to 15 years, the kind of innovations that the industry has done, especially on water consumption, on energy consumption or specific water consumption or specific energy consumption and specific emissions, we have taken long strides. All of this has been done within our factory walls. I think the next innovation has to be done outside our factory walls. It has to move to people who are going to consume and then dispense our products, and that is where our minds now have to be applied for the innovation part of it. Now, I'm very happy that we have tied up with CFTRI for this seminar. It's a very, very important birthstone, I would say, simply because not all types of food and beverages can be easily dispensed with or packed with paper in spite of barrier coating on the paper. There are challenges being faced. Typically, you would find that, all of us would use a simulant. It will be a chemical simulant which will say dry food or wet food or oily food, right? But that is usually the Westerners' definition of food and therefore the Westerners' definition of the simulant chemical. Somewhere we find that we ourselves should start trying to see what would simulate a lemon pickle, what would simulate a paneer butter masala or a biryani, and especially with turmeric or mustard oil in it, it becomes extremely difficult, even for those 30 minutes or 40 minutes that the delivery boy takes. Swiggy or Zomato guy takes to deliver the food to you. By that time it starts staining, even if the minute you change to a paperboard based container or tub. So that is one area which we might have to look at, where we jointly work with CFTRI and evolve solutions on testing. So the government is insisting that, look, tell us what needs to be tested based on Indian conditions, derive the standard through Bureau of Indian Standards for that, and then FSSAI will start specifying these standards, right? So that is the mandate which has been given back to the industry to work on, and that is something which some of us have been working on for so long. So one, on compatibility. Second, on ensuring an Indian scientific method of mapping how our foods interact with paper and its various barriers, and the need for collection, cleaning, and then recycling. This is what we have discussed so far. Another important topic which I'm sure the experts who come after me would be speaking about would be, are we doing something on paper with packaging going forward with barrier properties? Yes, there is a lot of work going on, but we are nowhere near what plastic is, right? But even if we develop these solutions, there is no point in simply claiming it's recyclable. It has to be recyclable within the Ellen MacArthur Foundation definition, and there must be a mechanism in place which will ensure that the product definitely gets recycled. So as I said, I think we are in a very, very exciting phase. A newborn baby has been given to us, in the form of EPR, and it's up to us to raise it well. Now, the minute you add any kind of barrier, EPR is very clear, it falls under category 3. Plastic in conjunction with paper, plastic in conjunction with any metallized film or whatever, falls under category 3, and it still places the obligation of collection and recycling on the producer, importer or brand owner. So any solution that we now talk about from going forward from here has to be looked at, is it falling under category 3? And category 4 is even more interesting. Category 4 says compostable material. The minute they said compostable material, you also have to show proof that it has been actually given to an industrial composting organization. It has been composted. He then registers as a plastic waste processor on CPCB, shows proof that he has composted the material. CPCB then transfers credits to him, and he can then transfer this credit to the people who gave it to him, right? Now, the minute we say we have got a compostable paper or a paperboard solution available, we will have to finally find somebody who is willing to take it and compost it. And that ecosystem is not yet fully developed, right? So there are multiple challenges facing us, both in materials, processes, but I think the biggest challenge is improving to ourselves and to society that on end of life, paper continues to remain truly circular. I think, gentlemen and ladies, that's the biggest challenge right in front of us. And I'm sure all of us will be able to rise up to this challenge and provide solutions. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for your thought-provoking address. As you mentioned very appropriately, recycling of paper that comes in contact with food commodities is still a huge challenge. Let's hope that some solution will be thought in this 2 days seminar. This inaugural program is presided over Mr. Ganesh Bharti, President, Ippta. Mr. Ganesh Bharti is the Director Operations, Sheshasai Papers and Boats Limited, Unit Erode. He's been a Technical Committee member of IPMA, Indian Paper Makers Association, and Indian Agro and Recycle Paper Mills Association. He is a member of Council of Association, CPPRI, and Energy Council, CII. He is the chairman of Paper Tech, CII, Hyderabad. He has presented many papers on pulp and paper at national and international seminars. He has chaired many sessions in Ippta and other conferences. We are happy to hear you, sir.
Good morning and welcome to this Ippta seminar. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನನ್ನ ಹಾರ್ದಿಕ ಶುಭಾಶಯಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಸುಸ್ವಾಗತಗಳು. The dignitaries from the dais, respected Dr. Sridhar, Director of CFTRI, Professor Rajesh Mate, who is the seminar organization committee, Mr. Sridhar, the packaging sector ITC Limited, and he is the keynote speaker of this seminar, our ex-president and the president of IPMA, Pawan Agarwal, Honorary Secretary General Mr. M.K. Goyal, other dignitaries, many industry leaders like Chandak Saab, Pankaj Shah, Dr. Ashok Kumar, so many eminent leaders are present here. My industry colleagues, eminent scientists from CFTRI, ladies and gentlemen, and the press. Mr. Goyal, while explaining about this background about this seminar, he was mentioning about how we have selected this Mysore for this seminar. All of you have proved us right that the selection of this venue, the selection of the topic is right. Today we are in a beautiful city of Mysore, a royal place, a royal institute, a reputed institute, and also that the topic is a burning issue, and it is the main objective of this topic to discuss on it. I think all of this have made really wonderful and a pleasant place to discuss on this main subject. I was going through the vision statement of CFTRI. The CSRI is a Council of Scientific and Industrial Research Institute under the Ministry of Science and Technology, and under that the CFTRI is also working. And their vision is to enhance the quality of human life of the citizens of India through innovative science and technology, globally competitive R&D, by sustainable solutions and capability building. And it is in line with the Atma Bharat initiative by the government. And also, we are all aiming for a Amrita Kal in the next 25 years' time. So this topic is also in line with that. So we are in the right path. Dr. Mache was mentioning about inviting the industries to participate more and more on these scientific works. Sir, we have already initiated this collaborative work. For the last 2 years, I am working with some of the scientists here, Dr. Sandeep, and on actually effluent treatment sector, and also with Dr. Sunil Kumar of CSRI Dehradun on energy management. We are working with the CII for energy management, Bureau of Energy. So the industry outlook, it has totally changed now. So that kind of a collaborative work, it has already started. Already it is started. But there is a long way to go, and we have to find a large spectrum to see our progress in paper industry. This seminar is a great opportunity for all of us to discuss on various options or the opportunities available with us to move forward towards sustainable solutions of the products. Also, this seminar will facilitate to find the solutions to replace the main objective, single-use plastic replacement, and also to develop food-grade products, which are becoming more and more popular and essential. And this is the right forum to leverage to prosper and grow. Paper industry is witnessing a quantum change in its operations. The product portfolio is changing, the priorities are changing, but at the same time the opportunities are also available with us, and we are all trying to explore those situations or the technologies which are available in the market. Government has banned single-use plastic. The implementation is taking some time, but at the same time, the paper industry is also taking some time to develop a suitable product to replace plastic, equivalent to that usage, equivalent to its life sustainability. Coming to this plastic usage, just I want to give you a fact. About 25 years ago, in 1997, a British navigator, and he was a research scientist, he was sailing through North Pacific Sea, ocean. And while sailing, he has observed from a distance that one island type area he has noticed, and he was very much happy that he has invented an island. When he approached, to his surprise, it was a garbage patch. And that garbage patch is called as GPGP, Great Pacific Plastic Garbage. Can you imagine the area of that patch? And afterwards it was found that that area is of 1.6 million square kilometers, which is almost 6,500 times the area of this Mysore city, or 3 times the area of France, or 2 times the area of Texas. And it is in between Hawaii Islands and California. And after further study, it was noticed that similar type of patches are there in the Pacific Ocean. Still, study says that there are 5 oceans which are badly affected, and the Indian Ocean is also one of them. This is the kind of the damage created to the human life or to the aquatic life by the plastic. So there is a strong need to replace okay, may not be possible immediately to replace 100% plastic with a suitable grade of paper. Developments are already taking place. We are already able to at least match some of the requirements, and we are moving in a right direction. And we are also now working with CFTRI, and this is the right institute to help us to find a solution to this. Some of the statistics are very, very alarming. About 450 million tons of plastic is generated every year, and by 2050 it is about to touch about 600 million tons. And only 6 to 7% is being recycled. If that's the same rate of recycling, again, your definition of recycling and reusability, I am not going to touch it here, but if the same rate of recycling happens, you can imagine that many oceans, it will be covered by this plastic garbage. 4 years ago, there was a heavy rain in Kerala, and we have seen what has happened afterwards. Every drainage of that city was fully choked with the plastic, and it has damaged the total life there. And it took months together to come back to the original state. So there is a lot of opportunity for the paper industry to grow in this sector to replace the plastic. Only thing is that the time and the effort we put in to replace with a suitable product, that is very, very important now. We are now sitting in a very right place, and industry leaders are here who have led the industry for decades. We have the eminent scientists here. We have all kinds of resources. I am able to see many technology suppliers, many chemical suppliers, many heads of the institutes, many scientists, the decision makers, all are here. So this is the right time to discuss our issues and to find a solution to our main issues like replacement of single-use plastic, and to find a good product for the food grade sector. And the waste, the plastic waste which is being generated, where it is ultimately it is finding its way either for the landfill or it is going to this sea. And ultimately it comes to the atmosphere in any one of the form of the contaminants. The air we breathe, the water we drink, or the food we eat, anywhere or anyhow we are finding these contaminants. So better to replace it as early as possible. So industry working style is changing. We are sitting in an institution known for its intensive work in developing food grade products. As per the international standards, this is what Dr. Machi was also yesterday discussing. So many industry leaders can have their views here, and they can have a very good interaction in the next 2 days' time. So I am looking forward to a very meaningful sessions which will help the industry to grow. We have a lot of talents, young, I am able to see very young talents here who can deliver. Yesterday, Pavanji was also mentioning that the industry or the Ippta is growing, and it is a good sign for paper industry, and it will grow further. Definitely there is a better future for paper industry, and we will all grow. Only that collaborative work, working for a common goal, find a common solution to our issues that will show us the way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh Bharti, for highlighting the pressing need for the recycling of plastics and finding solutions for sustainable environment and health. It brings me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh to this August gathering, Director, CSIR CFTRI, the key patron of this zonal seminar. Director of CSIR CFTRI, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, is an accomplished food technologist, active researcher. She has made notable contributions in the research field on protein structure-function relationships, enzymes as food ingredients, nutraceuticals from traditional foods, and made many technologies to combat malnutrition. She has published over 50 manuscripts in a peer-reviewed journal and holds 11 patents, out of which 5 are US patents. Her current research includes exploration of alternate sources of protein and micronutrients to combat malnutrition and developing novel food ingredients for health benefits. She has several technologies have been successfully transferred to the industry, benefiting over 40 entrepreneurs. It's an honor to listen to you, ma'am.
Ellarigu namaskara. A very good morning to all of you present here. Thank you, Dr. Purnima. From her introduction, you would have realized I have nothing to do much with paper, which this seminar is all about. But just like food, where you require, carbohydrate, protein, fat, vitamins, minerals, all of that has to be a part of the food. And only then we can be healthy. So probably all the stakeholders need to come together to find sustainable solutions. It is my privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the city of Mysore and especially CSIR Central Food Technological Research Institute. I warmly welcome Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Bhatti, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Goel, of course my colleague Mache, many of all the distinguished invitees, delegates, press and media, ladies and gentlemen. We have been in this city for nearly 73 years now. Like was told, this property was handed over to the government of India in the backdrop of the World War II and the Bengal famine. When in newly independent India, the government felt that there should be an institute which will address shelf life of foods as well as undernutrition. And while scouting around where it has to be housed, this property with the princely mansion was given. Further, there was a mention about capacity building, and in the late 50s, capacity building, especially for Asia and Africa, was started. And again, the United Nations wanted one of the countries to start this, but they were not willing to fund it. So this very hall you are sitting in, as well as the hostels that surround this hall, were built with the money under the Indo-Canadian Hunger Program, wherein many people sold pens on the street corners of Canada, and every 6 months the money was brought here and these were built. So why do I say this? Because we need to develop our own solutions and especially our scientific solutions. Only then technologies will come out. So once again, a welcome to CFTRI. We are gathered here for this zonal seminar of IPPTA under the theme Replacing Single-Use Plastic by Paper, with emphasis on food packaging, which CFTRI is co-organizing. So again, like many of you probably, I also was asking myself when this proposal came as to what is it paper has to do with us. And there were 2 or 3 things that came to mind. So if we are housed in a place handed over by the Mysore Maharaja, he also started the Mysore paper mills in Bhadravati, which was again a visionary aspect of the royal family. And we do have a food packaging department. It has had a glorious past and continues to work towards finding solutions in packaging. And therefore, why not because we have the scientific background and you are looking for technological solutions, hand holding would definitely make the pace go much faster. So I'm sure that every challenge, I think Mr. Sridhar has given up many challenges he has posed to this audience, but with the challenges also come a lot of opportunities. And if barrier can be put, I would like to ask if there could be a thin barrier that is made from alternate macromolecules that are already available in nature, and they are biodegradable in that extent. Can that be just peeled off after the food use, and only that be some other solution, maybe a fermentation, maybe I do not know, organic waste kind of a thing, and goes as fertilizer, whereas the paper can still be recycled. Why don't we look for things like that? So there are many exciting possibilities that come to the mind even as I was hearing you. And it's a good thing that I'm amongst the last speakers because I can keep it short. You have covered every aspect. But when you look at food packaging, there are many things that we need to understand. It is not simply replacing single-use or even recyclable plastic, which anyway is not allowed for packaging of food. The reason is food is perishable, first and foremost. Many of the grains, they are living materials, they are breathing. So there will be moisture that is coming out of these grains. There will be carbon dioxide and so on. So we need to look at all these factors. Moisture can affect it very badly. The shelf life is going to be depleted. And as we are looking at more and more processed foods for enhancing the shelf life, we need to keep this in mind that if the moisture content goes up, what is going to happen to the food? Paper does become soggy, and if it becomes soggy, its strength is gone. So we also look at food packaging in terms of the gas barriers. If oxygen or even light, for example, if the food is exposed to, some of the nutrients could get destroyed. Many times the colors would change, the flavor will change, and other chemical changes will happen. The packaging material also protects it physically, which means that there could be breakages if it is not protecting properly. If the barrier properties are not good, there can be microbial, biological spoilage too. And with all this, if you look at the wonderful machine that we call the human body, our nose can detect around 1 trillion smells. And ask any lady over here, she will tell you how easily she can make out the difference between a matching blouse and the sari. It is a real, very challenging job to, because our eyes are so good at distinguishing the colors. So the packaging material often has many additives and can impart flavor, can impart certain colors. Some of the chemicals that are used in making the package can leach into the food product, and all of this can cause food safety issues as well as sensory negative attributes to the food. So it is not as simple as told, and that is why probably plastic has been so popular. Although today it looks like the villain, it had all these wonderful properties which made it very useful to use for food packaging. And if I understand correctly, single-use plastic around 50% goes for beverage and food packaging only. And further, it is easy to print it, it is easy to mold it into any shape we like, which is not possible. It does not break, whereas glass breaks. But again, on the other side, when you look at the climate change and the greenhouse gases and so on, like was said, the ocean is full of plastic. It is estimated by 2050, probably there will be more plastic than fish in our oceans. That is very alarming. And plastic has this wonderful ability of only breaking up and not breaking down. So if it is not possible to break it down, it means that it will start breaking up to tinier and tinier and tinier pieces, and finally it will go into it is eaten up by the marine life, it is eaten up by the animals, and they are choking, the birds are choking, and this beautiful diversity what we see on earth probably will be at very great threat. And if we eat that fish, we eat those prawns, we eat those crabs, which means that the plastic is also coming into our body. And this, more and more we have become aware because of the kind of lifestyle diseases that we see today. And therefore, we have to find a balance between what we are eating, how we are living, and what it is doing to our planet. So I cannot think of a much better topic and theme that can be discussed on the podium today and tomorrow. And I hope that some leads at least we will get, because the challenge is too big for 2 days to get solutions. But at least if we can get leads, definitely I'm sure we also need to hold hands together, because you are the experts on paper, but I think we know a little bit about food. So all of us come together, definitely we will be able to solve this great problem, and taking small steps at a time. I wish this seminar all the very best. I'm sure it will be hotly debated and discussed, and all of us will be wiser after this. Please enjoy your stay in Mysore, enjoy the food, please see Mysore as well as CFTRI, and you all are welcome to come back to us with any projects. We will be happy to hold hands and work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for emphasizing the scientific expertise that CFTRI holds, which in collaboration with paper technologists can come up with appropriate solutions for the problems of single-use plastics, particularly for food applications. Thank you so much. The Ippta journal serves as a platform for researchers, academicians, industry professionals, and experts to publish their research findings, technical papers, and innovations related to the pulp and paper sector. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the Ippta Journal 2023 now. Thank you, dignitaries. Now it is the most important event, that is the moment to appreciate and celebrate the contributions of Ippta members for the significant impact they have made through their endeavors. May I invite Mr. M.K. Goyal to the stage to acknowledge and honor the remarkable achievers.
Okay. Hello. Yeah. Ippta has a tradition. Wherever we go, we try to locate the people who are lost in history books of paper making. We did a great research. We tried to recall the people. Many of them, we have their blessings from the sky, and we are still lucky that we have some of them with us. So this is the occasion to, we call them, they are the heroes of paper industry. So I'll call couple of them we could connect. You know, older the person, it's very difficult to travel. Very difficult to travel. So we could get couple of people from Bangalore and Mysore, and here is my pleasure to first change over to the slide, please. Next slide, please. We have Mr. K.L. Chandak. Chandak Saab, please come to the stage. Mr. Chandak is a pillar of West Coast Paper Mill. I know him, Mr. Ganesh, as he comes, you and madam, please. I know him for last 5 decades in West Coast Paper Mill. He was a young chartered accountant, and just bear with me, at the age of 28 or 30, no commercial deal of West Coast would be signed until it has been vet by Mr. Chandak. We are very fortunate to have you, sir, here, and I'll request madam and Mr. Ganesh Bhatti to please. Chandak sir, would you like to say a few words?
Very good morning, members on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to come on a dais of Ippta seminar here in Mysore. I've had my whole career in the paper industry for 45 years and understood the ins and outs of the paper mills and the paper sector. So I have come across, developed the various techniques in the industry, even though I am an accountant by profession. But I would like to say something for the youngsters who are sitting here and the industry members who are sitting here. Industry has developed over a period of time, 70 years only. It's a small industry, not a big industry. We do not have size, international size we don't have here in India. And we have various limitations. Raw material is not there, power is not there, coal is not there, market is not there, everything is there. But one thing I realize is, talent is not attracted by the industry. Over the last 50 years, especially in Karnataka, whole talent was diverted to IT industry. And paper industry suffered a lot. The paper industry technology is not available. Then we ourselves created the Paper Technology Institute, ourselves, SI Paper Mill, we have created West Coast and SI Paper Mill created the colleges for the paper technology. So here my request to youngsters is, paper technology has to be developed and talent is to be invited for the paper industry, so that over the period of time, in the next 20, 30 years, we will be able to have good talent like Dr. Bharata and other dignitaries in the industry. That's the only piece of advice I want to tell you people. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to Mr. Dayal, who has invited me on this function. Thanks a lot to all of them.
Our next hero for the day is Vardhan Anant Narayan. Narayan, please come. Technically, to the Institute of Paper Technology in 1968 when he came, he was a year junior to me, but in fact he was senior to me because I came fresh from the academic background and he came with 7 or 8 years of experience in the industry. Now,
with watermark, which is the thing which has happened all these years. God knows what has AI chat got to do in the future, we don't know. But this art is slowly dying. But it should not die. We should go for classical papers, excellent papers. And this food packaging, it's a wonderful subject, and we should think about slow speed machines. Instead of going very high speed machines, like my friend Pawan here, we should go for slow speed machines, make high quality papers, excellent papers. And that should be the way. After having come and listened to all the lectures here, I hope I was 30 years younger. That's what I hope. Thank you very much. Thanks all of you.
Our another hero, elder, you all would have heard the name of this Sirpur paper mill. And please, Mr. Dattatreya, please come to dais. It was a very chance meeting with him, thanks to Dr. Purnima Priyadarshini, who connected us with Mr. Dattatreya. He has worked for the industry, 2004, 19, 20 years back retired, and has been in the forefront of Sirpur paper mill. Can I request Narayan and Zandakji for a group photograph here on the dais? I'm giving the trouble to you. Please come.
Dear dignitaries on the dais, and paper technologists assembled here, and ladies and gentlemen, it is a rare opportunity which has been given here for me, because I was not expecting this. By chance, Dr. Purnima spoke to me about this, and Mr. Goyal was kind enough to invite me, and I accepted this honor, and it's a great honor for me, and I am very happy to be here. So, before completing my talk, I would like to tell something about the quality. So, quality is something which is very important for the paper or for any material which has been manufactured. So, one thing everybody should understand is quality has to be built into a product, it cannot be inspected into it. So earlier when quality means, oh, keep on inspecting, rejecting. So those days are gone. So you have to manufacture quality into it. So to manufacture quality, what you have to do? You should have a capable process. So capable process is one which is very important, and any testing or confirming the quality is only to see that it is already there in the material. So this aspect has to be remembered by everybody. So this is one thing. Another one thing is, I want to tell to the industry is the water usage. So it has been estimated that the total water available on the earth is about 1.4 billion cubic kilometers. So out of this, only 1% is available for people, domestic purposes, industries and the agriculture. So you can understand what scarce material it is, and we have to ensure that water used in the industry is minimized and recycled, and seen that it is not destroyed. So thank you for allowing me to talk. Thank you.
So quality has to be manufactured, not inspected. Very well taken. Over to Dr. Purnima.
Thank you everyone. It's truly humbling to listen to the experience of the elderly achievers. As we come to the end of this inaugural session, may I now invite Mr. Pavan Agrawal, President IPMA, to propose the vote of thanks. So just a minute. Mr. Pavan Agrawal is the President of IPMA. He is a BTech in Electrical Engineer from the Institute of Engineering and Technology, Lucknow, and an Executive Postgraduate Diploma in International Business. He has set up Ms. Naina Papers Limited at Kashipur, Uttarakhand in 1995. Under his able leadership, the Naini Group has grown materially. NPL commissioned HV fiber line of 1 lakh MT per annum from Belmont in 2021. The company is putting up a specialty paper machine for approximately 1,35,000 tons per annum in Belmont. Under his leadership, Naini Group obtained the Environment Award in 2004 and 2005 and the Excellent Water Management Award in 2007 by CII. Please, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purnima. Good morning, friends. I got a call from Mr. Goyal a few days ago, and he asked me to present vote of thanks for this inaugural session. And I asked Mr. Goyal, why me? Why should I make a vote of thanks? So he said, no, you are president of IPMA, and I want you on the dais. And once you will be on the dais, then you will have to speak something. But unfortunately, I don't have any vacant session for you. So better give vote of thanks. So, and you cannot argue with Mr. Goyal. Thank you so much, Mr. Goyal. Friends, what a session it has been, and what a wonderful talks we have heard so far. For the Indian paper industry, I can only say that the Indian paper industry has come of age. And I know I'm seeing a lot of literally old friends in the audience, and new generation as well. Friends, we have to really understand that whatever we have done, I said we have come of age, but whatever we have done is really too little. And too much has to be done in the coming days, in the coming years. And we have to really understand that Indian paper industry is, and everybody has to understand, even the outsiders, the government of the day, the policy makers, the institutes, they should really know that paper industry is a very important cog in the wheel, in the developing wheel of this nation, a very important cog. You see, you take any of the policies of the central government, paper industry has a role to play. You talk about Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, who better than paper industry? You know, we are the natural scavengers, you know, for the waste being generated in the country. And then, literacy mission, 100% literacy mission for India. Is it possible without paper industry playing a role in it? So friends, one thing is there, and you heard all the eminent speakers. Paper has a DNA which is natural, which in itself is sustainable. We make, originally it is all wood, and then wood or agro. Even if it is recycled fiber, it originates either from wood or agro. So our DNA of our product is sustainable, is biodegradable, is natural, unlike plastic. But we have to be very careful about our manufacturing process. Here lies the key. Our manufacturing processes have to be sustainable as well, have to be environmentally friendly as well. And I can declare here, being IPMA president, and with all conviction and data we have, that over the past 1 to 1.5 decades, has reduced its water consumption, fresh water consumption by 80%. And that is phenomenal. Yes, you can clap for yourself. So, I mean, if your product is sustainable, your product is biodegradable, but the manufacturing processes per se is not sustainable, then it really doesn't make any sense. So we have to be very cautious about our overall energy consumption, our overall carbon footprints, and the chemicals we are consuming, to make a sheet of paper. We have to be very careful about that. And we really heard a lot of technologies are there. And friends, let me tell you, there is no need to invent the wheel again and again. So much technology is available pertaining to this session of Ippta's topic. Replacing single-use plastic. Lot of research has been done over the past 1 decade all over the globe. We have to simply adapt that technology to our use, to suit our requirement in association with CPPRI and CFTRI, and we can definitely make a product which can replace single-use plastic in the country. So I would like to complete the responsibility which is given to me. First of all, I would like to thank, and I think this is for the first time I am seeing a seminar being organized by Ippta in association with an institute of such a repute. I think this is for the first time, Mr. Goyal, Ippta is organizing such a seminar. So thank you so much, CFTRI, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh, who is director of CFTRI, for being a partner with Ippta. And this is not a one-off event. I think this partnership will go a long way and definitely will achieve whatever we have thought of. And Napoleon Hill once said that whatever a human mind believes, whatever a human mind believes and conceives, it can achieve. So I'm pretty sure whatever we believe in, we are definitely going to achieve. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thankful to our wonderful keynote speaker. And he was very clear from the word go that he wants to make our fundamentals right. So he set the tone for this seminar when he said that we have to be very careful about the challenges. He didn't mean that we cannot overcome them. But first of all, we have to recognize the challenges. The path is not so very easy. So thank you so much, Mr. Sridhar. That was really wonderful of you. And it was, we can have a round of applause for our keynote speaker. He really set the tone, Mr. P. N. Sridhar. And then I'm also thankful to Mr. Rajeshwar. We had a good conversation last evening as well. And he was again, upfront in saying that, okay, it is always good to know that paper can replace plastic. But friends, plastic is also doing a lot of research. Those people are also doing a lot of research. They are coming with the biodegradable plastics. So you are going to have a tough competition from this industry as well. And they have got an outreach. So friends, it is really going to be a challenging race. But thank you so much, Mr. Rajeshwar. And then again, our president, Mr. Ganesh Bhatti, he worked tirelessly on this particular topic. And this topic is so very dear to your heart, Ganesh. You are doing a wonderful job. Thank you so much for organizing this event and connecting with everyone and making it really a grand success. Friends, we have someone over here who I don't know, what kind of energy and where from does he get this energy? Mr. M.K. Goyal. And he works tirelessly for Ippta. And this is all because of his efforts that we are seeing this day. We are seeing this kind of seminar in this kind of venue. And so can I really request all of you to please give a round of applause to his efforts. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks to our awardees who came all the way from various places. And you have given so much to the paper industry. It was a small honor from our side to all of you. Thank you so much to Director CPPRI, all the scientists of CPPRI, to various industry representatives, technocrats, and all the industrial representatives and students. I can see And last but not the least, the press. Today's coverage, as somebody mentioned, it was really quite good, and it gave lot of confidence to us, and it really projected paper industry in the positive light. So thank you so much, friends, and I'm sure the next 2 days are really going to be very productive, and we are really going to take home a few important messages from this seminar, and we are really looking forward to work collectively to really deal with this menace. Thank you so much. Thank you. Uh, and I would like to, I've been given one more responsibility by Mr. Goel. We are so very thankful that we have got eminent guest on the dais with us, Dr. Sridevi Annapurna Singh ji. May I request ma'am to please come forward. We would like to honor you with a small memento. And may I request President Ganesh Bhatti to please honor ma'am with a memento from Ippta. And now I would request Mr. Krishna Swami, CMD Shripati Paper and Boards. Yeah, Mr. Swami, please come on the dais. And please honor our keynote speaker, Mr. P.N. Sridhar. So thank you so much, friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pawan Agrawal. Let us hope that this two-day seminar organized by Ippta and CSIR CFTRI will set the stage for innovation, knowledge exchange, and collective action, paving a path for a greener and more sustainable future. Thank you one and all for being part of this event. And before we conclude, may I request everyone to please raise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you once again, and I request all of you to kindly join for the high tea, which is arranged outside the auditorium. Thank you. I request all the ladies and the senior citizens to kindly join for the tea at the VIP hall. I request all of you to please be back in 15 minutes for the panel session.
Check, check. Hello. check, test, check. Check, hello, test, check. ನೋಡಿ ಇವಾಗ ಕರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ. ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಚೆಕ್. ನನಗೆ ಹಲೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಚೆಕ್. Mic check test. Hello check 1 2. Test check. Hey check. Check check. Hello check check check. Hello check 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 1 check. Hello check check check. Check check. Hello check check. Live check ಮಾಡಕ. Hello check check check. Hello check check. Hello check 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 1 check. Hello check 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 check. Hello check. Live work ಕೇಳಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಈ ಕಡೆ ಸರ್ ಈ ಕಡೆ. Check. Hello. Check. Check. Hello. Check. Check 1 check. Hello. Hello. Check. Wow.
Hello. Can you all please take the seat? We'll start the session, please. Would you please take the seat? Please take the seat. Kindly take the seat. Okay, great. So we start the panel discussion titled Replacement of Plastic by Paper, Journey Traveled So Far and the Headwinds that we are facing. We have today 6 panelists and a moderator, and I take this privilege to invite them. Our first panelist is Mr. Jagdeep Hira. Mr. Jagdeep Hira, please come over. He is the CEO and Managing Director of Yash Paper, Pulp and Paper Technologies from Pilani. Pakka stands for Packaging with Soul, and last 2 words K are in Greek language, which means soul, and KK is the name of his ancestors. Vision of the company is to be leading provider of compostable food packaging, and Pakka has done really wonders in terms of providing disposable plates, and 30 years of working experience with mill like Build, Padamji, Quantum, etc. Our next panelist is Mr. Nandeep Banerjee. Mr. Nandeep Banerjee, well, as a consumer industry, he heads packaging department of Britannia, joined Nestle after completing masters from Indian Institute of Packaging, carries 14 years of rich experience with Nestle, and recognized as a global expert in hands-on experience in various industries, collaborated with diverse global multinational teams throughout the career. We have then Dr. Professor Mache. Dr. Mache, please come over. Well, people know you so well that I'll skip your introduction, right, Dr. Mache? Then we have Mr. R.V. Tendulkar from Padamji. He is a AGM R&D QC Environment, Padamji, Bachelor of Science from University of Pune. Area of interest is developing a specialty paper for use. Padamji pioneers his specialty paper in various grade of food packaging, industrial packaging. And he and his team are closely working to develop products for sustainable packaging. We have Sanjay Yadav from Century. Sanjay ji, please come over. M.Tech Pulp and Paper from IIT Roorkee. His expertise spans integrated processing in hardwood, various paper mill processes, and he has published several technical papers, and he has undergone technical training in various quality related verticals in the industry. Thank you very much. We have then Mr. Vijay Patharkar. Vijay ji, are you here? Please come over. He is General Manager R&D Built Graphics, graduate from Pune Science Institute, heading QAC R&D Coating Kitchen for the past 20 years at Ballarpur, and collaborated with prestigious print houses, printing institution, R&D laboratories, and developed various grades of coated paper for graphic industry. Leverage the ban on single-use plastic to create coated and uncoated paper for flexible packing, and working with major manufacturing to offer barrier-coated paper as a substitute. So Dr. Mache, he addresses your concern to great extent. And we have our own Pankaj Bhai. Pankaj Bhai has done the honors in couple of Ippta seminars, and he's a partner. People will say that Pankaj Bhai has such a vast experience in handling paper in coating stage, carton stage, running his own company, and he has lived in USA for 14 years and worked for Continental Forest Industries, joined and expanded family packaging business in India. So an expert of packaging, introduce water-based coating for paper and flexible packaging, and associated with various industry forums in the past as president of the Federation of Corrugated Box. With these words, over to Pankaj Bhai. Your presentation has to be done, right? You'll do from here. Please give 2, 3 mics over there on the guy. And please switch on the here. Video.
Thank you, Mr. Goyal. You so rightly said that this is a place of knowledge. Saraswati Bhavan, I already feel the vibration sitting with all the elite speakers here. So thank you very much. Good opportunity and good subject that you have selected. I have a very short 8-slide presentation, if somebody can put it on. And then we have 2 rounds of questions which are prepared. And the third round we'll ask questions, open up for everybody to interact. Very happy with the first session in the morning. Very nicely presented the thoughts and ideas and set the tone for this entire seminar. We'll see if we can carry it forward and get some more thoughts or some more leads. So the title of this particular session is Replacement of Plastic by Paper, Journey Traveled So Far, and Headwinds Ahead. So we'll break it into 4 parts, the same sentence. First is replacement of plastic. Second is by paper. So this is the background. We're talking about replacement of plastic by paper. This is a common denominator, common background for the entire session. Then we'll talk about the journey traveled so far, meaning the replacement of plastic by paper has already started. We've seen paper cups, paper plates. Yesterday and today in dinner, the spoons were not metal. So we already started the journey. So we'll talk about journey traveled so far and the headwinds ahead. We talked earlier in the day, what are the issues with the paper in replacing plastics. So there are challenges, but we'll talk about one at a time by way of questions. I think there's some issue, but anyway, I'll just cover the presentation orally. The plastic material is a good material. We are not talking about plastic as a bad material. We're talking about plastic posing a disposable issue. Disposing of plastic is an issue. ये कोई मिट्टी का खिलौना नहीं है कि जो मिट्टी में मिल जाएगा. Plastic is a very good material, but it does not die easily. Therefore, how to dispose of plastics is the issue. Mr. Ganesh mentioned very clearly about the size of the problem, the island that they found. India also has the size of the problem. There is a study by Deloitte. I have a chart if you can find it, but the chart says India is the 3rd. Yeah, okay. Can you go forward to the chart? Yeah, stay there. It says, yeah, okay. Thank you. It says in terms of the amount of plastic waste generated and the disposability problem, the size of the problem, they are saying China is the first, highest, second is the Philippines, and third is Mera Bharat Mahan. Then there are countries behind us, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brazil, and so forth, so on. So being the 3rd largest country with the disposable issue, we need to urgently address the question. So therefore, I'm very happy that this organizer committee has selected this subject. My sincere thanks for giving me the opportunity Dr. Mache, Mr. Rathi, Manish Patel, Mr. Goel, and the organizing committee. I'm very happy to be here. It's very enlightening to talk about a subject which is a development oriented. Recyclable, biodegradable, and abundantly available is paper. We talked about that earlier in the day. Paper, this is my favorite line. Paper is the only packaging material. Paper is the only packaging material which can be grown and replenished eternally. Metal cannot do that. Plastic cannot do that. So we are fortunate to be in an industry where we can have the resource for our industry eternally renewable. We all know that every problem gives rise to a solution or opportunity, and we have gathered here to do just that. The experts here together will try to address some of these questions, and hopefully we find some leads. With that, I have 2 rounds of questions for the panel, and a third round will open up for discussion among all of us, and it's an interactive session. So first, we start with the organizer himself, Dr. Mache. Sir, your organization, CFTRI, is eyes and ears of the government on food packaging and safety issues. Migration, global migration or specific migration is a concern with paper in food contact. How do you see the road ahead for paper as it attempts to replace plastic?
Very good morning. Am I audible? Good morning, and Pankaj Bhai, thank you so much for setting the ball rolling. As I said in the morning, if you look at how the regulatory authorities are looking for this single-use application, and they have made a separate task force, basically to look from the different angle. Particularly, as Sridharji in the morning said, that there are 2 categories of the food, where the delivery and quick serving, and then another one is the normal packaging. Now, if you order food and you get food, a lot of times you get even sambar or even your tea also served in LDP pouches. A lot of times, at a lot of places, you have that fun. And then the regulatory authorities also saw the same thing, and even hot sambar also is packed. That is one issue, that is a bigger issue. Now, even if you take the case of paper-based materials also, and at this point of time, it is not on the radar, but it is not in a very happy state. Reason being, as he said in the morning also, so there is a sort of something coming from the packaging to the food and food to the packaging. And generally, if you look at the global migration, today we talk only on the global migration part of it. We say this much quantity is coming. But sometimes it can be 1 or 2 small components which can be very dangerous. Say, for that matter, phthalates or something which comes. They are not very good. So, at this point of time, from the safety point of view, number 1, when you pack the food should not change its taste to the extent where the consumer is not accepting. That is a basic premise. Another premise is it should not harm the human health. So human health with a global migration test alone will not take care of the human health. In the sense, that is the limits are very high in the global migration, but in the specific migration, you need to look at a very low level. Now coming back to this, these standards are not very well defined globally and not much in India. To some extent it is, and I think he is also in some of the, we are in BIS meetings as well as in Food Authority meetings, and we discuss, deliberate all that sort of things. But the representation from the paper industry, converters and users are there, but the paper industry representation is not that strong, and they don't, I'd say that in terms of technological development, they are not that proactive, I can say. But if that is not addressed, maybe down the line, there can be issues where, see, this is a competitive space. And somebody, as he said, somebody is developing biodegradable material, and they comes in and then say that there are problems with this and this. So at least as a industry, from the technology point of view, you should be very, very thorough. And I request this association to have that sort of a technical knowledge base with you, so that if somebody is representing from your side, from the technological point of view, from the safety point of view, you should have whole technical documentation ready with you. Because today you have seen the changes in regulatory affairs, which has not happened in last 20, 30 years, it is happening in last 1 or 2 years, as some of you are aware. This pace is going to continue. So you have to be proactive in terms of safety part of it from the global and specific migration, in terms of ensuring your product is safe, and also developing a methodology proactively to take care of the consumer. Thank you, Pankaj Bhai.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn to Mr. Hira. Sir, I want to tap your vision. We want to assess the size of the opportunity here. So I'll give you some background numbers that I was given. Plastic waste in India is estimated at about 3.5 million tons. And a rough estimate is only 35% of this is recycled. These are estimates. So as per this estimate, the balance of 3.5 million tons is 2.25 million tons, which is the size of the disposable problem. So repeating the number, 2.25 million tons is the size of the plastic disposable waste problem in India. Indian paper market is about 26 million tons, numbers given to me, out of which about 14 million tons go for packaging. This again, an estimate. I'm sorry for the longest question, but I'm trying to assess the size of the opportunity here for the audience. Hypothetically, sir, hypothetically, if paper can successfully replace plastic fully, which may not happen, which may be a challenge, but hypothetically to assess the size of the market, let's say it is possible to replace plastic fully and replace 2.5 million tons of plastic waste disposable problem. Sir, what would you guess the paper packaging in India could grow from 14 million tons to what number? 20 million, 22 billion, 25 million? What is the size of the opportunity, sir? Your vision.
Thank you, Pankaj Bhai, and good afternoon to all the audience present here. So it's not a long question, but many definitions are unhidden in it. I would deliberate on the definitions first, and then we'll come back to the numbers as such. We at PECA, probably when this event was coming up and Mr. Goel called up, so the theme and our vision, company's vision, are most aligned. So we were very excited, and we have many team members here. I think 12 or 13 people, team members are here to attend this, because the theme very well gels with our company's vision. Coming on to the definitions. So we talk of recyclability, Mr. Sridhar in the morning said. So it's a later stage, I would say. Refuse, reuse, recycle, biodegradable, and compostable. So we are not looking at end goal per se. End goal has to be a biodegradable or compostable, because as Indians, we know segregation is a hell of a challenge in India, and recyclability again is a question mark. If we talk of our inner layer, outer layer is to some extent recyclable in India. Collection system is pretty bad over here, and that needs to be thought of well while we define our product to suit it that range. So that was the definition, and then coming on to the numbers, Pankaj Bhai, I'll excite the audience with more of a numbers. Globally, if we say, Pankaj Bhai said the domestic numbers. Globally, if we see $360 billion flexible packaging in food packaging only is being done at a global scale. With this, the estimated, Pankaj Bhai, you asked, on the global scale, it's going to be double almost. $606 billion revenue would be generated out of this food packaging substrate per se, I would say, and it includes everything. It includes your dine-in, it includes flexible packaging, it includes takeaways as well. And out of this 606, what the prediction are there, around 37.3% is only going in uh, bakery and confectionaries. So, which is again, if you see the food content, the bakery and confectionaries are growing at a rate, within the food commodity are growing at rate of around 67% global. So that means the chunk is shifting to that place. Uh, Pankaj Bhai asked whether it can be done. Yes, we have demonstrated, as our organization has demonstrated to some part in delivery, takeaways, where we looked at a customer's requirement, looking from the customer's perspective, compostability. We are operating at that particular level on cutleries. Since last 5 years, we have a brand called Chuck, which is 100% compostable. Uh, Looking at again, then again coming up to this is for the domestic market, but again, if we look global, everybody is looking for PFAS free. So that's again is a challenge. So challenge can be overcome, Pankaj Bhai. I think there is a, a need to get collaborative, and the mills are, or the organizations per se, are not going to get that target done if they individually work in that domain. The need of collaboration with the innovation institutions, chemical suppliers, technology partners, and the customer. So, so, so it can be done. On the flexible packaging also, we are on the roadmap of developing flexible, which should be a home compost, not even a industrial compost, should be a home compost. We have developed till the industrial compost as of now, but we are looking at uh, a bigger leap now, which should be a home compost.
Thank you, Mr. Hira. Very positive response you have given. I like your word, it can be done. I'm happy to hear that.
So early in the morning, somebody said, nothing is impossible. And impossible also says, I'm possible. If you spell it correctly, it's I am possible.
Nice. Positivity. Positivity. Numbers are dynamic. Like you said, depends on the definition, depends on the time. But the message from Mr. Hira is there's a potential here, there's a huge opportunity here. And those of us involved in business development, this is music to our ears. So thank you very much. Mr. Banerjee, you are a unique position in this panel. You are the representative of the end users, brand owners. And we always say customer knows best. So from brand owner's point of view, what are the headwinds for paper to replace plastic?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pankaj, and good afternoon, everyone. So this is, I believe, and thanks for all the CFTRI for organizing this. This is very interesting and topic, and there are a lot of dignitaries here is explaining from morning. Also, I heard a lot of good vibes on paper. For brand owner perspective, and thanks for the welcome note. You may also mention that plastic is not a bad material. So only the thing is that how we collect, segregate, and put it in proper recycle stream. This is one part of the story. Second is the plastic alternatives. When you talk about alternatives, I'll also talk about elimination of plastics for the brand owner, which is much more essential, whether it is required for the consumer or not, and then we rectify those things and eliminate those from the packaging that was there. Second is in terms of alternative, we have paper solutions, we have recycled paper, we have compostable material, industrial composting, home composting. There are a lot of choices. And that's why, as a brand owner, it's also required, because what about packaging that we are using? Ultimately, it's going in the consumer, and it is going under the brand name, which is holds all the food compliance for all the regulatory part of it. So hence, it is it is very, very challenging journey so far. Because I work with, I think, lot many vendors in locally, globally, and they have solutions. It doesn't mean that solution is not affordable, is not available. But the key topic that we always be challenged is sustainability with affordability. Because when I talk about management, they always say that yes, I want plastic alternate of plastic packaging, but is it a cost effective? Is it affordable? Can we bring something affordable? So there the question mark is, and there all the with the papers, with barrier coatings and thing is actually enhanced. And if I ask consumer today, consumer is willing to pay 1 rupee or 2 rupee extra for the packaging. The question mark is yes or yes no. So that was the whole story lies. I'm not here as a means villain of paper, but yes, paper is the right alternates which is available with us as on today. And there are a lot of innovations is going on. It's not only all the vendors. There are a lot of startup is coming into in these segments developing. There are a lot of institute is working on various coating materials which work suitable. The another means I would also like to add one point that plastic, one 10 micron of film, which gives a mechanical strength or barrier properties. To replace with this 10 micron film with a paper, you have to go at least 50 GSM of paper. And that means we are increasing the paper GSM. So, and hence it's bit challenge because we have huge varieties of lines. The lines has to run. The product has to be stable inside the pack during the shelf life. That's why all the coatings comes into. Then paper also required a surface printing. We can't do reverse printing. So there are a lot of migration which Dr. Mashe also is talk about. The food compliance part of it is very challenging. And last and foremost important is the regulations. I also abide by all the regulation which is there in the markets. So overall, if I talk about it's yes, it's an opportunity. It's we can as a brand owner perspective, I'll say there is a because we have to eliminate single-use plastic by any means, whether it is elimination or go into paper or compostable materials. We also have a target given to us as a packaging department that you have to reduce that tons of plastics and with alternatives of any paper, compostable materials. And we hope that in future with the technology evaluation, with involvement of institutes, with startups, with vendors, we'll be able to resolve these issues. So that's all.
Yeah, thank you. So the message from you, Mr. Banerjee, is it's the need of the hour, but there are challenges ahead. And that's where the institute like CFTRI, IIP, and other institutes come into play. Together, we can have more seminars like this, discuss issues, and then come up with the solutions. Let's go to success story. Mr. Vijay Padharkar, your company has successfully replaced plastic pouches used in tobacco packaging. Paper is the part of the journey that you travel. Coating was the part of the journey that I traveled on the same success story. How has been the journey for you, sir?
It is a very interesting story, and sometimes the opportunities come, and the way they come, and the heavily they come to us. I will share one example. It's a very interesting example. In 2011, the Apex Code banned the usage of plastic on tobacco and tobacco-allied products. This happened in the January. In month of March, a gentleman came to our office along with our marketing department. And by the time we had a new machine having capacity of around 12,000 tons per month production, it's a big line. And he came to meet us because there's a ban on the plastic on the that and for the gutka, the pan masala, all the tobacco packaging, and they want to replace, and there is no solution, and they want to survive in this industry. So when he came to see us, by the time they started using the paper in their packaging, he asked me can you book this entire paper machine for us? Because I'm in this industry, I say that with our big customers, like, can you give order of 100 tons, 200 tons, 500 tons? This gentleman is asking us, can you book the entire machine for us? And it was a interesting question, but we also got surprised what he's talking. When we went into details, we understood that around 6.5 lakh tons of pan masala and gutka is being consumed every year, and this is being packed in 2 grams, 5 grams, 10 grams packages. And now they want to replace something of that with paper. When this happened, they did not have any knowledge how to go ahead, what paper to be used. But only one thing, plastic, when you print, looks much better. So our paper was a coated paper, it was glossy, so they approached to us. Okay. So the question came now, replacement. First question come replacement. So when this happened, in next 2 months, we got thousands of tons of orders from this industry. So when I thought that is this person was joking, but this got realized in next 2 months. Then when we interacted with this industry and how it works, because earlier we were only in publishing grades. Though we were in coated paper, it was a specialty one time. We were doing all the job for publishing. This industry totally different. Now there is going to be laminate and they will be making bobbins. So every change in that line will have the influence on your paper. That we have to take in account. And they also did not know what is to be done. Our machine was designed for heavy grammage. 70 grams used to be minimum grammage. So they started replacing immediately with that 70. After 3-4 months, when we also started interacting with those guys and that industry, only one demand came from the industry, please reduce. So we thought we should reduce, and really I should thank to our management, because when we wanted to reduce our grammage from 70, machine was not designed for that. And we wanted to, their demand is as much as you can reduce, we want that. From 70 grams, we went directly to around 55 grams. From 50, we were ready for around 45 grams also. But it was, we have to mentally prepare ourselves for that change, big change. We had to make some changes required on our machines also. We had to understand the applications of product, because in this industry, the organized sector was there. Only the organized sector was knowing how to work with paper. Unorganized sector, one is using, suppose we have coated paper, one is printing on one's coated side. When we went to some other customers, he is printing on uncoated side. It was a question to us, but it was learning for us also. He says, I'm okay with this. If I'm printing also on coated side, I'm okay for me, but my heat seal lacquer application is getting reduced if I use coated side for that. So everybody is doing differently, and we have to make the product be suitable for many customers in this business. That was a learning for us, and we could do it very well within that also, and that was a challenge for us. And we had to do. Suddenly what happened, I never heard, we always heard that lot of dumping is happening in our paper from China, but how it is coming? It is coming with containers by shipway. A leader in this lamination industry, in 1 month, he imported almost 6,000 tons of paper, this flexible packaging paper, by air. This was the second thing. First was somebody is asking me, can you book a complete machine for us? Second person is importing that much paper by air to maintain demand of his industry. And then they are the brand owners. So these people are the brand owners of that industry. When we started interacting, he put only one thing. Now we are working with 55. We are not happy with 12. We want to reduce it to 50. Okay. Then we decided to how to work on that. This was a good challenge and good journey, but we had to do it typically in 1 year's time from that place. Then we decided, because for that machine we need to maintain productivity also. Machine was not designed. We have to invest also. We need to have that investments are also coating techniques also. So we could do it, and really this is a big industry today. Almost you can say almost 500,000 ton of paper, 50,000 tons of paper. We do it, and almost that much paper is getting imported every year from the. This is the flexible packaging what we have in this. What it may be food, it may not be food, but basically we could replace the plastic on a big way with this flexible packaging paper.
Very nice, successful story. And I share your experience. We have airlifted chemical coating for heat sealing the foil, and it was never done earlier. But we booked cargoes and cargoes by air to supply the same industry, same group of people. But successful story, and like Pawan Agarwal's comment earlier, if you conceive something, make up your mind to do it, it can be done. And here is a successful story. It was done. Thank you very much, sir. Let me turn to Mr. Tendulkar. We talk about paper being porous. We talk about paper not having barrier properties, inherent barrier properties. But your company has been producing papers for decades, and you have parchment paper, glassine paper, greaseproof paper in your portfolio. How has been the journey so far for you, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. Padamji is a specialty paper manufacturing company, first company to produce a butter paper in India. So these glassine, greaseproof, and vegetable parchment papers are produced with the softwood and hardwood pulps sourced from Scandinavian and Latin American companies. So to achieve the barrier properties and like food and greaseproof properties, it needs high mechanical treatment like high refining, super calendering, and all these things. So this technology was developed in Padamji, and then we are for last 4 decades we are successfully producing these papers and catering to the various food, pharmaceutical, as well as flexible packaging markets. Now coming to the way forward, we are looking to remove the single-use plastics as well as replacing single-use plastic as well as multi-layer packagings. So we are working on it, and we have a wide range of products with us, and with the various chemical suppliers, coating suppliers, we are developing these products. So we could definitely achieve some kind of replacement of plastics with our products.
Thank you. Another successful story. For years you've been doing this.
Yes, yes.
You know, we know paper as a weak barrier property material, but you have overcome the challenge. This is what we are talking about. What are the challenges and what can be done? Mr. Sridhar, if I may ask you a question, sir, if you don't mind. OGR paper has its own requirement to retard migration. What are the parameters where paper is yet to meet plastic performance? We have example of Padamji, what they are doing. Other barrier coatings are available. But in terms of sustainability and your overall vision, what are the parameters of paper yet to match plastic?
Okay. As far as barrier is concerned, I would say definitely on oxygen transmission, we are nowhere near. Whoever you talk to, none of them have yet come up on OTR. Some work has happened on WTR, so that can probably look at it. But everything has to go through what the government calls the recyclability proof or the compostability proof. So selects the European one, which has come up with a recyclability measure. That is something which, CPPRA and we have also been talking about. And so it has to be, so the government will now say CPPRA has to clear it, Only if they declare that it is recyclable up to beyond so much of percentage, then it will be considered. Otherwise, it's not going to happen.
All right, sir. So what we are saying is MBTR, we are far further ahead than we are on OTR. So OTR is very important for food packaging, sir. So as long as we are not anywhere near plastic on OTR, oxygen transmission rate, we have a journey to travel yet to get there. Vijay, sir, taking a cue from your success on tobacco pouches, going from all plastic to no plastic, do you feel the government should ban plastic packaging to promote alternates like they did for tobacco packaging?
See, every Environment Day, okay, we see in all our news. Hello, on the every Environment Day, we see lot of government advertising saying that one-time plastic use is totally banned, but actually it is not happening. If government does that only, then lot of work we can do more on that also. We see that if you go to vegetable market, sometimes no plastic bags, the people will be moving, the agencies will be moving, they will be stopping to give these, distribute this. But after 1 month, we find that you will find all the things available in the market. So unless we take up with the government and what they claim to have, whatever the policies they have laid on, if they try to implement it, then we can play a bigger role. In the cup stock also, earlier we have now developed solutions with a normal, with different other coatings which are sustainable. But P still a major. And again problem is, how do person who is a picker, who is going to pick all these things, how does he understand what is a P packed and which is a sustainable, or you can say PLA or something other packed? How to differentiate between that also? If you do not differentiate with that, then probably whatever you are going to collect also, if you mix that plastic together, then sabhi kaam kiya, usko pani phirne ka kaam hai. So these are the two things. What if the government does, definitely they ban the plastic one by one, then we should be able to replace with some other solutions which are sustainable.
So there are two sides of the coin. On one side, the success story of tobacco packaging is government put a ban and implemented, and industry responded, and alternate was found. That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin is when the ban comes in the picture, if the industry is not ready to provide solution, or the alternate solution is more expensive, then there is a pushback. And when the pushback happens, there is a dilution of the order. When the dilution of the order happens, it gets delayed, then it gets diluted. So therefore, there are two sides of the coin. But wherever the government can put a complete ban, somehow or the other we have a resiliency and we respond. But good learning, good learning. So Ashok Kumar sir, may I ask you a question? Okay. Paper is well known as a recyclable, biodegradable material, but it is combustible. There are applications such as defense applications or firecracker packaging where non-combustibility is a desired property. Can paper be made non-combustible?
I don't have any specific answer for this, but taking a cue from what Mr. Sridhar said, I'd just like to extend that. See, let us be realistic. Plastic has so many versatile uses. If you go into any food mall, you will see there are applications from very simple to very complex one. Paper cannot do everything, at least we are not ready yet. There are certain things which we have done, like say paper bags, that also paper bags which does not have high barrier properties, right? We are slowly developing, like say straw paper is available, right? Paper cups to a large extent is available. But if we, as Mr. Sridhar rightly mentioned, OTR is such a big issue because that has to do something with the food spoilage. MBTR, we have also made paper with MBTR. So it will take time. There are challenges, there are opportunities. But as Mr. Banerjee said, economics and cost becomes an important factor. To my mind, at least at this point of time, paper is never at least going to be cheaper as far as the alternative to plastic is concerned. It is not. For the kind of applications we are looking. We try to develop some paper for curry packaging. We were, successful to some extent, but the kind of curries that we have in India, if you want to do it in paper-based products, unless you have very high barrier properties, say something like oil hold out time. Many people, will go develop product, you will measure kit and you will be happy. But if you see oil hold out time for certain products is so critical. So we have to work together, as somebody mentioned, it has to be collaborative efforts. Many times for last 3 years, we are trying to develop, a number of suppliers come to us that we have this product and that product. We have tried all of them, so far we have not successful. In fact, we would invite, paper industry would invite the suppliers to come, work with them. We don't have a right coating machinery, some of this. So these things will develop. So we have to have a lot of patience. Now, if government bans something, the other party will also come say, do you have the alternative available? For certain things, yes. For number of applications where barrier properties of high order are required, that paper at least to that extent is not available. But we have started, number of alternatives for some applications are available, but it's a very, very diverse field. The application of food packaging, if you see, now like on the shelf, as I said, even if what the material you buy, you will see from, oily products, you will find liquid products, and plastic by nature is such a wonderful material, all materials are going to stay, in some form or the other. So we have to find out where we fit in, where our space is. We have to develop right products, and let's try to do something which is easily can be done, and then move towards the higher value as far as the application is concerned. Combustibility, will come back to you. We are doing some work, but not successful so far.
All right, sir. Thank you. Mr. Yadav, Sanjay Yadav, taking a cue from what has been said so far, food packaging and paper ultimately means flexible packaging, pouches. It's not cartons, it's not bags, it's pouches. So flexible packaging challenges for paper in meeting functional requirements. How can industry address these issues? Your experience, your views on how to do this.
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's really a great honor and pleasure to be part of this discussion. I truly believe that paper industry can give the sustainable solution against single-use plastic, which is major concern for the environment, because plastic that escapes from collection, it goes to the ocean. So environment is the major concern. Why? Because the plastic is non-biodegradable and non-compostable. So if you look at the paper, it is biodegradable, it's a compostable, it's a recyclable, and on the top of that, it's a renewable. So paper industry gave a solution in the field of this disposal cups, bowls, carry bags, liquid packaging, molded cup bags, OZR paper. But if you look at the food and non-food sector, where there is a requirement to develop the paper against the flexible packaging, so there is a lot of work is going on with 3 types of mainly raw material. One is monoplastic material, because plastic industry is also working, because there is a global commitment of circular economy for plastic in which it never becomes waste. Another one is bioplastic. It's a biodegradable plastic, because plastic industry is also working on the biodegradable option. And third one is the paper and fiber based. But out of these 3, the paper-based packaging has gained popularity. It is become one of the major choice for most of the brand owner from sustainability point of view. But if you look at the raw paper, it is hygroscopic in nature, because due to the nature of this cellulose and hemicellulose, so it don't meet the functional requirement of the flexible packaging. So the now major challenge in front of us to choose the appropriate biodegradable material which can be combined with paper to meet the functional properties, and which may vary as per the nature of the food which is to be packed, because it depends upon the shelf life of the product. And if you look at the specific requirement, already it has been discussed that MVTR is required, OTR is required, but apart from that, the MVTR and OTR plays a very important role. If you look at the flexible packaging, and there is a strict requirement in case of MVTR and OTR, it is less than 0.5 to 1, so, and it is very difficult to achieve. Apart from that, the food contact compliance, it plays a very important role. And there are various food contact compliance. If you look at the US and European have already given the guidelines about the migrations of the heavy metal contents and the specific metal contents. And now they are just demanding the PFAS free, because if you look at the OZR paper, so it was being developed through the chlorofluorocarbon. But if you look at its property, so it takes around more than 1,000 years to break down. So that's why European has banned this PFAS. Apart from this, the mechanical properties is also important, because if it falls from certain height, so if it may got burst. So mechanical properties plays a very important role. And last but not least, the heat sealing and the runnability of this packing material in the filling lines. So development against the flexible plastic packaging being used for the food item which are having longer shelf life is the major challenge with respect to the critical barrier properties. And if you look at the paper is porous. So oxygen can easily pass on it, so it is not desirable for the food. Because if you would like to just test the shelf life of the food, so it depends upon this maximum tolerance of the moisture as well as the oxygen. So from that, this MVTR and OTR is calculated how it is required, because it differs material to material. So if you take the example of nurse snacks chips, it's around 15 to 75 ppm. If you look at the baby foods, it's around 15 ppm, and in case of coffee, it is 20 ppm. So to achieve desired OTR, so collaboration with leading supplier and as well as the machine supplier, because application is very important. Because nowadays the many industries are following this air knife coating also. But apart from air knife, rotograver is also giving the best result, I can say. And apart from this functional properties, we also need to ensure that there should not be any migration of toxic contaminants to the food item, and in which regulations are being strengthened by the government as well as the leading governments. But if you look at the compliance part, so we need to just collaborate with the leading chemical supplier as well as the institute like CFTRI. So based on that, we can actually able to know that how this migration can affect this base, and which property we need to just maintain, so that there should not be migration. Because if we are doing that coating, that coating has to be as per the compliance of the food, because if that coating is not migrating that toxic compounds to the food, so it may not be effective. So solving of desired barrier properties under specified food compliance is the key to success. End-to-end value chain needs to be built up for flexible packaging with cost competitiveness compared to plastic. Paper alone cannot meet the requirement. And if you look at the plastic also, it's also a combination of different substrate and coating to reach the required functional properties of the food item. For example, PE, BOPP plus barrier coating plus metallized coating, and on the top of that, heat sealing coating is there. So because PE is having the poor oxygen barrier, and if you look at the other material, the aluminum foil, ethylene, vinyl alcohol, metallized coating are having the good oxygen barrier. So if you just club these material with this piece, and then that's why you are getting this MVTR. So same way we need to look at the paper also. So that's why more cross-functional technical collaboration and ecosystem approach with leading chemical supplier and coating machine supplier are required to accelerate sustainable flexible paper solution, because as there is no ready-made solution, and it is required to a lot of many trials to get the desired barrier properties. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yadav. I think we're running short of time, and we need to open this up for audience to ask questions. So if I can cut the panel discussion short, if you don't mind, and ask if audience has any questions.
Hello, this is Aditya. My question is for the Mr. Patarkar and Mr. Jagdeep Hira specifically. We have been talking a lot about the single-use plastics and getting the barrier properties. But my question is beyond that. My question is how the mills are actually putting up the money or the investment to bring out the base paper that is actually desired to be used for these coatings. Because the stretchability is one major factor that the plastic and paper are far off. Then there are the coating equipments and the coatings which are going in at different speed. There is a different kind of flow that happens with each and every chemistry, and that has to work with the polarity of the fiber. So how the industry is gearing up for the investment for these kind of technology to get accepted at your end, sir? I shall be thankful to you.
See, I would answer your question. If any company or any person will not be only one thing, I would prefer the other way, that when we want to work for us, we need to understand the customer first. If the customer is having printing machine, what kind of printing machine is having? He is having converting machines, what kind of converting machine is having? And when you are try to understand or develop a product, when you are making changes at our back end, we should always think of what is going to happen across all these processes. If we think on that, it is possible. See what happens, as we explained to you just in our, so in flexible packaging, when this started in 2011-12, our laminate cost used to be, paper laminate cost used to be 1.5 times higher with that cost. But there is another hitch in that. In plastic pouching, you cannot increase the speed beyond certain things. But with paper, from 300 pouches per minute, now they are pouching to 1,500 pouches per minute. That is the change what we could do with a paper in that plastic. Nobody was ready for packaging from plastic to paper that time. It was compulsion. But as first came replacement, then reduction, and then cost. It came, and when we worked all together, it was possible that we could reduce the cost also. Similarly, if you want to design, then we have to take other partners also. Chemical suppliers will be there, that printing suppliers will be there, printing machine suppliers will be there, ink suppliers will be there. We have to combinedly work together. Then only it is possible to give the solution what we want to have, is my understanding.
Good afternoon. Mr. Patharkar mentioned that we need a ban, and a success story of replacing the pan masala packaging with paper is based on an absolute ban. I think as an industry, it is not right for us to expect that something should be banned and then we can be successful. Plastic grew at the cost of paper. Paper had a few hundred years lead over plastic. Plastic packaging only came in the 1960s. And yet in many spaces, without paper being banned, they could go ahead because they offered value to their customers. That's an approach the paper industry needs to take. We have not built scale. We are saying if there is scale, we will have economies. A lot of new age industries offer the customer a price. They burn money. Yes, they have people who are willing to fund that, but they burn a lot of money. They offer value. They offer a price which is only possible at scale, even without scale. And that's how the market is built. Why are we not learning from some of those industries and trying to regain what was the dominant position we had in the packaging industry? I mean, to imagine that an industry which is 60, 70 years old, plastic, could overtake us in so many different spheres, including a simple thing like a paper bag. Not only that, where is the paper industry going wrong? In packing paper itself, reams of paper, bundles of paper, reels of paper, we have started using plastic instead of paper. I don't think there's a functional issue there. There is a thinking issue here.
Sir, we respect your opinion, and we also understand the plastic, it is not easily replaceable because it has many functions which paper cannot give. But collective organizing this collection and recycling in the plastic industry is making a problem for our existence. That's why these things are happening, in my opinion, nothing else. So we need to increase the recyclability of plastic. It should not be everywhere. That should be collected and recycled and reused. That is our understanding, nothing else.
I would like to add to this that 30, 40 years when you said plastic paper was only the packaging material. Yes, we were in the packaging industry of the bread, biscuits, butter and chocolates. Plastic was not there, but over the period of the time, as everybody knows, the plastic and paper, they have totally opposite properties, and plastic has taken over the various lot of these things, and it has entered to everybody's life. Everybody cannot think chocolate without plastic, shampoo sachet without plastic. So everybody's lifestyle has become plastic. So when we are developing these products, we have to take care in the mind that how to achieve these properties in the paper. So this is a time-taking process, and we will definitely achieve something out of it.
It's a good point you mentioned, but the difference I want to point out, when plastic replaced paper, paper was not a problem material. When paper is trying to replace plastic, plastic is a problem material from disposability point of view. So we need to solve that problem. When paper replaced wood, for example, for packaging, there was no ban on wood. Paper became an economically viable, better performing material, so it replaced naturally. Like plastic replaced paper naturally. But when there's a national problem, there's a calamity, need to address it differently. So there's a difference here. Sir.
Okay. Pankaj bhai, onto it, the question was very prudent and apt. What taken over from paper to plastic is to be a responsible citizen, and we had played with our lives. So carcinogenicity, everybody knows when the plastic gets in contact with hot substance, the carcinogenic chemicals will go in. But the prudent is the pricing took over, not the plastic took over. It was pricing which took over the paper. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the knowledge sharing by the eminent panelists. I just want to share my experience. I'm Sanjeev Jain from Maxim Chemicals. We are into business of direct coating chemicals from last couple of years, and we've been very active from last 1 year. And I want to share my experience. Like when it comes to plastic, like to Mr. Gupta's point, plastic has got some inherent advantage over paper. So it's just not that it took over by virtue of the paper could not achieve those properties. It's just that plastic has some inherent advantage of giving you OTR, MBTR without playing much with the plastic itself, because these are the inbuilt benefits or inherent benefits with the plastic. So that is why it took some time. Now, when plastic took over paper in 1960s, no one thought about the compostability and recyclability because that was never a challenge. It's like drinking water. We were drinking water from the tap earlier. Then suddenly everyone was talking about high hardness, health issues with the tap water because the water was not treated properly. Then everyone started having Bisleri or so on and so forth. Similarly with the plastic. But at the same time, someone mentioned in the morning, like it has to be collaborative efforts. I can give you one example. that there are a lot of people involved in molded, products, and we are also engaged with some of those suppliers. Earlier, people were using this OGR chemical, which had fluorine in it. And what was happening, this has been going on for a while, like from last couple of years. Then suddenly Europe realized that this OGR chemical has got some fluorine in it. And they started analyzing it, and they realized that it has got PFAS chemicals, which are forever chemicals, which are carcinogenic properties in it, which causes cancer in your body. Then suddenly there was a ban in Europe sometime last year. Then US also banned. And then people started talking about having PFAS-free chemicals. So people like us, like those who were into barrier coating chemicals, started working around it. We came out with the chemistry. Other people are also working. And now you see there are suppliers which are coming out with PFAS-free chemicals because US and Europe have banned it. So it was a collaborative efforts with the molded fiber products and the chemical suppliers and some technology partners. Ultimately, we came out with the solutions. So in my opinion, there are low-hanging fruits in the market. We may not achieve 100% replacement of plastic now, but with collaborative efforts, we can continue to grow. Now there is just one example that now we have PFAS-free chemicals for OGR, not only for molded fiber, even for offline coating. We are already working with few paper chemical manufacturer, mills here in India, as well as outside. So it's a long way to go, but I think we need to start that process, and we need to catch out of those low-hanging fruits. Thank you. It was just more of a comment than a question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dhiren Mehta, Director, ASFA Board. I have one question to all of you. Pankaj Bhai, as you just mentioned in your address earlier, that of all the plastic which is generated in India, about 37% is not biodegradable, which by the quantum you mentioned is about 2.6 million tons. And going by the capacity you mentioned about the production of paper in India is about 26 million tons. So I am looking at replacing 2.6 million ton, which is only 10% of the paper industry capacity. Can we not come up with some solution to replace that plastic with paper? It will be only 10% of our total production capacity as of now.
I would say, as we have discussed, understood, and know as well, the plastic is a highly engineered material, no doubt about it. So paper as a cellulose do lag on certain properties, as Gupta ji mentioned. Stretchability is one, apart from other properties, WTR, OTR. The industry is working, that's why we are here. The industry is working. Only thing what needs to be cracked, because plastic is suited for each and every per se food component, liquid, solid, it's one for all, I would say. Organization needs to work on a particular aspect where they need to crack that particular aspect. Paper cannot be suited for all. So any development related to organization, whosoever is working, should target at least one product, work on it, get it onto that, and then move further. Can be done. It's a long cut short story, but again, organizations are working on it. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are talking of 2.6, 2.5 million tons of plastic remaining unused or not recycled. So, but we are forgetting one fact, that plastic fired boilers, they are coming in great number with all safety precautions. In Gujarat, so many industries have put it up, in Vapi or in Surat or at many places. Cement industry is using it. So in certain cases, and again the food atoms, the plastic,
we use and throw it out, or it is ultimately to be collected by the municipality. They don't do it, it goes to the gutter, and then it chokes all the system. The problem is with the plastic, or problem is with the municipality who is not cleaning the streets, and it is jamming the whole system. So how do we go? It is a complex problem. I agree. But how do we go? And when plastic firing is possible technically, it will save us coal, it will save us so many liters of diesel to transport this from mine to this, or Indonesia to paper mill, or any other places. We can.
So there's a secondary use. So initially, the food packaging going with the plastic. So that where we are coming in from. Plastic, no doubt, people are, burning is very easy, low-hanging fruit, I would say. Uh, whosoever is in the plastic development are working on biodegradability of the plastic as well, reusability of the plastic as well. But for paper industry, as a paper industry, the race is with plastic and other materials also, starches. We are forgetting that also, proteins. So paper industry has to grow up to that level to match on properties and the pricing both. Thank you.
Sir, good afternoon.
Small point to make, just a brief comment. Nothing to do with the plastic or paper, but the plastic wonder material is given to the non-so responsible citizens, and we always say that municipal or government should do something. But if basically as a citizen, if at the source, if you are able to segregate, either paper or even plastic also cannot create a problem. But it is problem is with us, and then we put that blame, my neighbor should do, I should not do it. If that problem is solved, each consumer, if he takes his call, plastic also will not create problem. Thank you.
I think that's the same point I want to make it, that if we collect it, segregate it, and put it in proper recycle stream, it is not bad material. The way that we are thinking, we are also thinking that compostable material is very good, but we are also somewhere promoting littering there, because the consumer mind, it is there that it is a compostable material. If we throw in the environment, it will degrade, but it will not degrade if we don't give a proper environment for that. So this is the challenge that we have. The compostable material is not the solution. Even paper, if we are working on different compostable grade or recycle, it has to collect it and segregate it. Even industrial composting grade, it has to be collected. The industrial composting setup has to build up. So then only this material can be sorted in a proper way. Thank you.
We'll take one last question in the back.
Sir.
No, sir, there's a question in the back. Yes, sir. Sir, there, last row. Get a mic there, sir. This is the last question, sir.
Hello. Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to ask, as we are telling that we want to replace single-use plastic, and plastic people are saying that the paper industry is cutting the trees. Is there anything collaborative we can do both together?
Speaking on behalf of paper industry in India, we don't cut too many trees. We are recycled paper industry. So,
Yes.
But yes, somewhere in the world, trees are cut. But as the recyclability increases, the trees are cut proportionally less. But somebody else may want to. Yes.
So collaboratively, can we do something with plastic industry and paper together to make it a solution for all?
Yeah, I would like to add few things. It's a very nice question, by the way. The way that we also think, because when I started working on the paper and the challenges that we face to implement in different categories on secondary packaging, someone has talked about low-hanging fruits. Low-hanging fruits for us is where we don't need a barrier property. So paper can be easily replaceable. Come back to your point, because I am connected with a few of the startups company who is in India, surprisingly in India and globally and they are promoting tree-free packaging. The way that I am coming into that point, I am not talking about the trees linked to the cutting trees, because there are regulations, everyone is following the regulations and manufacture those. But there are solutions available where there are agri waste which been abundant in the environment that also contain a high percent of cellulose that can also could be a source of pulp that can be replaced paper even. So we are talking a third generation solution which is also available. So we need to open our minds in a positive mindset, and then we have to think that which one is working good for us. Solution is available. We not necessarily we have to cut trees. We have a solution which we can take it from the environment and returning back to the environment. That's the thing.
I think we need to close this.
Thank you so much.
I think we need to close this.
Myself, Dr. M.K. Gupta, Director, CPPRI. With this forum, I just want to inform that government is making a national action plan for recovery of the paper. At present moment, we are recovering just only around 50% waste paper, and we are depending on the imported waste paper. So government is making a plan to improve the recovery rate in the country, and at present it is 50, and we are targeting to increase up to the 65 to 70%. And we are doing the work for the, at present moment, we are procuring around 8 to 10 million ton imported waste paper. In this way, we are pumping a good amount of money from here to the European countries and overseas countries. So we have to improve our recovery rate, and for that there is need to have, it is a door-to-door exercise. We have to separate, because all the paper at present moment, a good amount is going to the municipal solid waste. We have to recover it from there, and prior to going to the municipal solid waste. Once it has gone to municipal solid waste, it is very difficult to recover it from there, because its quality get deteriorated. Thank you.
Hello. So thank you very much, all the panelists, Pankaj Bhai. We had a spectrum of experts from paper industry, research from CFTRI, somebody who did innovation, actual user, and with Pankaj Bhai with a variety of experience in packaging industry. With this, thank you very much for all being here. We come to the closure of the session. A few niceties. Pankaj Bhai, as the chairman or moderator, please come forward and offer a plaque and a gift to the first to Mr. Sanjay Singh, please. Sanjay Yadav, please. Mr. Tendulkar, please come forward. Mr. Jagdeep Hira. Dr. Mache, please come forward. Mr. Patharkar, please. Savita. Yes. Can I request Mr. Ganesh Bhatti, our president, to come and offer a memento to Pankaj Bhai? And everybody to keep, please come forward. Mr. Please, Shelley. Please come forward for a group photograph.
सर आप भी आइए। सर आ रहा हूँ, एक चीज मैं मिस कर गया हूँ, तो उसको करेक्शन के लिए गया था मैं।
I'm sorry, let this group photograph happen. There has been a terrible slip on my part. So, Shelly, are you able to arrange it? Yeah. So, good one. We had arranged a memento for each speaker. So in the over-excitement of the discussion, we missed it out. So never mind. Pankaj bhai, you are here. Come, please. Pankaj bhai, please come forward and give a memento. Never mind. Kindly hold on your flags and memento for a good photograph. Please hold it. Yeah, go forward. So we break for lunch and come back in 45 minutes. Now the lunch is in both sides. Try to go to the right side, which is the larger one. The main food is on the larger side. Dessert and your water is on the left where the exhibition is. And here, as usual, the ladies and elder citizens can go to the dining hall. Thank you very much. We come back in 45 minutes.
Good afternoon, all. Welcome to Technical Session 1. I would now like to introduce and invite our session chairman, Mr. J.S. Rana. Mr. J.S. Rana, Senior Technical Advisor at Quantum Paper Limited, B.Tech Mechanical from Thapar University, "45 years of experience in pulp and paper, cuisine and pulp molded tableware industries. Worked with reputed Indian and international paper industries, built Trident Paper, Yash Paper, Pakka, Kea Paper. April Indonesia 2000 and 5000 TPD, Phoenix, Siam Paper, Thailand 800 TPD, Kibos Papers, Kenya. Experience in agro and wood-based pulp and paper industries. Now I would like to introduce and invite Professor Kirtiraj K. Gaikwad. Professor Kirtiraj, Assistant Professor Packaging Technology Division Department of Paper Technology, IIT Roorkee. PhD in Packaging Technology from Yonsei University, Seoul, South Korea. MS in Packaging Technology from USA and B.Tech in Food Technology from Dr. Punjab Rao Deshmukh, Agricultural University, India. Worked in the field of plastic packaging technology and biopolymers. Honored with numerous national and international awards, including the FSS AI Research Award, DST Inspire Faculty Award, Young Scientist Award, AG Bank Research Award. He has secured research projects worth more than 11 million Indian rupees from DST and CERB. Now I would like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Ms. Gunjan Dhiman. Ms. Gunjan JRF at CPPRI, pursuing PhD in Pulp and Paper Technology from Forest Research Institute. MSc in Commercial Method of Analytical Chemistry from Gurukul Kangri University. 7 years experience in pulping and bleaching, paper testing, and Central Instrumentation Department at CPPRI as JRF. Involved in completing around 15 national, international, and startup companies sponsored projects for the production of various grades of pulp paper, different raw materials. Published 5 research articles and 1 book chapter by Springer International Publisher in 2021. I would now like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Mr. Mohit Kumar. Mr. Mohit Kumar, CMD EcoSure Pulp Molding Technologies Limited. An environmental enthusiast, social entrepreneur, and passionate about eliminating single-use plastic using molded fiber products. First to develop made in India pulp molding machines and successfully install more than 225 plus machines so far. Deeply committed to developing eco-friendly, sustainable technologies to produce cellulose fiber using chemical-free processes for agro waste such as rice straw, sugarcane, bagasse, bamboo, etc. First to produce module fiber packaging using reclaimed fiber from UBC, used beverage cartons, aseptic packaging, set up 15 TPD pulp mill using green FIB, ETMP process for converting wheat straw into cellulosic fibers to produce molded fibers packaging. I would now like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Mr. Ram Kumar Deshmukh. Mr. Ram Kumar Deshmukh, PhD research scholar at the Department of Paper Technology, Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee, under the guidance of Professor Kirtiraj Gaikwad. Graduate in Dairy Technology and a Master of Technology in Food Science and Technology. Published 11 research articles, including a review paper and book chapter. He has an H index of 6 and an I-10 index of 5 in Google Scholar. He studied the different dairy products, manufacturing process, and food science. Awarded the prestigious PMRF award in Cycle 9, working on developing sustainable active packaging material for food packaging applications. Now, I would like to introduce and invite Dr. Jeevan Prasad Reddy, our next speaker. Senior Scientist, Food Packaging Technology Department, CSIR, CFTIR. PhD in Polymer Science, Shri Krishna Dev Narayan University, Andhra Pradesh. Research area, lingocellulose-based food packaging materials, bioplastic, food packaging materials, cellulose, lignin, and chitin-based, non-filler-based composite films, safety analysis of food packaging materials. Life member in Asia Polymer Association. Published more than 23 research papers in peer-reviewed journals. Guided 12 MSc and BTech students. Currently, 4 PhDs pursuing under his guidance. Received startup research grant from SERP. Now, I would like to request the session chairman, please commence the session.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks to the CPRI team for organizing and selecting me as the chairman of the panel. I will request Mr. Professor Kirtiraj Gaikwad, who has the topic on the latest R&D in the area of paper and packaging material for food applications. Thank you, sir. Any question related to the topics, we will take up at the end of the session. Yeah. Thank you. Hello. So, very good afternoon, everyone. I am Professor Kirtiraj Gaikwad from Packaging Technology Division, Department of Paper Technology, IIT Roorkee. So, as you can see, my presentation topic is latest research and development, especially in the area of the packaging. And I'm focusing on some areas which have not been touched in the first session, and especially from the academia point of view, and how academia research is, why it is very important for the commercialization or the technology transfer in the packaging industry. So, we are talking about the replacement of packaging material, especially the plastic for the food application. So, when we talk about the food packaging application, it's very tricky, you know. In India, for example, we have a range of food products. For example, dry products like powder form, liquid products, and the semi-liquid products. And every product needs different kind of, you know, packaging material. My point is like, why we are just focusing on the replacement? Why not the
think about the whatever the extensive amount of material we are using, that we can reduce, right? For example, the interesting thing which I noticed, for example, the bottle. What this bottle says, the bottle needs the wood, glass, and the rubber. So what is mean by this? There is no perfect material, not plastic, not paper. Even this bottle needs 3 kind of packaging material. So how can we get the all properties in the paper, or how can we expect all these things? We are now talking about the banning of these things. See, we are living in the developing countries, in India or nearby countries. If you see the trend of the packaging material, the flexible packaging is now getting, boom. Everything is getting packed in the flexible package. You can see everywhere pouches. We are not focusing on the rigid packaging. And that is the reason why we are talking about this point, that is we need to replace all these, single-use plastic with some alternative material. For example, in Northern America or in the European countries, they use the rigid packaging for the milk bottle or the milk packaging. But in India, we use different kind of, single layer plastic material. So see, what is the need? What is the need of consumer? So all these points are very important, and that is the reason why we are talking about this point. But being a food technologist and the packaging technologist, when we talk about this all replacement, by the way, one keyword people are extensively using, that is sustainability. In fact, all marketing people in all segments, not only in the packaging industry, in all segments, they use 3 keywords extensively: organic, natural, and the herbal. Similarly, in our sector also, the packaging is, they are focusing on the sustainable thing. When I was taking the lunch, I was very, happy when I saw the paper-based plates, wooden-based, what we call spoons. But have you noticed the packaging of water is still in the PET bottle? That means we are struggling with the packaging of the liquid product. That we haven't changed yet. We are still using the plastic-based packaging material for that. So what we need to understand, we are directly focusing on the replacement and banning all these things. We need to think about, okay, this is my product, and how we can reduce the usage of the plastic-based material. So if you see the packaging trend, the single serving package, as I mentioned, the pouches system is getting boomed, and that is the reason why the packaging material requirement in terms of different applications is getting, demanded. Reduction in the cost. Okay, fine. Paper as a shipping box material, that is okay. But when we talk about the food packaging material, we really need, good properties in the, packaging material. I was listening Mr. Vijay's success story in the first session. Migrants are there known for the carcinogenic substances, migrants. But in that case, the product was the tobacco, which itself has, carcinogenic properties. So maybe there was no migration issue in that case. But when we talk about the consumption of the food material, especially the liquid product, in that case, we need to think about what we are exactly trying to do in the next 10 years. Then the smart packaging, all these factors comes, and the usage of the paper-based material in the smart packaging will be getting boomed in the next 10 years. Anti-counterfeiting. There is a huge, scope for the paper as a packaging material in the anti-counterfeiting technology. So that we can think about. Printing technology, we need good printing, and the recycled versus virgin material, this will be the, trend. So I would like to show some quick, the research, what academicians they are doing in terms of especially the food packaging area with the use of the paper-based packaging material. So for example, as you can see that photochromic, the paper indicator, as I was talking about the anti-counterfeiting technology, the usage of this kind of indicator which shows the quality of the food product, that will be the, different usage. Because see, when we talk about the paper technology or the paper packaging, we just talk about the manufacturing of the paper from different sources, making the tableware or table cutlery. But we can apply such kind of things where migration will not be an issue. And you can stick to the traditional packaging material with the main component. So such kind of, for example, as you can see in the picture, so this kind of indicators will show the activity in particular light, so that you can analyze, okay, my package has what kind of qualities. Then nowadays we are talking about the sustainable material. So why only the packaging material should be sustainable? Whatever the material should be you are using, that also should be a sustainable. So for example, natural dyes and all things that we can use, and we can make for example, the paper-based colorimetric indicator. For example, you must have seen like the quality tester for the what we call the milk. So you can use this kind of dyes, and you can make the quality indicator for your milk, adulteration detection. Cellulose-based, fiber-based, the food packaging, because as we all know, my research area is the food packaging broadly. So when we talk about the fiber-based or the paper-based or the biopolymeric-based, the main thing we stuck with mechanical strength, barrier properties. Still, I mean, when we talk about the liquid packaging or the semi-liquid packaging or acidic food, in that case, this will be the biggest challenge. So with the use of different kind of modification in the cellulose structure, we can utilize this material for the food packaging application. For example, this paper you can see that the wrapping, whatever the paper we are wrapping for the fruits and vegetables, so that can be if you are adding some kind of antimicrobial agent into that, or some additives or active agents, so that you can extend the shelf life. For example, the ethylene scavenger that we can enhance, and we can increase the shelf life, and simultaneously the loss what we are getting in the food supply chain. Similarly, because when you talk about the food material, especially the meat-based products, the quality enhancer or the quality indicators are very important. So what we are doing is, whatever initially it was used to make from the polymeric-based material, but now we are replacing with the different kind of the cellulose-based, or we can say the paper-based material. Then the antimicrobial packaging is not only good, I mean, scope in the packaging industry or the food industry, but also in various sectors, because this considered as a specialty paper. So antimicrobial packaging is one of the things where we can utilize for the different kind of fruits and vegetable application or extension of the shelf life for that, and different kind of the products. For example, this is the one of the example of ethylene scavenging paper from the pine needle. I mean, development of paper from the pine needle is not a new thing. What is the new thing is addition of active agent into that, and that will act during the storage area or something like that. We all know fruits and vegetables are they produce ethylene. So if there is a scavenger for the ethylene, so we can make this kind of packaging, what we call in the industry, that is active packaging material. Barrier coating, we all know, you guys are from paper industry, we all know what is the importance of this barrier. So, but still I believe that for the food safety point of view, the paper as a direct contact material or the primary packaging is still still struggling when we talk about the FSSAI guideline and some agencies guideline. So this is one usage of different kind of biomaterials in the modification of the barrier properties for the paper is a new area. But we need to understand what is the availability of materials, what we are claiming for that. Otherwise, it will be shortage of what we call the raw materials that we are talking about. As you can see in the picture, this is some case studies which I got. Agri waste paper. We all know, like if you go into the different e-commerce or the different industries like food industry or food chain industry, in that particular industry, this kind of agri waste based food contact material or food contact paper, we can say, that we can utilize. So that time I was talking about we are still using the PET bottles. There are a number of companies who claim that they made this kind of, what we call the paper-based bottle. But in commercialization aspect, they are still struggling. And we get so many calls from the industry as an IIT professor that they need very sound, good barrier property with, particular thickness, like especially in terms of the oxygen and the moisture. But as we all know, though we are doing different kind of coating, the holding of water or the, liquid, that will be the biggest challenge in the industry. Right from the shampoo company till the food industry, they are all focusing on the making the bottles. So they want to focus on this aspect especially. These are some wrappers. Someone initially in the morning session, someone said like it's impossible to be packed chocolates in the paper packaging, but yeah, people are working on this area as well so that they get sustainable options for the chocolates manufacturing. These are some trends. I have some limitation of the time, so I'm just quickly going into that. So for example, the moisture barrier, which is again the prime objective for the food industry in the paper, when we talk about the paper as a packaging material. Freshness maintenance, like usage of ethylene scavenger or something like that. Cold storage, how your package, the paper made package behaves in the different storage condition. So that is again interesting thing. This is already commercialized thing which I would like to show to you. So what we can do in the future. Water resistance, for example, green packaging. For example, in case of like ethylene production, you can add some additives into that and you can make this paper. Insect resistant, this is something interesting packaging which is already commercialized in the Japan by Rengo. And they have some coating, varnish kind of coating, and they develop this kind of packaging for the usage of this. Environmental friendly, like initially we used to have some staples on the corrugated boards. Now we almost remove that staples, usage of staples in the packaging. Anti-rust coating, anti-slipping. This is a really good segment, especially when we talk about the showcasing about your product. Then when we talk about the concluding remark, see, it's a good to talk like, okay, we need to use green materials, sustainable, but how many of you really want to pay extra money? That is the thing. How many of you really want to pay extra money? It's good to talk, but in reality it's very different. So in concluding remark, what I will say, the main function of the packaging, that is protect, inform, contain and transport, that should not be lost. If your package is migrating, that means there is a huge trouble with your package. So I'm not against any kind of like, barrier coatings and all, but we should not, compromise with the food safety. And this was my concluding remark. This is my lab. Thanks to my the PhD students. That's it for today from my side. Thank you so much. Yeah, I finished within the time.
Thank you, Professor Kridiraj.
Thank you so much.
Now I will invite Gunjan Sharma, Gunjan Niman. So, with the topic of the bamboo as a solution for food packaging.
Thank you, Station Chairman. Today I am going to present a small work of my PhD in which we have produced food packaging green material from the using bamboo. And we are hearing the word that ban on the single-use plastic. So firstly, we have to manufacture a product which is really cheap as plastic and also can replace it with the eco-friendly techniques. So here I'm going to, my presentation topic is the bamboo as a solution for the food packaging. So why we have choose the bamboo for a study? It has many inherent properties, just like it has a longer fiber and can replace wood. And also government has replaces it from the wood-based commodity in the Indian Forest Act in 1927. So it can harvest and it can grow by the farmers. It can be sustainable for us, and it has multiple end uses, just like a home construction and textile raw material for the textile industry and paper industry also. And it is rapidly grows as the minimum height is can get 1 meter per day, maximum height is noted that. So we are using it for the eco-friendly food packaging, and the industry is really growing from what we are here today. And we can see the global market, which is right now $216 billion, will be in upcoming 10 years. It will be $355 billion with the rate of the 5.08 CARG. And if we talk in the India food packaging market, it is right now $33.03 US billion, which will be upcoming 5 years. It will be $46 US billion. And market is really growing, and also expected that 84% of the consumers will expected to pay 10% extra charges for eco-friendly food packaging, because everyone is concerned about their planet, and also with the awareness as the social platforms are growing, the awareness between the people are also growing. So there are various kind of packaging, as we all know that from the decades we are using glass and the ceramics for the packaging, then plastic replaces it. But plastic has some adverse effect on our planet. So then on the second, recycled fiber is comes to the market. Recycled fiber is okay for the secondary and the tertiary kind of packaging. But for the primary packaging, this is directly with the food contact. There is a chances of the migration of the toxic elements from the packaging material to the food, and it will come to the health safety concerns. So if we then we come to the virgin fiber. Virgin fiber is biocompostable and it is sustainable because it is renewable resources and natural pulp, and some of them as bamboo. They having the antibacterial properties in it. So, but virgin fiber can't be used as it is, because it has hygroscopic nature, it has some hygroscopic nature and porosity. So we have to develop some properties, some are the physical properties, some are the non-toxic properties, and also the barrier properties, moisture, gases and oils. So two kinds of the coating material are used, one of the biodegradable and the non-biodegradable. In the biodegradable, if we can say that the starch, oxidized starch, which is soluble in water and can be used, edible also, and polyvinyl alcohol, which we have used in our study. So we, with these concerns, we have set some objectives. We choose the juvenile bamboo at the age of the 1.5 year for the study and make CTMP pulp from it. And then with the help of the sizing and coating with the edible and eco-friendly chemicals, we check the some barrier properties, that is the grease-proof, waterproof, and it should be the oil-proof. Here it is my blueprint of my study, actually, in which firstly we converted the bamboo logs into the bamboo chips, then to the proximate chemical analysis, then optimize the pre-steaming condition, then refining, then screening to reject out the unwanted part of the pulp, and then do morphological characteristics, pulp characteristic, and the sheet making. Sheet making we do for the two kinds. One is the control, in which we don't add any sizing chemical, and the second one is the 2% AKD we have added, and the 2% AKD further coated with the 5% polyvinyl alcohol solution. Here for my study I have planted Dendrochlomus strictus in my in CPPRI campus. So we cut it gradually for my study, and it is we have cut 1.5 year. We have choose 1.5 year bamboo for this purpose. So then we do proximate analysis and compare it with the mature one. So we can see that the lignin content of the mature bamboo is higher than the juvenile one. As the stem is growing, the lignin content is also growing, and lignin content is also demand for the higher chemical charge. So with that concern, chemical charge will be higher, yield will be lower, and in the mature one the holocellulose value is higher than the juvenile one, and the ash content is almost similar. There is no major changes. The extractives are decreasing with the age, with this damage. Then we do in our laboratory CTMP pulping. In the CTMP pulping process, firstly we do the swelling up of the fiber. It is very necessary part because it should be swell up of the fiber, so the bonding of the fiber will be better and more flexible. As the fiber is more flexible, it will be bonded with each other more collapsively, more comfortably. And we do two charges. We give two charges, 4 and 6% to both of them. Then we do refining for the juvenile bamboo. As we can see that in the juvenile stage, we gave the 3 stages refining, but for the mature one, we have to give 1 more stage because the fiber is stiff, lignin content is higher, and swelling has not done up to the mark. And due to the stiffness of the fiber, fine generation are higher, so the yield is also decreasing. For morphological characteristic, average fiber length is increasing with the age, but in case of the cell wall thickness is lower. As the cell wall thickness is lower, the fiber flexibility will be higher, and the bonding of the fiber with each other will be higher, and they collapse more comfortably and make a well bonded product. This is the pulp process, screening, and then we sheet making following these steps. And this is the physical strength properties we have measured in our testing laboratory, and we can see that the juvenile bamboo giving much better property than the mature one, just because of the stiffness of the fiber, and it is approx 50% higher than at the same dose, at the same freeness level. Then we sized the sheet and coated with the PVA, polyvinyl alcohol solution, 5%, and the coating sheet further tested for the mechanical strength property. And with the PVA and EKD also imparting in increasing the mechanical strength properties. As burst factor is also increasing 50%, and breaking length is also increasing. And these are both very important for the food packaging grade, for the protection and for the protection of the packaged material. And elongation is the stretch which is due to the hydrogen bonding between the fiber, and it is really hard to increase, but we have gained 0.3% after the adding of the PVA coated sheet. TA is tensile energy absorption. Tensile energy absorption, how much stress any packaging material can handle on it. So it is also increasing from 12 to 25 for the juvenile case, and the mature one is a 10 to 21. Here is the barrier property, which is really important, having a really important place in the food packaging. So air permanence is a value, a particular amount of the air passes through the paper, and noted the time, calculated the time. And we can see it was with the 2% AKD, that was 10, but after the PVA coating, it is enormously increases and up to the 40,000. So PVA has a property of the film forming property, which cannot leave it porous, actually, paper. Then the water absorbency, and after the 2% AKT, it is decreases to 21. And grease and oil resistance, we did the KIT test following the standard method, T559, and we actually, we can see in the picture, and the oil is not absorbed by the material. If we talk about the economics, and because CTMP is not required much chemical demand, and we made brown pulp. If we want to add, we want to make it bleach, then 2% hydrogen peroxide can also add it to it. And when we calculate the OPEX value, then it is 30 rupees per kg, and the market pulp value is the 60 rupees per kg for the chemical pulp. There's a difference. It is the chemical pulp and the bleach chemical pulp, but we are making it a CTMP grade. As a conclusion, we concluded that the juvenile bamboo can also be used. Juvenile bamboo can also be used for the CTMP grade production, and that CTMP pulp can also be used for the food packaging, because it is the in the market the demand for the chemical pulp is higher. But there is no need of that if we follow this process, and economics is good, and we can support our farmers with this. Because where the age is 5, approx 5 years, after the 5 year, farmer cutted the bamboo, rather than it will cut to, up to the 2 years. So economics and the employment will increases. These are the possible application of the bamboo in the packaging grade process. And thank you so much for listening, and thanks, I want to acknowledge my lab mates and my mentor, Dr. Preeti Shivare and Dr. Arvind Sharma, and also for the support of our director for the appreciation, and Ippta for giving me this opportunity to be here today, and also Dr. Ashok Kumar for giving me some suggestions regarding my PhD. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gunjan. Now I will invite Mr. Mohit Kumar. The topic is to convert agro waste into the agro pulp.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much to Ippta and CFTRI for organizing a seminar on this topic, which is a very hot topic across the globe. And I just want to, before I start my presentation, I have submitted the paper which is published in Technical Journal today, but we can't cover that in 10 minutes, so I'll just give you a glimpse about the molded fiber packaging, and we'll cover about the agro pulp mill which we have developed recently using ETMP process. Similar like Gunjan, it's a mechanical process using some enzymes to reduce the lignin production. So we'll just start. Before that, I would like to quote COP21 summit. President Barack Obama quoted few lines about one governor in the US. The line was, "Climate change is no longer about protecting the world for our children and grandchildren. It is about the reality that we are living with right now." Obama, in a speech announcing the plan, also said, "We are the first generation to feel the impact of climate change, and we are the last generation that can do something about it." So our topic is very relevant, and many conferences everywhere, single-use plastic is the topic. So we'll just run through within 10 minutes permitted. about the technology which is the replacement for the single-use plastic. And I'm here for next 2 days, today and tomorrow, so you can also ask any questions after the presentation as well. As we all know, single-use plastic is very popular word and we are all using it in our day-to-day life. And just to make you aware, every 15 seconds, we are generating 200 tons of plastic, which is equivalent to the weight of the Eiffel Tower. And every day, we are making 200 Eiffel Towers. And total plastic production across the world is more than 300 billion ton. And out of that, 40% is landing in our waterways or oceans, as we know, we are all aware. So our job is to protect that non-recycled plastic getting into the oceans. And we are doing a small bit towards that. This everybody knows, so I've already mentioned in our publication also about the SUP. We know what is SUP. Pollution also, we are aware, as we know, it's day-to-day problem. And morning session, Mr. Ganesh also mentioned about GPP, that floating island, which is equivalent to France. So that anyway, we are having many islands in India also. It's already causing huge problems. This is the ban, which we are aware. Many countries have already started putting stringent norms for controlling the usage of single-use plastic. The technology what we are talking about, it's a ETMP, enzymatic thermomechanical pulping, where we control the temperature as well as the water, as well as we control the lignin layer on the fiber, and which is most suitable for molding grade products. To make the molded grade fiber, we have sourced this technology from a Thailand university and one inventor from Thailand. So we are already using this technology for making the fiber. Various applications we are having using virgin fiber as well as recycled fiber in packaging, protective packaging, as well as in the food packaging. The advantage what we have, the unique advantage of molded fiber packaging is microwave safe and freezer safe. So these two advantages over plastic make it unique compared to plastic, the molded fiber packaging. This is the product we have made with our agro waste using rice straw. This is the rice straw pulp which we are making using our green FIP technology. Various types of pulps are available to use in the molded fiber packaging, whether it's virgin pulp for food grade products or food packaging, using agro waste or recycled waste or reclaimed waste. We are also using recycled waste in industrial protective packaging. Various applications, this is very latest application in India. All the this big basket on those kind of markets, they are using these products for fruit packaging and vegetable packaging. This is another application for protective packaging as well as for the carrier trays. This is very latest in India, though we are still using plastic, but many companies who are doing the export, they are looking for sustainable solutions and they are making a switch from plastic trays to the molded fiber trays. Electronic packaging, as you know, we are the hub for now exporting mobile phones, and we are the largest producer of mobile phones in the world after China. And this industry is also growing leap and boom, and many new companies, right now they are sourcing from China, but now they are looking for made in India molded fiber products. This is another emerging industry for molded fiber application, which is medical disposable packaging, and they are also using either bagasse or rice straw other than recycled pulp. We have two options to be used in molded fiber packaging. Either we can buy the pulp from any paper mill and convert into molded fiber products. Second option is we can set up an in-house micro pulp mill using existing agro waste, converting that using sustainable technology or chemical-free technology to convert into molded fiber. So this technology is also very popular. First plant is in Malaysia, 2 plants in Thailand using this micro pulp mills, converting into food packaging, molded fiber food packaging. The future of packaging, as we know, yes, India is a huge population, and morning Mr. Sridhar mentioned about the tourism and the litter around the litter is the biggest challenge. So there are already many countries are working on replacing the future packaging, like beer bottles. It's getting replaced with the molded fiber bottle in UK and Europe. The liquor bottle is also available with molded fiber packaging. And next, we are also ready to work and introduce in India next month is cutlery made from bamboo pulp, blended with bagasse or wood pulp. So, as I know, we are here for 2 days. I am available for any kind of a clarifications, maybe after the presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Goyal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohit. I will invite Mr. Ram Kumar Deshmukh, who has the topic of sustainable hydrophobic coating on paper based on natural rubber, latex and butyl.
Hello. Hello. गुड आफ्टरनून ऑल ऑफ यू। कहते हैं कि आवश्यकता ही आविष्कार की जननी होती है। 2000 सालों पहले जब हम लिखने के लिए तांबे के शीट्स का उपयोग करते थे, उस समय हमको एहसास हुआ कि हमको लिखने के लिए कोई ऐसा चीज़ चाहिए जो कि सस्ता हो प्लस टिकाऊ हो। फिर हमने इजाद किया कागज़ का। विद द इवोल्यूशन ऑफ टाइम एंड गोइंग ऑन, we have used paper as for many applications, but it has a limitations. Limitation for what? It's a mechanical, it's a barrier property. After 2000 years, we have invented the polymer, the plastic. It has a better mechanical property, barrier property. But still, now we are here. What we are doing? We are unconsciously using the plastics. After using, we are throwing to the nature, which is ultimately creating problem for us. जो चीज़ हमने बनाया वही चीज़ हमको ही प्रॉब्लम दे रही है। You can think, और आज हम फिर से वहीं पे खड़े हैं कि how can we reduce this plastic pollution in the terms of single use plastic. How can we? Because we know if it is not single use, we cannot replace. So in the aspect of food packaging, at least we can reduce 20 to 30% of the packaging material with the paper. So what qualities paper do need to replace the plastic? So it will need barrier property, it will need mechanical property. So we have come with a little effort. I know there is no absolute effort have been made, or I think in coming time also there is no absolute effort or solution will be there which can solve all our problems. But with the collaboration, with the working consistently upon one problem, we can solve these problems. So as many speakers have been talked about everything about paper and packaging, so I'll be going directly to my work, where we have developed a barrier coating material with natural rubber and butyl stearate. So as many have talked about this coating material, which can be developed through the natural polymer like chitosan, cellulose, PHA, PLA, and pectins also. Why are we using these coating? Because they are hydrophobic. Hydrophobic means it is a fear. Hydro means water. ठंडी में हमको नहाने का मन नहीं करता है तो हम क्या बोलते हैं, भाई पानी से डर लग रहा है, बहुत ठंडा है. So this is kind of that thing. When your material fears with the water, that is called hydrophobic. Our paper is a hydrophilic. He loves water. So when it comes to the contact of water, it will swell. It will disintegrate the material. So how can you contain your product? So this is the major problem we have come with. But if you have seen in the nature, like lotus leaf, someone told earlier, when you put water and a liquid material, you will not see a drop of water on the lotus leaf. So this is called hydrophobicity. But that is the super hydrophobicity, not only hydrophobicity. You will not see a single drop of water on the lotus leaf. But we have not gone that far, because I think in coming year also, it is not possible to gain that hydrophobicity in a commercial or in the lab scale level. So we have come with a solution, natural rubber latex, that is extracted from the plant Hevia brasiliensis rubber tree, which is native to Malaysia, Indonesia, but are also grown in India in the southern part. So it is available in India also. So it contains polyisoprene, polyisoprene polymer, which is cloudy in nature, liquid collecting. So after collecting and stabilizing those natural rubber, we have thought this can give the better coating property, but it has a very highly viscous material. So what we did, we have mixed it with a butyl stearate, which is used as a emulsifier, is a thinning agent in many food application, in cosmetics also. So it will, what it will do, it will dilute your natural latex, and it will feasibly, it will coating on the paper and paper based material. So at least we can get some of the hydrophobicity for the paper based packaging. So when it comes to the compatibility, so we ask if it is for food application, is it compatible, is it safe for? So according to FDA, the butyl stearate is safe for the food application, even if it is coming to the contact with the food also. So the problem is the same, non-biodegradable, recyclable, harmful. So all these problems we are stating with our solution. So this is the methodology where we have used the natural rubber latex with the help of butyl stearate, and we have coated this on the paper. So the little bit chemistry, where your rubber latex will work with combinedly, like industry and academia. They have worked together to provide it better hydrophobicity with reduced stickiness to the paper. And this is the product we have developed. You can see on the top uncoated paper, and the bottom is a coated paper. You can clearly see the uncoated paper can absorb the water, whereas the coated paper has their droplet, you can see. So you can see how our coating has affected the hydrophobicity of the paper material. So my slide will tell itself and have a demonstration. Wow, videos. Can you play the video?
Hello everyone. Now I am showing how my barrier coating on the paper is working.
It is a video.
Uncoated paper. Now I am pouring some distilled water onto it through the syringe, and you can observe how it is absorbing the water.
Okay, I think video is not playable in the PPT.
It completely absorbed the water, and so much amount of water came another side of the paper. Hello everyone.
Okay, sorry, it was not, it was working on my laptop. But wettability, so when it comes to the hydrophobicity, we usually test with the contact angle. When we test for the contact angle, the uncoated paper has shown 0 contact angle, which is like it can absorb fully water, but with the inclusion of natural latex and with the butyl stearate and with the percentage of butyl stearate, it was increasing. So we can say that our product can be helpful to reducing the hydrophilicity or increasing the hydrophobicity, which can be applicable in the food packaging application. These are some digits or data which we have got from our experiment. What I was talking entire presentation, the COV value, which is how much the water absorption capacity have reduced after the coating of the paper with natural latex and butyl stearate. And this is a comparative study with the previous study and how our product stands in that. So in the concluding remark, we cannot discover or invent one single thing. Even if we can discover one single thing, after some year it will create problem for us because we are not using it consciously. Consciously means if we are using anything, if we are using any product, food product, it contains plastic and we are throwing it. If I am only single person using and throwing it, there are 150 crore people in the India because we are now top in the population. So every day we will generate 150 crore of plastic. If we can do it, if we can manage it consciously from our person to person, we can reduce it and manage it, and we can collaborate with a different invention and discovery from academia to industry at a general level. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Deshmukh. I will invite Mr. Jeevan, Dr. Jeevan, who has the topic on the packaging safety aspects of paper in food and packing applications.
Thank you, Chairman sir. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm going to talk about packaging safety aspects of paper in food packaging applications. So as you know, the packaging material is one of the important class of material which can prevent the damage of food from spoilage from external environmental conditions. So the majority people know that the function of packaging material. So the function of packaging material is to protect food from the external environment in a simple term. In other way, so the packaging material should have some functional properties. Otherwise, the packaging material itself cannot be used for food applications. So the important parameter of packaging material, function of packaging material, to avoid contamination from the external sources, especially mechanical damage, light protection, and all other environmental like bacterial, all these things. So they tend to react with the food because food is always complex molecule. So food is having different kind of chemical structures. So they're ready to react with because they're highly hygroscopic in nature and they're readily attacked by the microorganism as they are edible. So due to this high complexity of food, so the packaging material should be a good protective material from the external environmental condition. So and also it has to preserve. How packaging material can preserve? So by inducing the internal properties such as barrier properties like mechanical, water barrier, oxygen barrier, which are readily spoil the food. And as you know, packaging is a silent salesman and very convenient to use for carrying the food. Okay. So how to select packaging material, because not all material can go for all kind of food application. So we have beverages packaging material where we need a highly inert material which will not react with the packaging material. And we have a single use material of disposable, immediately you can have food and you can throw it. So in such cases, we can use cellulosic based or any other paper based. But whereas you want a packaging material, food material which is a longer shelf life, so you need a highly inert material. So in that way, so we have to know all the parameters like the product pack contents, application of the product, and stability of the content. All these things should be considered before using for packaging application in the area of food. So as you already know, the many kind of packaging material is there. The very important packaging material that is directly in contact with the food is very important. That is called primary packaging. So how much ever focus has been there on developing food packaging, the majority packaging material is direct contact with the food. That is very important. That is called primary packaging. And secondary, tertiary, also you already know this, no need to give much introduction. So the prime area is for food is primary packaging material. So as you already know, we have various kind of packaging material, metals, plastics, ceramic, and even glass and paper. So compared to all other materials, so glass and plastics and metals, so they have better property than paper, because paper itself is highly hydrophilic in nature. So anything is packed inside packaging inside paper. So we have a lot of problem, as itself the cellulosic material itself has highly porous structure, as well as it is readily react with this one and have less moisture barrier property. All these things have been taken care by the pulp and paper industry before going for food grade packaging. So I would like to just to show the major paper based food packaging material according to good manufacturing practice from the literature. So as this I am very small to explain, because you already know better than me. So all these kraft paper, bleached paper, and paper board materials, so these are the major food grade paper based packaging material. So as you know, paper as such we cannot use for food application. We need to use a barrier coating. So that barrier coating is a primary contact with the food material. So that is known as, that we call as a saving material, or we can call as the barrier coating avoiding the reaction of the food with the cellulosic nature of paper, which is porous in structure. So, and I don't need to give major introduction about the coatings, barriers and all, because many dignitaries are already talking about. So the paper need to coated with the barrier material which is hydrophobic in nature. So most of the time for the paper we use polyethylene because it has very good sealing property. In the case of Tetra Pak also we use polyethylene. So any paper based packaging material which is used for shorter and long term application, which is majorly PE coated. So okay, PE barrier is the primary contact in the food. Okay. So when you have this primary coating, what are the demerits or what are the disadvantages from these materials? So when you talk about paper, and we cannot avoid the plastic. The reason is the majority paper based long term packaging material has all this kind of plastic material as a barrier coating. So and we know that plastics have been used as a better barrier material for the paper for long term application. So let me tell about the concern about the work. What is the issue with the paper based packaging material? So we have paper which is hydrophilic material, and we have a barrier coating of hydrophobic material, and you are going to pack your food in that packaging material. So now according to the nature of the food, because food itself complex material, so it has a different chemical structure. We have alcoholic foods, acidic foods, we have water as a food, and all these kind of foods have a different reactivity. And we are having a paper-based food packaging material at different time, temperature, and different mechanical conditions where it is transported, and many other conditions are there. So all these parameters also we should consider during usage of paper-based food packaging material. There are some contamination occur due to the packaging material. So that phenomena is called migration. So migration of chemical substance from the packaging, from the paper-based packaging material, or we can call as a from the packaging material, because we cannot say as a completely paper, because paper has a layer of barrier material. So from packaging materials, there is a chance of migration of chemicals. Okay, so these migrating chemicals are harmful to the human being. The regulations always say like that. So migration is a diffusion phenomena. So compared to plastics, many research articles shows that paper has more migration of chemical compounds compared to plastics. And we know the migration of chemical compound depending upon various conditions like temperature, pH, light, and mechanical other properties. So to determine the migration of chemical compound, we will use two different kind of mechanism according to the regulations. So one is overall migration and specific migration. Overall migration specifies that the amount of substances coming from the packaging material into the food completely we will take as a overall mass. Thus that mass will be determined using the gravimetric method. That is known as overall migration. So overall migration will give idea about the number, the total amount of substances migrating from the plastic packaging material. So for that we use Bureau of Indian Standard, US FDA standard, as per the limits we will use. Okay. So the specific migration that we are going to determine is the amount of specific substance. For example, you want to determine the PFAS migrating from plastic. If you want to determine the amount of lead coming from the packaging material, paper-based packaging material. So that can be determined specifically. So using majorly we will use European Union Standard 10/2011. So this is specific migration analysis. So the specific migration analysis itself is very complicated. So we have a food contact material. According to regulation, we will take the packaging material, we will expose with the food simulant, because it is very difficult to determine the migration analysis of substance from packaging to food, because food itself is a highly complicated and it has a lot of contamination before processing itself sometime. So in that case, the regulations always give an idea about the utilization of simulant. For example, water kind of aqueous foods, we will use water as a simulant. For alcoholic application, we will use alcohol, ethanol as a simulant. For fatty foods, we will use N-heptane and 95% ethanol as a simulant according to EU and BIS standard, like that. So we will use these simulant conditions at various temperature according to the application of food, and we will be extracting it, and we will be measuring the amount of substance coming from that packaging material. That is that we will be doing by using ICP analysis for metal analysis. We will use GCMS, LCMS for other phthalates and PFAS, other specific migrants. This is the way to determine the migration analysis. So even though we have a good regulation for specific migration of plastic sample according to European Union 10/2011, so still paper need to be done in terms of specific migration analysis. So we actually according to the BIS standard, for migration analysis, paper coated sample, and we'll use USFDA sample, USFDA method to determine the overall migration of the packaging material. So these are the limits of heavy metals migrating from packaging material into food and their limits. Okay, so if we determine according to this one, we can use, we can determine the migration analysis. And some cases, like when we use short-term application like teacups, so this study shows there is a chance of migration of microplastics. So, and for long-term application also, if we see the liquid packaging milk has more amount of migration of PFAS compared to solid foods. So if we consider all these things, even paper, if you throw it also, if you laminate with polyethylene, you will have microplastic migration. So we at CFTRI will measure the overall and specific migration analysis of paper and paper-based packaging material. Even we can measure the composition analysis, and industries can utilize this testing facility, and we have enable accreditation certificate for this, and with this this one. And recently bio-based materials are also coming, but regulations are not yet done. So regulation need to be done for the bio-based coating materials. So finally, if we have edible and greener one, we can make greener packaging material and sustainable packaging material. Thank you for giving this opportunity. First of all, let me acknowledge our respected director, madam, and my co-author, Dr. Keshamurthy sir, Dr. Arun Kumar sir, and very interestingly, I would like to acknowledge our head of the department, Professor Mache sir, for giving this great opportunity. And last but not least, and I thank Ippta also for giving this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jeevan. I have a small question with Mr. Mohit. There is a sudden decline in the pulp molded fiber tableware projects in a couple of months. What could be the reason for that? Is it the costing, or we are the shortage of the pulp because we are importing much of the pulp, agro pulp, bagasse pulp? What could be the reason?
Reason is many reasons, but main reason is there is no compliance, as we were discussing in the previous session. Controlling the production at the source is not possible, and municipal authorities or other agencies who are responsible for plastic generation control, it is very weak, and that is the reason in last 6 months there are another 25 units came up, 25 new factories, and without ban on plastic, as in the morning session Mr. Pathakar also said, without ban it is impossible to offer solution for replacing single-use plastic. And ban is not very effective, though we can control our consumption, but you can't control the availability across the corner in the villages, in the tourism cities or temples. So plastic is rampantly produced. Though ban is there, there is no bills, no GST, there is no electricity bill in the name of the plastic unit, but still plastic is produced and new factories are coming up. I have seen more than 20-25 factories are now in pipeline to be installed in next 3-4 months time. So that is the main reason. Pulp is available, pulp cost is going down, and many people are offering solutions of alternative pulps, like used beverage cartons. That pulp is also available from aseptic packaging. But the problem is the poor governance and poor compliance. That is the main reason of drastic reduction in molded fiber tableware selling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the members, from the audience?
Hello. The question I want to ask is to Mr. Mohit Kumar. Mr. Mohit Kumar, you are promoting a technology which is a small pulp mill. Okay. Now, I have a background with that, and I seriously want to know whether do you have a running pulp mill anywhere in the world, or it is just like the past few fully automatic machines that you sold that you didn't have running, and then you started converting into semi-automatic machines. So is it really an existing technology, or because when you're talking about the Thailand company, yes, I know what exactly you're talking about, and we have tested it did not work. So we want to really know whether you really have a running technology anywhere. Thank you.
It is running, and not only our technology, there is a company in Malaysia, Frida Seed, and public domain it is available. The same technology they are using, what we are offering. So there is nothing new about it. There are 3 factories which are running as of now.
Hello, and thanks for the Indian Pulp and Paper Technical Association for arranging such things and giving us also an opportunity to speak here. Sir, your question was very valid, Sir J.S. Rana, sir. Sir, the reason for decline in the molded fiber, there is one very fair reason. As a machine builder, I should acknowledge this. The selection of machines in the market is more towards a technology which was considered inferior. Then people here started to promote those technology as superior and sold many machines like traders. So the selection of... Okay, yeah, my question here is again, regarding molded fiber. Again, I came from the same industry. Mr. Mohit, my question is, you said that there is a plant running in the Malaysia, Frida Seed. Was the technology given from EcoSure to them, or?
I said there are plants running based on similar technology what we have. Our partners are based in Thailand, and you can see that plant anytime you can visit. It is there in public domain, Feng Thai factory. Yes. Our machines are also running there. You can anytime visit them. I'll exchange their contact details.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
May I also ask to Mr. Mohit Kumar that there are so many plants installed by you. Why many of the plants are getting failed, like Jalandhar, like HPP?
So, we do not promote any
Excuse
particular
me.
suppliers.
I think we are going the question out of topic, which is not the...
But sir, this is the platform where...
Fair enough.
We can take offline.
Okay, my question has been recorded, that's okay.
Please,
It is sponsored by Parasan, so I will answer in the tea break, no problem.
Mohitji, how will you manage the water pollution in case of the micro pulp mill?
Very good question, sir. What kind of water pollution you are talking about?
What is the effluent water? How will you manage the effluent in
Yes.
case of this micro pulp mill?
What kind of effluent I am generating? Please tell me.
You are generating some effluent, maybe generating.
You tell me the effluent. Is it BOD, COD, or
Yeah.
any other effluent?
Yes,
What?
yes.
Yeah. We will have a ETP. We will have a clarifier. We will have a equalization sump. As standard ETP will be there.
And how you are managing the color?
Ozonator will be there.
Okay, thank
you. Thank you.
So I have a question to Dr. Gaikwad. Dr. Saab, it was a wonderful presentation, I must admit.
sir.
I would like to know, you mentioned about a case study wherein you did certain coatings on a base paper. I want to know what was the GSM of the base paper and what was the coating weight? So that was not mentioned actually there.
Yeah, actually the thing is like the case study which I mentioned, that was around 120 GSM paper, and coating I'm not sure because that was the reference paper. But what they shown is like, I mean they consider as a hydrophobic coating.
And it was multi-layer coating or a single?
No, single.
Single layer.
Yeah, it was not layer by layer or nothing.
You mentioned about bar coater. So has it been tested only for bar coating or some other coating
Yeah,
application?
actually this experiment was done in the lab scale. So that's what they mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello,
excellent paper, Dr. Gaikwad.
Thank you so
Very
much.
small clarification from you.
Yes.
Basically, you told there is a possibility of the detection of the microbial spoilage and the off smell in the paper. Have you really developed those kind of sensors?
Yes. Actually, my lab is extensively working on the quality indicators. In terms of pH indicators, if your food is changing the pH, that it will show, it will change the color, and the microbial spoilage as well. So we are extensively working in this area, and now we are focusing on the milk adulteration detection with the use of paper-based indicators by using natural dyes.
What about the unpleasant smell in the paper? Would it be possible to have that?
Sir, the thing is, like, for example, if we are using the paper in the form of label, so that label is not literally in contact with the food material. So, for example, if we want to make the label, we are going to use the obviously virgin pulp, and the quantity of the label is not that much, the pulp which we need. So, the sensory analysis or whatever the terms we generally use for the food safety, that will not be an issue in this case.
Dr. Gaikwad.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Taplial from IRPMA.
Yes, sir.
Can you give some highlight on the patents you have and how you are transferring it to the industry?
So, thank you, sir. Okay, so for example, one slide which I have shown you, the pine needle based paper, which is having some ethylene scavenger. So that package has, or paper has, the ability to scavenge the ethylene gas, and it will extend the shelf life. So a few companies are in touch with us, and in IIT Roorkee, we are having really good department who handles the patent or transfer of technology. So we are in the touch with some company, and the process is in the beginning stage.
Gentlemen, as we are running out of time, can we have the last question, and then we can close the...
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. I feel all 5 presenters need to be complimented. Wonderful presentations. I, in particularly, wish to really mention the young girl has made a presentation on bamboos. Even the government of India is coming up with many schemes on green gold and all that. No, I'm not going to ask a question, but I'm really appreciating because the people have to grow bamboo for 5 years almost in the field. And if you can really give this technology whereby bamboo can be shortened for its harvesting half the time, I feel it is going to really change the whole perception of growing bamboos. And I feel if you can have some patents out of it, and it is workable because you are sitting among the industry people who can forward it, take it forward, I feel it is going to do wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm really honored and so much learnings from the whole of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Very informative session. I would now like to request to the session chairman to please present the mementos to the presenters. To Professor K.T. Raj K. Gaikwad, to Ms. Gunjan Dhiman, to Mr. Mohit Kumar, Mr. Ram Kumar Deshmukh. To Dr. Jeevan Prasad Reddy. I now request to the President of Ippta, Mr. Ganesh Bharti, please present the mementos to the session chairman. I request you all please come together for a group photograph. Thanks to all. Now we are ending up this session for a wonderful tea. Please assemble again after a few minutes.
शाम की presentation है. But we, after the session we have to give him
I would now like to introduce and invite Mr. Satyendra Rao, BV. Mr. Satyendra Rao, Chief Scientist and Head Technology Transfer and Business Development, CFTRI. 30 years of experience in grain processing and machinery development. Developed 38 processes and machinery, including mini versatile, dal mill, maize mill, improved huller mills, roller flaker, tiny rice mill, tiny millet mill, and more. Presented 50 posters in seminars and conferences and delivered 55 invited lectures. Contributed significantly to the advancement of grain processing technology and knowledge dissemination in the field. Received 5 Best Poster Awards, Best Technology Transfer Award, and Best Technology Developed Award. Guided 26 BE, BTech, MSc students in their research.
Presentation, please.
So you need the color mic? Color mic?
First one, play, madam. Remote is on. Remote work agata.
So where the color mic? Slide changer?
Hello. Done? Good afternoon. Welcome to CFTRI. So I think you are here at CFTRI, but we are talking about CFTRI for the first time, right? Okay, thanks for giving this opportunity. I know the time is very short. I'm in CFTRI from last 35 years or so. I am not able to see CFTRI completely. And it is my responsibility to showcase CFTRI in, say, less than 10 minutes. I'll definitely take that opportunity and try to showcase CFTRI, what CFTRI is doing, and how is it serving the nation. Essentially, CFTRI is under the umbrella of CSIR, and it's got 73 years, it's only 73 years young. So we started in 1950 and trying to look at solving the nation's problems when it comes to food and food processing. We are essentially an R&D laboratory. So we come under CSIR, and our basic core activities are basic research. We do basic research on food-related activities, and then we do technology development. I think that is bread and butter for CFTRI, because over a period of time, if my numbers are not wrong, we have developed more than 1,000 technologies related to food, and today we offer about 400 technologies. And it's not just developing technologies. On an average, we transfer about 125 to 150 technologies every year. So that means come any day to CFTRI, there is at least one technology transfer happening on any day. And apart from the technology development, we are also into the other activities like, say, food preservation and safety, which is very, very critical for the existence. So we pay money, we should get safe food, and we should eat safe food. Come again, you go to a temple and we see the God, and we think that everything is safe there, and we get the prasadam, the next day we are very close to God. It should also not happen. So not just temple prasadams, all the foods that we eat should be very safe. So we are into that area of activity. We look at storage, all the necessary certifications as far as the food is concerned, the food adulteration, quote and port samples. So India imports a lot of food, so we actually kind of look at those foods, whether they are safe to kind of import them. And we are an appellate body when it comes to food safety, and we are seriously associated with Food Safety Standards Authority of the country. And next is the engineering and packaging solutions. What foods that we make, the traditional foods, etc., nobody in the globe is interested. So we developed machinery for the traditional foods. Say you look at the idlis or the chapatis or the rotis or dosas. So no one was initially interested. We created that kind of activity at CFTRI. We developed machinery. So we have been a starch bearer when it comes to the development of machineries for the traditional foods. Now there are multiple number of manufacturers who are in this area and trying to go beyond us. But we created the space and possibility. Just to say, rice milling is a very, very huge area. But when it came to the decision making of the government, the then government, they wanted to know whether rice mills can be produced, manufactured in the country, or should all that be imported. It was CFTRI which gave the kind of a decision and support to the government of India that it can be made in India. That was in the early 60s. So the made in India concept, we started in 1960s, and today there are more than 350 machinery manufacturers in the country. And engineering and packaging solutions, I think there's been a lot of things that are already been talked about, the packaging solutions. Apart from that, we do a packaging design, especially the migration part of it, and the WVTR, etc. We do the safety studies, migration, both global migration and specific migration. We work on shelf life evaluation of products and shelf life extension. Apart from all these things, one of our major areas of contribution to food science and technology and the food industry as such is the human resource that we have developed. So wherever you go to in any, in India, to any food industry, there is a CFTRI Connect. So there is a CFTRIN behind any of the food processing industries. So we have flagship programs of MSc Food Technology. We have PhD programs under ACSCR, which is an appellate body. And then we also now looking at the possibility of creating newer opportunities. We have been supporting startups and then created that kind of an ecosystem at CFTRI. Apart from what we do at CFTRI, CFTRI can connect you all with the other CSAR laboratories. I think I'll come to that, how we can do that. There are many things that one institution cannot do, one individual cannot do, one consultant cannot do. So what CFTRI can do is actually put these things together, stitch a solution, a global, total, integrated solution. That's what is going to make the difference. Just to tell you about some of the success stories, again, multiple number of times I told, there could be many Amul babies here. And Amul is our baby. Okay, so we created the Amul, then it was not called by the name Amul brand. We developed the technology of converting a buffalo's milk to an infant food. Even today, buffalo's milk cannot be given to an infant. So we converted buffalo milk to baby food at that time where there was not sufficient milk and we were actually having begging bowls, waiting for the food to be collected from outside. We developed this technology, and probably with that transfer of the technology to Kaira, we have the a white revolution in the country. I think directly or indirectly, we have been responsible for the white revolution in the country, and CFTRI has also got a few awards because of that. And then we all look at parboiling. I think most of us are rice eaters. Nearly 70% of the paddy that gets converted into rice uses CFTRI technology even today. That means we developed these technologies early 60s and 70s. Over a period of 6.5 decades, every year, millions of tons of paddy is converted into rice using CFTRI's method. The method that we have developed for parboiling is called CFTRI's hot soaking steaming process globally. So not just India, in the subcontinent of wherever parboiling is practiced, this is the technology that is being used. But again, just not living in the past, what we are trying to look at is there is a lot of water that gets into the processing of this. Why I'm just coming to us, even paper has a lot of issues with water. So I am just looking at an equivalent in rice where paddy uses a lot of water, 1:1.2. In some of the food processing, it is 1:10 times water. So we can actually work out methods how we can actually reduce the usage of water. And then again, curing, I think fresh rice, the old rice, everybody wants to eat old rice, but fresh rice has limitations. So we came out with a very simple technology of giving a thermal treatment, steam for 20 minutes, the new rice becomes old rice. So this technology, in about 25% of paddy produced in the country uses this technology. That's what I mean to say. 70% of paddy produced, roughly say 85 to 90 million tons of paddy uses CFTRA's technology even today. Okay, I just missed one point. On Basmati, the same technology cannot be used. Maybe if you have just looked at the advertisements of Basmati rice fellows, they say we'll keep the boast of storing Basmati paddy for 2 years before milling and supplying. Just look at the Basmati milling, 5 tons per hour, 20 tons per day, 20 hours a day, 100 tons per hour, 2 years. So that is the kind of money that gets invested or locked down in the inventory. So we have a technology now where they don't have to wait till that many years, what they can complete in 4 to 6 weeks without giving steam, losing the aroma, but still getting the same kind of cooking qualities. This is an international era of millets, right? So millets, everybody wants to eat, but there is a huge, mismatch between what is to be milled, how it can be milled, how efficiently it can be milled. We intervened at a stage where we actually brought down 85% of the energy required in the processing. Not 1-2%, it is 85% of the energy required. This is another innovative process of turmeric. I'm just trying to cover the whole broad horizons. So we have a technology where turmeric is generally cooked in water and dried in hot sun and then polished. So that means the outer layer is removed, then converted into powder. Turmeric is essentially, we are looking for color. You're putting it in hot sun, color goes. There are a lot of leachants. So all those things are lost. So we have a technology where what takes generally about a month's time can be completed in 24 hours. I think this is another packaging marvel where we understood what happens to the cut vegetables and how we can actually extend the shelf life. And we have another product called Ahango, which is an anti-hangover product. So it is essentially for those who have great evenings with alcohol, very bad mornings next day, at 500 mg level, it can actually make a difference. And we developed some technology, say for example, coffee. When they do the pulping and wet processing, the water that comes out of the unit, it is very, very difficult to store them and you can't use it for any purpose. So we created a microbiological innovation, we did. And then we identified 4 microbes which can be put into this water and you can convert that water, where nobody seems to go around, can be converted into a usable water. Several machines, probably you will see all of them tomorrow. Packaging, I think you will actually have a lot of things to decide. And food covers almost everything. The major the problem or the challenge for the food scientist is nutrition people think is inversely proportional to taste. So, but I think we are here to battle out and find out and make it happen that nutrition is not inversely proportional to taste. You can get nutrition and taste together. I think these are other interventions that we do. Body is very important, food is very important, nutrition is very important, and we are now looking at a place maybe where we can also connect is when I said CFTRA can actually connect with other CSIR labs. So we have a pan-CSIR initiative where we can actually look at electrical, thermal, process water, wastewater, and waste and emissions. So I think we can do, CFCR has that kind of a capability when we integrate with different laboratories where we can give a total solution on most of the issues that are relating to all those parameters. These are some of our valued customers, and I think CFTRA is the place for all of you to be here. Thank you.
I would now request to the President of Ippta, please present the memento to Mr. Satyendra Rao. So please. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the technical session second. I would now like to introduce and invite our session chairman, Dr. Ashok Kumar. Dr. Ashok Kumar, Executive Director of Padamji Paper Product Limited, PhD in pulp processing from the University of British Columbia, UBC, in Vancouver, Canada, BE.ME in Chemical Engineering from IIT Roorkee. Over his 40 years professional career, he has been closely associated with various government bodies, committees, institutions, and agencies related to the pulp and paper field, both in India and abroad. He served as the head of Bil Sahab Forest Industries, SFI, in Malaysia for 2.5 years. Past president of the Ippta, past president of Khanna Paper Mills, Amritsar. Now I would like to introduce and invite our speaker, Pitipong. Master degree of Science in Biotechnology, Mahidol University, Thailand. Senior Manager of Product Development Innovation Team, both food and non-food application in SMS Corporation, Co. Limited, Thailand. 15 years of total work experience, 12 years in modified starch industry. Started career as a product technical support for the paper industry. Responsible for the management and practice of intellectual properties in SMS Group. I would now introduce and invite our next speaker, Okrapon Dangsopon. Master's degree of Science in Chemistry, Nyerson University, Thailand. Assistant Manager of Industrial Application Innovation Team, focusing on the modified starch as paper specialty chemical in SMS Corporation, Co. Limited. 8 years of work experience in the modified starch industry. Started career as a product technical support for the corrugated adhesive industry. Career carries rich combination of fundamental knowledge and practical applications in the fiber-based packaging. Now I would like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Mr. N. Hariharan. Assistant Manager R&D, Tamil Nadu Newsprint and Paper Limited. MS Quality Management, post-graduation from BITS Pilani, WILP. BE Printing Technology, graduate from College of Engineering, Anna University, Chennai. 13 years of experience in R&D of paper and paperboard industry and around 3 years of experience in print production in DNA, Mumbai and the Times of India, Chennai. Now I would like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Mr. Vijay Gupta. Mr. Vijay Gupta, co-founder and mentor of Asia Pulp and Paper Private Limited, postgraduate in management from the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Asia Pulp and Papers, a company co-founded and mentored by him as a pioneer and leader in the design and development of sustainable, plastic-free, fully recyclable, premium food services and food delivery packaging products. Actively participated in the formation and operations of multi-country JVS and M&AS. A regular speaker at several paper and management forums, including IIM and other management institutions, RISI and Paperix on leadership, international business and paper. Now I would like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Priyamvida Chauhan. Ms. Priyamvida Chauhan, Senior Manager, Founder Office, Haber. Bachelor of Technology, National Institute of Technology, Nagpur. Masters in International Management, Spain. 5+ years of experience in supply chain management. Our next speaker is Mr. Anuj Kumar Tayal, VP Opens, West Coast Paper Mill Limited. Graduate in BE Pulp and Paper, University of Roorkee. Over 35 years of experience, vast exposure in paper plants from medium to large scale and with various raw material including agriculture, residue and hardwood. Believes in serving and delighting customers through consistent quality, timely action on the feedback, products re-engineering and new product development. I would like to introduce and invite our next speaker, Dr. Dharam. Dr. Dharam, Professor, Department of Paper Technology, IIT Roorkee, Saharanpur campus, PhD in Pulp and Paper from IIT Roorkee, supervised 24 PhD theses and 40 MTech theses, wrote 3 books and 7 book chapters, published 210 research papers in national and international journals, presented research papers at Rome, Kathmandu, Paris, Berlin, Finland, Ukraine, London, Indonesia, Milan, Switzerland, Spain, and the USA. Honored as star performance 6 times by IIT Roorkee, member of Security Papers and Mean Corporation of India, CPPRI. I would now request to the session chairman, please commence the session.
Good afternoon. Towards the end of the day, I hope everybody awake. Okay. We are starting session by, I think, 25 minutes late. There are 6 papers, 7 speakers. So the way we allot the time is 10 minutes each to every paper. So that will be roughly 1 hour. After that, we can take question and answer session. I would request you all to make it very interesting. So please avoid some generic comments, some theories, unless it supports your work, right? I would also request the delegates, if you want to ask a question, kindly write it and send it to me. I'll give it to the respective person. Unless you are tired of writing on a piece of paper, then you can ask towards the end of the session. But we are from the paper industry, you should make use, writing on a sheet of paper. Right? So with this, let's start the first paper. That is enhancing paper's barrier properties for sustainable plastic alternatives. There are 2 speakers. I don't know who one will. Pitipong, you will start first. Okay. So kindly start and you decide among yourself 10 minutes to both of you.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to be here today at the Ippta Zonal Seminar 2023. It is an honor to be here again after our last speaking at 2016 annual general meeting at Kolkata. Today, we are here to discuss what is the importance of paper as plastic alternative and why the plastic is the problems and how paper can be used to substitute the plastic, as well as how our starch-based emulsion can enhance the barrier property of paper. In modern society, packaging needs to be versatile and not only means for containment. It needs to be able to have a barrier property against humidity, water, oil, and grease. As you all know, plastic consumption also poses severe environmental problems right now. have to think the magnitude of this problem. Annually, the paper production is about 300 million tons a year. But for the plastic, it is nearly 4 million tons. It is nearly 4 million tons. And to this number, over 1/3 of this number is single-use plastic, which means it only used once and being disposed, landfill, incinerated, or accumulated in ocean like this. In light of this, paper, as previously discussed by several speakers, it has a practical, it can be a practical solution for these problems. But physically, paper is a porous material, and chemically, paper is hydrophilic. So normally, paper makers use excising chemical like AKD or ASA to make surface of paper hydrophobic and use fluorochemicals to make surface of paper oleophobic. However, the latter, also known as forever chemicals, it poses severe public health problems internationally due to its bioaccumulation and ability to, it is difficult to degrade. To address this issue, we have developed what we call a non-fluorochemical water-based polymer grafted starch emulsion, or the emulsion. By grafting the biodegradable monomer to the starch molecule and make its film-forming property better. And this emulsion has been designed in compliance with notable international regulations such as the US FDA or the BFR. The application of this emulsion using conventional paper making machine or conversion is feasible with minimal process adjustment. And I will hand up the presentation to Mr. Agrapon for the next section. Please.
So thank you for your introduce me. For the next section, I would like to present about the performance of non-fluorochemical water-based polymer graft starch emulsion in our innovation center, right? So first of all, can use, oh, cannot. First of all, the property of the emulsion we can summarize in this table. This one is the liquid form, right? We have the concentration is around 45 to 50%. And then this study, we study three kinds of the base paper, such as the glassine paper, craft paper, and solid beadboard. This paper, we for the basic property and surface property, we summarize in this table. For study the barrier property, we can investigate the oil and grit resistance by following this standard TAPI T559, the kit test, and water resistance testing by using the standard TAPI T441, the COP test. So in this study, we use the COP 60 seconds to evaluate the water resistance. The first experiment, we study on the glassine paper, 35 grams per square meter, like as this, right? This one. So we apply the emulsion at the coat weight almost 6 grams per square meter, and the results show that they show both excellent both water resistant and oil and grease resistant by 97% reduction in COP 60-second value. And the oil resistance is was increased up to the kit number up to number 12. It means that this emulsion show the excellent barrier property by using this standard, right? So for the property of the coated paper, we are summarized and show in this table. For the surface property, especially for the porosity, you can see that the porosity was reduced from 47 to 5 milliliter per minute. It means that the emulsion successfully to form the continuous film and provide the excellent barrier properties. As you can see in this picture, for the application test, we just press with the fatty food such as the French fry on this paper, right? You can see the uncoated paper. It found that they have the oil absorption in the paper surface, but for the coated paper, no oil absorption in the paper surface. The second one we study on the craft liner, 70 grams per square meter. The paper is lighted, yes. By applying the emulsion at the coat weight almost 10 grams per square meter by K-coater in our lab, in our laboratory, right? The results show also the same, the water resistant and oil resistant by reduction, by 98% reduction of the COP 60-second value, right? And show the kit value up to the number 12. And then the coated paper properties we show in this slide, we show in this table, and especially for the porosity is also the same. The result is also the same previous one. The porosity is reduced from 560 to 5 milliliter per minute. It means that they have the form the continuous film, right? And the application test, we found that when we press with the pizza on the paper surface, we found the oil absorption when we didn't coat with the emulsion. And for the coated paper, we don't the oil cannot absorb in the paper, right? So then the third one is we can study on the solid baseboard with apply the emulsion at the coat weight almost 16 grams per square meter. It shows the excellent water resistant and oil resistant too by 98% reduction in the COP 60-second value and increase the kit value up to number 12. So in the application test, we place the fried chicken in the base paper. It found that there are no water and oil absorption in the paper surface when we coat with the emulsion, right? So another one, when we study on the palm packaging, the palm packaging is like this. We coated the material by spray coating in the material, compare between uncoated and coated paper. Then we spray at the 60 grams per square meter and study with the barrier property by this condition, right? It shows that the coated sample, they don't have the water and oil penetrate pass through in the sample. And you can see in the picture like this, when we put some food like at the spaghetti or the spaghetti like this, they have no water and oil penetrate into the sample. So by the way, we can ensuring to be this emulsion to be the safe with comply with the US FDA following this number. three kinds of the different types of base paper were tested by TUV Thailand, Thailand. The result indicate that the all of the value is below the limit of the quantitation, right? It can ensure that this one is to be safe following this standard. So another one, the last experiment, we studied the home compostable. The home compostable compare between the PE coated paper and emulsion coated paper by using 18 grams per square meter of the PE coated paper and the emulsion at 16 grams per square meter, right? You can see the starting period at this picture, right? And then after 60 days, the PE coated paper is show the plastic residue, and when we compare with the emulsion, you can see that no residue in the landfill, right? So
Conclude.
Yeah.
Conclude, please.
Thank you. That's in conclusion, we can using this emulsion that provide in terms of excellent water resistant and oil and grit resistant, then can be reduced and replace the plastic used in food packaging and ensure that this one is compliant with the US FDA following this number, and this material can compostable within 60 days by in-house testing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very interesting paper. Some of you might be using fluorochemicals to get OGR properties. Number of countries have banned, and they are looking for, at least for future, that we have PFA freeze. So here, something like that is a solution. And he has given case history for glassine, kraftliner, SBS, as well as for molded products. A reduction of 98% core value, which is almost nil, and developing a kit to 12 is a remarkable achievement. Hopefully it can be demonstrated in the mills. So some of you are interested, but yes, coat weight is high. Remember, it's 15% on a 35 GSM glassine paper. Coat weight is around 15%. On 230 GSM, it is about 15 grams. That's okay. So coat weight is pretty on a higher side, but I'm sure it will be more cost effective and futuristic as far as the environment is concerned. Thank you for a very nice presentation. Next paper is on aptness of paper for replacing SUPs in food packaging. This will be presented by Mr. N. Hariharan of TNPL. Kindly.
Am I audible? Yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start the session with this quote. An expert is a person who has made all the mistakes that can be made in a very narrow field, said Niels Bohr, a renowned Danish physicist and a Nobel Prize winner. With this thought-provoking quote, I welcome you all to this wonderful evening. And it's a pleasure for me to stand before you and deliver a presentation on the topic of utmost importance, the aptness of paper and paperboard for replacing SUPs in food packaging. These are the contents. Due to time constraint, I am rushing through this. The rise and fall of plastics. By early 1930s, a remarkable discovery was made in Imperial Chemical Industry, England, while experimenting the effect of high temperature and pressure in organic polymers. While experimenting with ethylene, the accidental leakage of oxygen acted as the initiator and resulted in a waxy residues called polyethylene. And from that accident, it took around 5 years for developing the process and reproducing the process in a consistent basis. So the first recorded product made up of PE, is a cream-colored walking stick, and from that status it has gone up to a wartime secret, as it was used as an insulator for radar cables during World War II. In 1965, as the convenience took the center stage, a single piece shopping bag patented by a company, Swedish company called Celloplast. This changed the consumer behavior and shopping experience. 1997, as discussed in the morning, it is the year the first Great Pacific Garbage Patch was discovered, a crisis we are facing today. In 2002, the detrimental effect of SUPs on the environment became evident, as Bangladesh being the first country to put ban for the single-use plastics. This decision was realized after the realization of the cause for the clogging of drainage during the flood period. In 2011, the worldwide plastic consumption reached 1 million, and these alarming statistics raised the need for addressing the global issue. In 2018, Beat Plastic Pollution, the theme of World Environment Day hosted by India gained importance, emphasizing on the importance of searching for sustainable alternatives and also reducing the reliance on SUPs. These are the dark side of plastics. While SUP being convenient in the short term, but the long-term effects on individuals and communities cannot be ignored. The environmental impact, like while production and disposal of plastics, it causes more environmental pollution. Littering of SUPs causes more clogs in the drainages. It disturbs ecosystem and also become a big threat for marine life. Economic impact, like it negatively impact the GDP from agriculture to tourism. SUP has far consequences that affect the nation's budget also. Health and social impacts, like an average person could be having ingesting around 5 grams of plastics every week. These are the sites showing the primary presence of plastic waste in the ocean garbage. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, yes.
Let's focus on what you have wonderful papers.
Yeah, I will make it. Sure.
You won't have much time.
Okay. Okay. So paper being the renewable resources, everyone know cellulose is based. Cellulose, we are making paper from cellulose fibers, primarily from wood, which can be replanted, and from responsible resources we can use it. This shows that the source can be replenished over time. This paper is recyclable and biodegradable, and the paper can be used for food packaging provided the safety measures and the barrier properties are met. The aesthetic and purity demands on the paper packaging requires leans morely towards the virgin grade material. ECF bleaching, where most of the paper mills are shifted, it enhances the, it reduces the environmental impact, and also generation of dioxins, reduce the generation of dioxin and chlorinated substances. Strict adhering to the GMPs, like maintaining system hygiene, avoiding OBS and dyes in the production, and using regulated substance will pave the way for paperboard in food packaging. These are the sustainable solutions available. I'm skipping this. So this is the major work we have carried out. We conducted barrier coating trial with respect to PLA. We conducted PLA coating on our paper and cupstock baseboard. PLA being a renewable and compostable nature, it raised as an alternative for SUPs. With the existing extrusion machine, we made some modifications recommended by the supplier, like implementation of water loop to reduce the initial zone temperature, and we coated. The substrate was coated around 20 GSM as recommended by the supplier, and it was cut into cup blanks, and cup making trials were carried out on different configurations of machine, and the result was excellent. With respect to paper, we made pouches for sweets and savories, that also the performance were comparable with the commercially available product. Next, water-based trial. We conducted water-based trial both in online and offline mode, and we have a good experience on that. The observations are like, first we carried out with the single coat. As the chemical was absorbed into the porous nature of the paper, it hampers the barrier performance, and we conducted a double coat, like using a primer first. After that, we coated the barrier layer. it enhanced the barrier performance. In meantime, we faced problems like pinholes and blocking. We mitigate the blocking by means of chemical modifications by the supplier, then installing air curtains by reducing the temperature at the end of the jumbo roll, removing jumbo roll in small quantities and rewinding the same immediately. This helped us to arrest this blocking problem. Other problems like the chemicals which got dried in the guide rolls and other components, cumbersome task and time consuming one. Our machine configuration requires the chiller roll arrangement. So we are forced to do these trials in offline. So we conducted the offline trial also. The behavior of that chemical remains same in offline. But the offline machine have these chiller roll arrangements and all. So we carried out the trial. This cup conversion, with respect to cup conversion, the coated surface is behaving differently when compared to this conventional poly-coated substrate. Because this barrier coating chemical is having some sticky nature that causes continuous jamming in blank punching and also in cup making. As I quoted earlier, we made several mistakes to improve our expertise in barrier coating. Food contact regulations being followed during manufacturing. This food contact paper should not possess any healthy hazard or should not change any organoleptic properties or composition of the food. During manufacturing, we have to abide to the good manufacturing practices and must use regulated substance only. This is the food contact regulations applicable for paper and paper 4. These are the challenges we faced in polylactic acid trial. This availability and high cost is the prevailing challenges to scale up, and it demands a sound knowledge for extrusion application because the operating window is very narrow and it may cause us some thermal degradation if it is missed. Then the pure polylactic acid needs polylactide is required for making pure polylactic acid granules. This optically impure PLA may cause metabolic problems and it is not recommended for food contact application. This pure lactic acid is also brittle and warrants the blending of soft polymer to enhance its flexibility. As discussed in the morning, the mix-up of polylactic acid coated paper and conventional PE paper, the distinguishing between these two is a very big task. It's a challenging task, and in commercial manner, it's a real challenge prevailing there. With respect to barrier coating chemical, we had a blocking issue, pinhole issue, primer coating we can't avoid because it is inevitable to keep the barrier material over the surface to enhance the performance. And while testing with hot beverages, there should not be any chemical odor. The permanence of heat seal over the storage, that is also a big challenge. After 6 months, it should have give the same sealing property. And the leakage at the bottom of the cup, that also has to be addressed. The cost of this against this conventional is 3 to 4 times higher. Way forward. Shifting towards biodegradable is crucial, and PLA is the predominant material available now. Water barrier also getting a good attention. Collective effort of manufacturers of paperboard and barrier coating chemicals and the guidance by the regulatory authorities will pave the way for more replacement of SUPs by paper and paperboard. I finish this session with this saying, all good things come to life with the price tag. There is a cost for protecting our mother earth also, environment. Thank you.
I personally feel 10 minutes time, Goel Sahib, is less from, I think, next time I can only request you should make at least 15 minutes, maybe one paper less, because such interesting papers, should be given enough time. Anyways, I think he has given two very interesting studies of PLA and water-based coatings. PLA is a well-known chemical for, paper cups, and number of mills in India are using it. It has its own challenges, but it's a proven material. If we do our things right, that's the right solution for paper cups which are PE coated. But as he mentioned, it's expensive. I also said in the morning, it's going to be expensive. So we have to either way take a decision that depends on the regulatory authorities. Thank you, Hariharan. Next paper is on food packaging, a tipping point for paper by Mr. Vijay Gupta, Asia Pulp and Paper, Bengaluru. Gupta ji, please.
Good afternoon, fellow learners, both in this hall and those who are joining us online. I thank Ippta and CFTRI for this opportunity to be at this temple of learning amongst such an amazing group of experts from both paper and food. There was talk this morning about the size of the opportunity. And I'm not a technical person, so let me give you a business perspective and a very non-technical perspective on the size of the opportunity. We talk of roti, kapda, makan. Makan, you build once in a lifetime, twice in a lifetime. Kapda, you probably buy a couple of times a year. Roti, if I take in a broader sense, all food and beverage, we consume at least 4 times or 5 times a day. 8 billion people consuming food and beverage 4 to 5 times a day. That is the size of the food opportunity. And it's not just packaged food at the end of the chain. Packaging starts from where food is probably grown. You have packaging for fresh food. You have packaging for semi-processed food. You have packaging for finished food, ready-to-eat food, ready-to-cook food, frozen food, all kinds of food. Everything needs packaging and different kinds of packaging. So that, friends, is the size of the opportunity. A tipping point is a magical point where opportunity meets action. And if I see the interest this particular subject has drawn, I think we are at or near that magical point. What is the requirement of food packaging? If you have to pack food, safe, absolutely non-negotiable. Anything that is packing food has to be safe for food, safe for the consumer of that food. Affordable. What use is a solution that our customer cannot afford or our customer will not buy? From a business perspective, I should only be looking at a solution that is affordable. And our customers have evolved. They're not just talking of cheap as in a low quality, low price product. The evolved customer today wants a workable product, but wants it cheaper. Functional, yes. Food is probably the most complex product. We've heard dry, wet, semi-wet, oily, fatty, acidic, served boiling hot, served frozen cold. You name the complexity, it is there. Ease of use. Right through the chain, from the person making the food, packing it, transporting it, storing it, consuming it. Ease of use is a necessary element of the packaging we provide. Sustainable. Fortunately, paper is perhaps the most sustainable industrial packaging product available. It is the only product that, as was described earlier, eternally renewable. It's the only major industrial raw material that actually grows on trees. Tried and tested. Our customers do not want a beta version of a product. A failed package in the food business is not just a failed package. It's an angry and hungry customer. Imagine a customer ordering food and getting it in a failed package. So we can't afford a failure of a package here. It's said we have only one life in which to do everything, and we have to act accordingly. There have been comments this morning about how we are not ready, but getting there. It may be too late. There is no point getting into a party when it's about closing time. The party is now. Various stakeholders, consumers, customers, regulators, society, local authorities. There was an announcement of the single-use ban a few years ago. 1st July 22, the ban came into effect. For a few years now, all of these people have not just been knocking at our doors. They've been banging at our doors, asking us to provide alternatives. I think our industry has been too slow to react to that opportunity and challenge. But fortunately, not much lost. If we can start acting now, there's still an amazing and infinite opportunity available. Let me do a show of hands here. You see the traditional 4P model on the left. How many of us in our strategies adopt that model? Can I have a show of hands? That is a traditional model which most marketing people use. You're looking at product, price, place, promotion. I think we need to outgrow that model and go to the Seva model. The competition is not the center of our universe. The center of our universe is our customer. The purpose of business is not to sell. The purpose of business is to solve customer challenges. In the Seva model, we have to provide solutions to customer challenges. We have to educate our customers. We have to provide value. Value as in not just the lowest price. Value could be bringing efficiency to the customer. It could be bringing higher revenue to the customer. It could be bringing better customer retention for our customers. So value could take many forms. And providing access. We have national accounts where it doesn't matter where you are. You need to provide them that solution across 300, 400, 500 points across the country. We've also had some remarks about this. Can it be good and cheap, good and fast? Can it be all three? A lot of us believe that doesn't exist. Gentlemen, if we want to succeed, if we want to face this challenge, we have to provide a point where it is cheaper, better, and faster. We cannot look at these as independent wheels and look at the intersection points. We have to look at these as interconnected wheels. And if we look at them as interconnected wheels, continually we will be working on providing better solutions, working on providing faster solutions, and working on providing solutions that are cheaper and affordable by our customers. Again, this was a remark made this morning, impossible to I am possible. This is a blockbuster opportunity. There's purpose within the boundaries of dharma, regulatory environment. We can provide solutions. If we want to be business leaders, we cannot be followers by definition. We'll have to be customer-centric, solution-oriented, innovative. We can't be just talking about bending the rules. We have to change the game. Friends, 2 accidents, which Mr. Hariharan mentioned, brought us here together. One that happened in 1898, when PE was discovered accidentally by a German chemist. to what happened in 1933, when in UK, two people found a way of commercializing it. 90 years on, and 8 billion tons of plastic waste accumulated in the world later, here we are presented with an infinite opportunity. Time to act, friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for giving a business perspective. I hope it will be useful to the people who are in the business. Thank you. The next paper is on enhancing product quality and efficiency in molded fiber food packaging through AI-driven stiffness prediction program. This paper will be presented by Priyamvada Chauhan. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Ippta for giving us the platform for enabling knowledge sharing across paper industry. And without further ado, let me dive directly into the presentation. Today, if you open any newspaper, any social media page, the headlines just talk about two things: sustainability and artificial intelligence. Now imagine combining these two forces and the resonant impact they would create. Now imagine the impact would grow even bigger on a growing market such as molded fiber product market. The MFP market is set to grow by almost 15% in the next 5 years. I'm pretty sure by now most of you are aware of it, since a lot of speakers have already touched upon the subject. MFP is set to replace plastic across all industry. And this is not just limited to food packaging industry, but also mobile covers, novelty packaging, etc. However, MFP comes with its own set of challenges. High cost of production being the first of it. And I also, I know that the manufacturers and the speakers sitting here would agree with me that the inconsistency in the product quality is another issue which is plaguing them. Since molded fiber product is made up of plethora of different ions, there is a non-uniformity in the end product. However, if MFP is to replace plastic, we and as an industry need to solve for not only these above challenges, but also we have to improve the oil proofing, waterproofing, as well as the stiffness properties of the molded fiber product to make it as good as plastic. Now the question is, how do we do it? Well, the solution is here. Artificial intelligence, the game changer. AI, it enables real-time monitoring of process KPIs, which helps us to immediately take corrective action and change the process parameters. Once the AI has optimized the input, which is chemical, utilities, anything, in this case, and the process itself, it will give us the product which will be at par in the quality. And this is all we are expecting out of it. These are the few things which AI does, which I'll explain more in depth in future slides. In short, artificial intelligence is your subject matter expert, which will analyze extensive data sets and identify patterns to find opportunities in the long term to reduce cost and improve quality. And how is it going to do that? By optimizing your resource. How? Resource can be both, your chemicals, your utilities, your water, everything. Now imagine, artificial intelligence is already taking care of your operations. That means our manpower is free and they can utilize their energy to build more products, to build more innovative practices, give their time to R&D. And this is which will help us to position ourselves better in the market and gain new customers. Lastly, if artificial intelligence can bring down the resource resource utilization, it will help the pulp and paper industry to achieve sustainable goal and align with the government mission to reduce plastic. Moving on, as I've already said, artificial intelligence does real-time monitoring. That means it can actually take care of all the challenges which I've mentioned here in manual testing. For example, in manual testing, say there comes a paper roll and you manually take random samples and see if it's good or bad, and maybe based on that you accept it or reject it. But in what happens in artificial intelligence is, it actually takes care of the abnormality, identifies it, and there takes the corrective measure to rectify that abnormality in the process itself, so that you get a product which is of higher superior quality. Isn't all this good? This will result into fewer rejections. Fewer rejection meaning your machine productivity will increase. Great news, isn't it? Now, I know what you're thinking. Okay, this is all good. Artificial intelligence seems to be, the answer to all our woes. But is this really possible? Is this all practical? Let me tell you, yes, a big resounding yes. And how do I know it? Because artificial intelligence is not, a theory or something. It is actually a practical remedy, and we have a real-life case study to prove that. Now, this study was conducted at one of the leading wood pulp and agro-based MFP manufacturer, which produces molded products in 400 GSM range over a period of 30 days. So the client was facing quality issues in their molded fiber, and they had given us 3 targets: reduce stiffness and quality variation, increase production rate, and optimize chemical consumption. Now, what was our approach? Our approach was to build a predictive stiffness program model. Okay, what is it? I'll explain later. Now, basically what this does is, it predicts, the artificial intelligence predicts the stiffness based on the process parameters. Now, why did we choose stiffness? Because stiffness is an important parameter which imparts the structural integrity and strength to the molded fiber product. Now, this was our approach. First of all, we collected data of critical parameters such as pH, conductivity, suspended solid through sensors. After that, the collected data was then cleaned, and we removed all the outliners, everything from it. Once this clean data then was analyzed, so the artificial intelligence basically identified those critical parameters such as furnaces, operating parameters, such as refining, which has a direct and significant impact on the stiffness of the molded fiber product. And not only that, AI found the correlation between these factors and found the most relevant ones to build stiffness prediction algorithm. And this stiffness prediction algorithm then we back calculated to engineer strength additive prediction model. In short, artificial intelligence basically predicted the stiffness, and then it back calculated and told us how much chemical to dose and when to dose. Well, what was the result? We assessed the accuracy of the prediction model by comparing the values which we got through versus that of the actual lab values. So this is, you can see we have plotted both the graphs, and this box plot is the variation between the predictive model values to that of the lab values. You can see the variation is very low. It comes in the range of almost -3 to +3%. Now, reiterating what I have already told you in the previous slide. Now, the targeted stiffness was 350 mm. You can see through predictive stiffness, through AI, we could achieve that target stiffness, and the mean was very near to that of the target. In fact, the standard deviation was very, very much lower than that of the lab value. Meaning AI is better than lab value. That's what I'm trying to tell. Okay. So here you can see a blue graph, which is basically the predictive stiffness without the AI. Now, what does this mean? It means that the company was actually overperforming on the targeted stiffness. Now you'll say, well, this is good, we are overperforming. No, it's not. Why? Because you're overutilizing your resources, your chemicals, your manpower, your energy, your water. Basically, you're overspending. You need not do that. Now, what will AI do? AI, since it's a real-time monitoring system, it has a better control on the manufacturing operational parameters itself. So it will remove all the deviations you have from the targeted stiffness and make it as closer to the targeted one. And you can see consistently AI has been improving and the stiffness as closer to that of the targeted. This means increase in TPD production, and this is what we were aiming for. Well, this means there was a 7.8% reduction in chemical consumption. This is an actual value which we had realized. Imagine, translate this into the cost, and you can see how much money we had saved. Concluding it, artificial intelligence is your ally, which will help you give superior product, superior consistent quality product at a reduced cost and help you to achieve your sustainable goals. So let us together, pulp and paper industry, utilize this artificial intelligence as our most efficient and reliable AI and scale new heights. Thank you.
Thank you, Premada, for a very clear, nice presentation to be done well in time. See, artificial intelligence can play a very important role. Some of you have used it, probably will understand the importance of it. She has clearly demonstrated this in this one. And it's a small project, you can do it everywhere. Basically what we all want to do, instead of taking a 1-minute ECG, if you take 24-hour ECG for 30 days, probably will know what the defects are and what corrective actions you can take. In mill, through SAP and all that, people are doing a lot of things. I personally have some experience working with them. I'm sure, we can, by understanding the historical importance of the processes through data collection, because algorithm will be as good the data collection is. So it will definitely help in reduce cost, improve quality, because resources will be optimized. People may not be alert all the time, but sensors are. So I think these things can be done anywhere in the mill. Thank you for a very nice presentation. Next paper is on replacing single-use plastic by paper for food packaging applications. The developments at West Coast Paper Mill. The paper will be presented by Anuj Tayal, who has more than 35 years experience in paper industry. Anuj, floor for you, please.
Good afternoon. Now Anuj Tayal. Okay. Just you can see some of the initial slides. That is basically what about plastic waste. You can say the plastic production. So we move forward on the fast track on that. And what the basically developed by WCPM, we will take some more time on that side. So the one initial that plastic comes from the Greek word plastics. And some basically interesting properties in plastic. These are moldable, flexible, and easily handleable. But negative side is basically environment impact on adversely. The plastic production, these are basically something basically already seen on that. Okay? China is the basically largest, you can say, the producer. Related to the plastic waste, it's basically, you can say, the packaging industry is one of the major sector that impacts the plastic waste. And this is basically some of the interesting things, that is the plastic bags, shrink wrap, bubble wrap, stretch film wrap, and something basically the one more thing is the whatever the you can say the maximum utilization of the e-commerce that accelerated basically the packaging sector and the plastic waste. What is the single-use plastic? mainly single-use plastic is the plastic from the fossil fuel chemicals, and that are basically disposed of just after use. And that the example of plastic bottles, wrappers, etc., straws, etc. So now related to the, you can say, the resistance to environment or loss to environment, you can say the resistance to decomposition, low recycling rate, or you can say the somehow we can say whatever seen that the small particles come to the drain and then the rivers, ocean, and that impact the. One only 2 lines in that. As a India developing country, more and more basically we related to the trade over takeaway. As you can see, both the family members are on the basically earning side. So the trend is increasing day by day of the takeaway, whether it's snacks, packed food, or grocery, or etc. items. Okay? And somehow COVID scenario also accelerated that, since due to the hygienic consciousness. Okay? And you can say these are basically only one major point is related to the India is the one of the, you can say, the best recycling rate against the global average of 18%. Now comes to how paper beats plastic. Is basically easily biodegradable, reusable, and recyclable. Okay? And you can say it's basically strong, okay? Making an incredible versatile material or eco-friendly. Now comes to how paper against plastic in food packaging. Now it's you can say the paper basically as a food packaging. The one major focus is related to the food should be, the quality of the food should not be impacted due to the packaging. And it's basically the paper fulfill all the 3 Ps. It's protection, preservation, and presentation. Now comes to the presentation part. It's basically some of the, you can say, the suppliers taken as a packaging for branding. So that is one media for improving their market share in terms of presentation on the packaging part or presentation part. Now it's common. Now comes to the WCPM approach related to the paper in terms of the food packaging. The WCPM approach related to the PDAS cycle, that means plan, do, check, and act. Okay? We take the support or in feed of our customer or our market. Okay? In the do, we do our homework on the lab scale, do lab trials, and that's what is the basically result of the lab scale. We give the output to our customers as well as the market. They take the market feedback on that part, and we do based on we take at the manufacturing side. So that's basically the PDS cycle where as a WCPM will work on that, and it's basically on the continual improvement side. This also works. Now as a WCPM journey, as a WCPM basically contributing sustainable basis to develop the new product, and that are basically partially or 100% replacing the paper product, plastic waste. Okay? In terms of the basically on the 2019, we developed the cup stock. Okay? And basically started from the journey of 160 GSMs. And then between 2009 and 2016, we basically developed this cup stock in different GSMs. In 2016, we started to develop the cup stock bottom, okay, as well as the paper bags. Okay. In 2018, we developed the paper straws. Now continuously on continuous basis, we are developing these varieties with you can see the different GSM. Somehow you can see as per market education, the GSM is going down by down. Okay. So we are keeping the product properties same as per market requirement. We are developing that products. Now this is the, you can say, the WCPM product range. Okay. First part is related to the cup walls, where Vasco Prime, Vasco Base, Vasco Liner, then Vasco Coated Prime. basically high-end use for then you can say the paper bags, Vasco deodorizant, then Vasco straw base, okay, P-coated papers, okay. And this is you can say one of the major product is related to the large capacity, that is 350 ml paper cups for, this is the, you can say the 100% export variety and related to the cold drinks and beverage, okay. And now shortly we are basically in the commercial run of paper bags, paper plates. Now you can say in the properties wise, when basically some in details related to the when we started the journey in 2009 from developing the paper cup walls, then you can say the main property related to the stretch, stiffness and bulk, okay. And you can say up to 2023, almost you can say we have improved the properties by 10 to 15%, and that improves the market share of the WCPM as well as the customer satisfaction level. Now come to the paper bags. One you can say the major properties related to the burst factor, okay. And another you can say the wax peak. We basically considered as a wax peak related to the branding, okay. Since you can say the maximum amount of the paper bags now is being either the solid printing or 4-color printing. So the paper should have the better printing properties. So you can say the keeping in view of that, we have improved the wax peak level from 14 plus to 16 plus. And that improves the basically overall printing properties related to that. Since it's a you can say the paper bags is a very good, you can say the initiative related to the branding. So that particularly basically enhances the WCPM image related to the paper bags. Now come to the straw. You can say as you data seen that in terms of the stretch, stiffness and bulk, we improved the property almost by 10 to 15%. Okay. And since you can say as a overall scenario, its volume is low, but you can say it's the market presence in terms of the replacement of single-use plastic. Now as a overall scenario related to that, as a WCPM basically focusing related to the replacement of single-use plastic with the new product, okay, customer satisfaction, and you can say as a overall market volume, we are manufacturing around 20% of the volume that are partially or 100% replaceable to the single-use plastics. Now on the future part or path forward, it's basically as seen that the paper plates are being shortly taken the run of paper plates. On the barrier coated parts, we on the final stage, already some trials are being taken, okay? And you can say sooner you can say in a short span of time we will finalize that. Keeping in view of the market scenario as well as the customer requirement, we are taking the major modification of our board machine, okay? And that basically is further support for the quality improvement. Now as a conclusion side, the paper we can think of is basically 100% replacement to the plastic, but lot of work to be done in terms of the cost as well as the different products. As a technocrat, it's our responsibility to make the paper as a feasible against the plastic so that we can serve better for the environment, for the industry, as well as for the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anuj Tayal. Anuj has taken us through the journey at West Coast Paper Mill, where the paper to replace plastic has been developed in 3 areas: cup stock, paper straws, and paper bags. And today their volume is 60,000 tons in cup stock, 3,500 tons in straws, paper bags, and 1500 metric tons in straws. And he has shown that by process improvements, you can improve the product quality. A paper bag with a burst factor of 30 and a wax pitch of 16A. So what I want to stress upon, all kind of papers are available in the market. If you make a very bad product, the industry as a whole gets a bad name that good papers are not available. Thank you, Anuj, for making a very nice practical presentation. Thank you. The last paper is from a hardcore researcher, Dr. Dharamdat. He worked with me in Star Paper Mill and then as a colleague in, I would still like to call it Institute of Paper Technology, Saharanpur. He will be speaking on environment-friendly water-based coating formulation to improve the repulpability and recyclability and replace the PE coating on paper cups. Dr. Dharamdat, I'm sure you will make it very interesting, theoretically as well as your development in this field about coating formulation.
Good afternoon. I have developed a water-based coating for paper cups and paper, coffee and teacups, which has recyclability and the pulpability. Now, what is the fundamental difference between paper and polythene chemically? Now, in case of plastic and polyethylene, it has covalent bonds, whereas in case of paper, it contains a hydrogen bond. And more than 60% bonds are hydrogen bonding in paper, number one. Second, in polythene or plastic, there is no side chain groups or functional groups, whereas in case of paper, it contains hydroxyl groups. Okay. So here, if we are able to protect these hydrogen bonds in paper, then we can develop these barrier properties. Okay. So here, in case of a starch, we have developed some hydrophobic group, and we are able to make starch and cellulose hydrophobic in nature. And second one, how can we develop these barrier properties? So we have to take into consideration Wasburn equation. Basically, the amount of penetration of liquid through the paper will depend upon this porosity, and this porosity may be reduced by refining or beating process. But at the same time, if we apply hydrophobic compound on the surface of the paper by increasing the contact angle, the penetration of liquid can be decreased. The second one, because these cellulose fibers are hydrophilic in nature, if you are able to develop cross-linking or by adding wet strength resin, then we can make or we can reduce the penetration of water. The second one I have already discussed. If we are able to convert these hydroxyl group into hydrophobic group, then we can develop this barrier property. Now this is the third graph, which is very much important. Now we have three type of solute during paper making process: inorganic solutes, organic solutes, and the amphoteric solutes. So by adding this inorganic solute, we can increase the surface tension forces during paper making process. And if the surface tension forces will increase, then the porosity will increase, and at the same time this water claim value will be increased. I'm just giving an interesting example. In case of absorbent grade paper, if you add simply sodium bicarbonate, so you can increase the porosity as well as this water claim property of this absorbent grade paper. But if we reduce the surface tension forces, then this water claim value will be reduced, and at the same time the porosity will be reduced. Okay. Now we have used these chemicals during this making this water-based coating: methylic acrylic acid, butyl acrylate, styrene, isopropyl alcohol, and agenobis, butyronitrile, this compound. Now this is the reaction step for the synthesis of acrylic styrene co-resin. And these are the reactions taking place during the synthesis of acrylic styrene resin. Now here, this is the DSC and TG studies studies of this acrylic core resin. Now here we have tested these resins for molecular weight, solid content, and the value which is highlighted in red color, that will show the value of this molecular weight, and the total solid 25%, and the surface energy of acrylic resin 28 to 29 dynes. Now here these are the steps for coating of the sheet. So just we have used this road coater. Now here these are the physical parameters. So we have tested this for GSM, thickness, water absorbance value, that is COP 60. Now here these are the results of physical parameter. So we have determined the GSM thickness and COP value, and after coating the COP value reduces from 30 to 1.11, and this is the another set. So where the sheet thickness is about 6 micron. In first case the sheet thickness, or thickness of this coating is 36 micron. Now here, so we have tested this coated paper for hot water test, black coffee test, oil leakage test. Now here this sample preparation for hot water leakage sets. These are the in stepwise manner I have shown this. Now here this is the oil leakage test. So this is, so here we have left this pouch for 45 minutes and we have tested after 45 minutes. Now here the recycling process of this coated sheet. So generally we have cut we cut the coated sheet into teeny pieces, and then we have used 6% sodium hydroxide solution during repulping process, and then these are the steps for recycling process of coated sheets with hot water. And when we have made a sheet, then there is no speck. All the fibers are distributed uniformly. There is no aggregation of fibers. This is the sheet formation by hot slurry. And as I have explained, this study has already been patented and transferred to Mr. DMS Papers Private Limited, Delhi. Okay, thank you very much. Sir, I have promised Goyal Saab ki I will finish this lecture within 7 minutes. So I'll take your time.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr. Dharamdat has developed a coating formulation which has been patented, as he mentioned. Only one thing I would like to add here. Tendulkar, how much time we take to do the oil holdout test? 7 days. So kindly try to do it for, instead of 45 minutes, we do it for 7 days if you want to go through rigorous testing of that. Because Acha, aapne yahan 45 minutes bataya, that's what I was asking, 7 days test we should do. But very interesting, your core value is almost from 30 to 1, which is a good barrier properties. Hopefully this will be commercialized. We will look forward to it. Well, thank you very much for all the speakers of this session. You have done an excellent job. I hope you all liked it. There are few questions here. First, these are all from one. Aditya, which one you would like to take? One question, please. No, there are 4. First one. This is a question to you. Let me see if I can read it. It says the oil absorption test is done at room temperature. Okay? What type of oil is used and how it is correlated with Indian oils like coconut and mustard oil?
For the type of the oil that we use, we use the standard oil, the castor oil. We use this one to test the oil absorption of this testing, right?
So this is a standard oil with some viscosity, etc.
Just a normal castor oil.
Normal castor oil.
Yes.
Okay. So there may be some difference, but it gives you a trend. Exact value will depend upon the way you do the performance test, right? Yeah, that's everybody does that at 35 degrees. Okay, thank you. TNPL. PLA is used for extrusion on paper. What is heat deflection temperature, HDF, as softening is around 70 degrees Celsius? Is it found suitable for hot beverages?
Am I audible? Yeah, I think so. So we coated around 20 GSM of paper and we tried with hot coffee and water, and I think it will be around 80 degrees Celsius. So the cups made with the PLA coated board, it withstand the stuff in it. So I hope practically it can withstand.
Hope it's clear. 30-second question.
Yeah.
There is a tremendous migration and the PLA is getting banned all over the world. So I just want
Okay. Actually, we tested with this water from the kettle. It was around 80 degree. But there are many literatures at high temperature. PLA also giving these microplastics into the foodstuffs. And we have referred that references in our literature. So I think we can look into it.
Okay. Thank you. Is there any other question from the audience, please? Short question, ask in 30 seconds, roughly.
Lot of jamming and even leaking from bottom, but how they have solved it? I want to know that one.
Actually, the final temperature over the jumbo roll or the coater after the coater, the final temperature of the roll, it has to be less than 50 degrees as recommended by the suppliers, chemical suppliers. So we tried to reduce the temperature of that near the pop reel. So for that we installed some air curtains and some other auxiliary equipments in that, and we managed to do that. But still, I can accept that it's not in a successful way in online mode. But offline it works because it is having that chiller roll accessories and all. So we can reduce the temperature and it is working good.
My question is in offline. The blocking and jamming in cup making machine and leaking from bottom. You told that you have observed that one. How you solved that one?
Yeah. This jamming problem we faced with online blank punching machine. So like a conventional PE, this paper will fall down easily. That conventional PE will move easily. In the one gravity, that paper will fall down and it will go to the next position of blank. But with this coated paper, it is not falling freely because of this sticky nature. So that was addressed by the chemical supplier by modification in the chemical polymer. Okay, and this heat sealing with respect to cup, we tried to optimize the pressure and temperature of the cup making machine. We have tried in different configurations of machine, and we tried to optimize it, and somewhat we got a successful result also. But I can accept that, like compared to conventional PE, it is not 100% successful. Like if you coat polycoated material can be 100% good material, good cups can be made without any wastage. But polymer being in the nascent stage, it is giving some issues or causing some more wastages for optimizing temperature and pressure of cup making unit. So
hope it's clear, right? Any other question, please? Just a minute. Yes. He was raising hands first. Yes. They are at the back. Quickly, please.
Yeah, this is Ramji from PACA, Innovation Center. This is to Mr. Hariharan. In your slide, there was a pointer about impure PLA and mutagenicity. Can you explain about that? About optically impure PLA and mutagenicity? Or connected to that?
No, actually, we referred literatures, and in that, the optically impure PLA, which means the mix-up of L and D lactide in the PLA that causes some metabolic issues. It's not mutagenic. It's showing like metabolic issues. Once the hot beverage is poured over such PLA, that D lactides get diffuses into the foodstuffs, and it causes these metabolic issues. We referred some article, and that reference also given in the paper.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hardcore chemistry issues over drinks, right? Yes, Sanjeev?
Dry coat weight.
Dry.
So right now we work with our partner that they have the passed with the lab test also, and we have planned to try with the production scale. On machine, right.
But I think, Sanjeev, these are the questions, this optimization of coat weight depend on the quality of base paper, what is the product that you want to make, what kind of machines you have. So I think it will vary with case to case. But to my mind, the coat weight for these kind of products is going to be high to get those barrier properties. It can be done, depends what kind of machine you have, what is the concentration that you have of your product. It can be done because you can have start from puddle size press to, one of the best presses that you have. Okay, thank you.
Sir, one question. Yeah.
Puche. Sorry, it'll take 5-10 more minutes, but it's interesting. Huh? PT Pong.
I want to ask you that in your presentation you have shown results for the internal sized paper. Your cob is reduced from around 20 to 1. But is your product will work on a paper which is not internal sized, which is having higher cob?
Which is higher cob. No,
suppose the
cob
cob
is
is
on something from 30 to 1, right? If you have a paper which is
having
unsized like, right?
Not internal sized, having cob 100, will it come to 1 or what will happen?
So for the base paper, we use the unsized paper before coated with the emulsion.
You have taken paper which is having cob in lower size, 20 to 30. If your cob of your paper will be around 100, 150, will your product be bringing it to the range of 1 and 2?
Sorry, I can't phrase that.
But let me, just a minute. Why do you want to have higher coat weight and start with a paper of 100 cob?
Sir,
right, the cheapest thing will be you internally size to the extent possible and then use the coating chemical which is expensive. That is the way to go, no point. That's why everybody should understand one thing. That's my humble request to the people. When the suppliers come to you, you always talk about coat weight, this and that price. What about the base paper? The base paper properties in respect of porosity, sizing, so many other parameters which are very important. So you have to have a very, very good quality right base paper for a particular application. Only then you can have cost-effective coating. And for stringent applications, remember it will not be one coating. Depends what it is. It can be one coating, it can be two coating, or it can be even three coating. Only then you will get those kind of OTR and MBTR properties. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
I think one more question last question.
Okay, the question was to Mr. Hariharan. So it was regarding the paper cup formation.
So just want to understand the methodology used for the formation of the cups, because one technology which we commonly see is where they use the jaws for the sealing, heated jaws, but one more technology we've come to see is where the sealing is done using by blowing hot air onto the paper. So is this also something you all tested, and can the paper which you all developed be sealed using hot air?
We tried this coated stock with our conventional mode of cup making machine, like clamping with heated part, and other thing we tried also with ultrasonic sealing. So in both we got results that are encouraging. Furthermore, if any configuration is there, we will try it out.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, I think this brings us to the end of this session. I think it created a lot of interest, and I would like to request you all to extend it, at the dinner time. I just would like to make few concluding remarks. First see, here we are about 180 delegates, that's what I roughly see. And to me it looks, I think, from user industry, that is paper industry, hardcore, there will be about 25% people. That's what it looks to me. One thing everybody must understand, that we make by and large base paper. We don't make finished paper, finished product, right? That's something to be understood. Some mills are trying to do, like making paper cup facilities and something like that. But if something goes wrong, the blame comes on the paper. So we all have to understand that it is our responsibility to ensure that we deliver a right base paper to make the finished product. One of our panelists in the morning mentioned, I think it was Sanjay Yadav, it's extremely important to have collaboration amongst paper manufacturer, chemical supplier, converter, and brand owner. We have in our mill developed paper which gives all properties, including kit, this and that. The moment it goes onto the machine, it fails. Because those machines are not meant for converting paper into the finished products. That's why it's very important that all of us must work together. We are partner in the game. Sometimes supplier comes and says, do you have a right chemical? He may not be having a right chemical. And lastly, just to reiterate again, what in the morning our keynote speaker said, that's very important for all of us if we want to do some replacement of plastic-based products. Firstly, let us not be overexciting, because you can't replace everything that the plastic can do. So we have to start slowly. We have done a good beginning. I remember there was an article in Times of India and Hindustan Times from a very big, one big company that makes paper straws, that good quality paper straw is not available in the country. This country's requirement of paper for paper straw is not 25,000 tons. A number of mills in this country can supply that kind of paper. So what Mr. Shriver said in the morning, please remember, paper packaging as an alternative to plastics, mainly to replace single-use plastic, has to start with suitable barrier properties for a given application. That is the job of paper mills, which we can do. There should be no migration of ingredients from paper to food. But how to certify this? It means there has to be certifications and regulations. And who will do that? Paper mills won't do, end user won't do. So there has to be regulatory authorities. These things will come. Today you will see who will protect the end user. Today you will see so many papers in the market, brown paper, white paper, they just write food grade paper. What does it mean? Does it mean anything? Anybody can write food grade paper. You buy sweets in the sweet shop. What kind of, you may be having a wonderful, packet of sweets, or you may not be having it. These things are going to come. We supply some paper, those people who have experience of supplying paper for export. You supply to Israel, you have to have kosher certification. You supply to Middle East, you have to have halal. You go to European countries, you will have to BFR and some other, US FDA. Does our paper meet those certifications? So I think we on our own Why for other countries? Why not for our country, for the end user? See, if you go to even to, very good brands, you are not sure what you are getting. So who will protect the end user, the customer? It is the brand owner and basically we who manufacture paper. That's why certification is very important. All of us must apply. There have to be agency, as CFTRI said in the morning, because unless we do that, you do not know. To be very frank, let me admit today, we were having lunch. When we were having in a molded product, I'm not against that. I would like to do that. Since we are used to take dal in a steel katori or something like that, when you take in a molded product, you think twice, particularly when you know that it may be PFA, that we have PFA freeze, if there is a barrier. So, even if we think so we have to be careful that what we do for the end users. So, I think we are doing a good job. We have taken quite a few steps: paper cups, straw paper, paper bags. Now, take a case of paper bag. Today, paper bags are available from 18 GSM paper to 40 GSM, 18 burst factor to 40, along with the stretch. There is no machine in this country which can make ESKP type of paper, extensible kraft paper. And any good paper bag should have a high CD stretch, which we don't have. So we have to make some compromises. So good quality papers can be made. We have to be careful about what kind of a raw material we use, what kind of a processor we are using. But if we do a good job, people are having all facilities, people have the technical background, but we have to ensure that we make paper so that the industry has a good name. Otherwise, it's very easy for somebody to say who use plastics, alternatives are not available. So the ball is in our court. We have to do hard work, and I'm sure we'll overcome the challenges. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity, Ippta, Mr. Goel, to be the session chairman, and all speakers have done a wonderful job. Please give a big hand to them. Thank
you. I would now request to the session chairman, please present the mementos to the presenters. To Mr. Pittipong.
Please come.
Background music, light for background music.
Very nice job done. Thank you. And this is special evening.
To Mr. Okrapon. To Mr. N. Hariharan. To Ms. Priyambada Chauhan. To Mr. Anuj Kumar Dayal. Dr. Dharamdar. I would now request to the President of Ippta, please present the memento to the session chairman. Please come together for a group photograph.
and tomorrow morning back at 9 o'clock. So tune up your schedule accordingly.
There is a